Here we are then, part 3. It's the final 5 hours and 20 minutes of the Buckmore Park 24-hour. It's myself, Kieran McGidley, and Reeve Taylor joining alongside me for the next couple of hours. It is 9 minutes past 9 here at Buckmore Park, and it looks as grey as we started. No real change in the weather apart from the track is getting slightly less greasy. We're starting to see lap times now into the 1 minute 2, so the track is improving lap by lap, bit by bit. Reeve, we've had a very eventful couple of hours as we head towards our final 5. It's been great to share the box with you in it, that's for sure.
It's been good fun. It was interesting hearing from the DAB Motorsport squad, and they've got a plan. They're going to be fighting for that P2. We're going to be fighting Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in the final few hours of this stream. As our stream director has just pointed out, I get a really bad case of headset hair, and I've got it at the moment. There's like a dent in my head. And it just always happens. It happens at home as well when I'm streaming on sim racing stuff. So yes, thank you to all the comments pointing out it looks like I've got a really bad wig on. No, that is just my hair.
That's just it. Poor Reeve. Poor Reeve, you didn't need that.
It's warranted. It's
oh, okay.
Yeah,
if it's warranted,
the
then
headset hair is an unavoidable.
Is this live? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Is there a way we can prove that to you?
Well,
well, if you look at the live timing, yes, that's live, and I can comment on that if you want. That's proof enough, isn't it? That's surely proof enough. We'll have Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing and DAB Motorsport just about to complete their laps in the next couple of seconds. Here they come across the line, and they'll set some lap times, and we'll have a look at them, and we'll see how well they've done. It's a 1 minute. This is where the times never come up now. No, they haven't actually come up.
Yeah, we're not live. We're really not live. We're just pretending.
I've went in there with the guts and the glory, and it's backfired massively. But we are live. Don't worry about that. We were talking to a couple of drivers towards the end there. Cal Freese, our team principal for the Senior Frogs, and that was Sean David, wasn't it, from DAB Motorsport, I believe. So yeah, good to chat with them. And we'll see how they all get on here. DAB Motorsport chasing down Kent Brewery Racing in the closing stages of this race. They took out 0.4 of a second. Oh, there's someone off. That's the number 18. That's TRX Motorsport Academy, who've had a spin just before the centre chicane. Sing Sweet Caroline to prove that it's
copyright.
Live. Yeah. You know what?
We would be so close and accurate to the real thing.
I will sing the first note of the chorus because that's all we get before we get copyright strike. Duh.
There we are.
That's
See,
it.
We're live.
There's definitive proof that we are now live. There you go. Live timing link. Yes, we'll work on that to get the live timing link pinned at the top of the standings here, as we had that.
Just in case you're listening along, and I know very quick on the hotbar to fill in. The link is live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore, all one word. live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore.
That was uncanny. It was uncanny. I had a real talent for singing. Did. Black flag, though, for Formula None, which was displayed about 5 minutes ago. They have since served that, and they're back out on track. So they've served that. They can keep going on now like nothing happened. I will be sure of that. Well, Nameless Motorsport still at the top. Our black flag for sight sealed and delivered. Nobody's saying Audi now. Audi do that. 20.
That was terrible. Don't think you're getting away with that.
No, I am.
No, you're not.
I am, and you, there's nothing you can do about it.
It's getting violent in the comms box, ladies and gentlemen. He's like an untamed ostrich.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Which I promise is a reference to something earlier on if you only just joined us.
Yes, you had to be there, I guess. You had to be there. Oh dearie me. It's not quite delirious. It's delirium. It's not delirious. Or is that the same thing?
I was going to say it's not silence, so it's not.
Yeah, so it's not golden. But there we go.
That was a reference for all my trance enjoyers out there.
Yes.
Classic trance music.
Very nice. Very nice. We have the Spicy Boys. 2 hours 14 minutes they spent out on track so far. Expect them in within the next half an hour, I would say, to see them get in for their fuel stop. But interesting to see how many teams really take the risk, really take the plunge of running more than 2.5 hours on a tank of fuel. They are told in the driver's briefing about how the fuel tank probably lasts 2 hours, but it probably might not. It might do, it might not. It's your decision whether it runs 2 hours or not. That's just a guideline. We have seen Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing.
3 hours, pretty much.
Yeah, 2 hours 51 they managed on a single tank of fuel, which is incredible. So there is that. And, you know, I've had some drivers ask me, have you seen any longer than 2.5 hours? Yes. But I'm not going to condone it, and I'm not going to say it's good, because if you run out of fuel, I'm not taking any blame.
No,
that's all you.
Especially now that we're in these conditions where the drivers can afford to be a little bit more on throttle than when we were boat racing a few hours ago. I imagine that 2 hour 51 stint would have been a mix of the conditions and probably some quick thinking from the driver there, realising that I can afford a couple of tenths a lap maybe of a bit of lift and coast, save a bit of fuel, and still push the stint longer and make time.
Yes. Question in the chat is, can they tell how much fuel is in the cart? These RT10s, I can't really comment on it, because the RT8s, I think the fleet from 2-3 years ago, used to have a little sort of gap in a little window into the fuel, so you could tell roughly how much fuel there was by looking between your legs. In the RT10s, I'm not so sure. The fuel tank still, you know, the input goes into the middle of the cart, so it really goes between your legs. But I can't really say if the RT10s you can actually see how much fuel you've got. I would assume there is a way you can find out and have a pinpoint, because these drivers will find that way. But in terms of can they? That's a very good question. And unfortunately, it's a question I don't have an answer to. And I hate not having an answer to things.
Just make up an answer then.
I can't even make up an answer, and there's only two that can be yes or no. I can't even make it up. Oh, dearie me. Here is our leaders then. Nameless Motorsport in the number 11, heading their way through that first couple of corners, through Conway's and through Henry's Bend, as they make their way now on towards the first hairpin. And Kent Brewery Racing second place. DAB Motorsport in third at the moment, 14.6 seconds behind Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. A tenth slower on that last lap. Having a look at some other battles out on track. It's not for class position, but it is for overall position. It's Formula None in 19th place, with Team Rango with Red Mist in 20th, 17 and 12. When Team Rango have the fastest lap of the race, it's very evident now that we'll probably have that as the fastest lap of the race. I don't think we're going to get any faster than that now.
Unless we are treated to blistering sunshine in the next hour and a half, and then the track is allowed to dry out and heat up a little bit for the next couple of hours after that, we are not going to be seeing a track that was as raceable as what we had before.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, isn't it, at that point. Having a look at the leader for the rookies battle, and 16 seconds is the gap between Spicy Boys and Senor Frogs. Spicy Boys lost a lot of time on that last lap, 2.7 seconds. That's because they've just pitted. Should have looked at that first. Spicy Boys have just pitted. So now Spicy Boys and Senor Frogs are on the same lap, but they are slightly out of sync, because Senor Frogs have done 1 hour and 10 on this stint so far. So they'll be due into the pits within an hour, not within an hour, in about an hour, I would say. Which, at that point, sort of, yeah, they'd probably have 2 stops left after that. So they've got 3 stops left, I reckon, for Senor Frogs. Is that right? Yeah, because if they stop in an hour, if they try and extend it to, if they try and extend it to 4, so they'll have to stop twice more after that.
We've got a few more carts as well that are coming to the end of the stints. The ditch finders, as we say. Then we have the ARD team, as well as TRX Motorsport Pro running in the rookies. Not to be confused with the TRX Motorsport team running in the Pro. That's the elite team. A couple of contact warnings coming in now. It's getting maybe a little bit rough and tumble out there now that the conditions are starting to improve. People feeling like, oh yeah, there's a bit of a race coming on here, as they get kind of spurred along by that final charge towards the finish. Now just over 5 hours to go.
Yeah, and it's it's good, isn't it? When you're watching on from this, you see the drivers. There's a bit more of a spring in the step when we get to sort of 4 to 3 hours towards the end, because everybody knows we're not far away now. We can do this. It'll be fine. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing closed in on Nameless on that last lap, 0.4 of a second, and Dab Motorsport closing by 0.2 of a second on Kent Brewery. So they were 0.6 faster than the leaders on that last lap. We're lapping in the top runners are lapping in the mid 102s at the moment. So track
looking quicker again.
Yeah, it's very slowly improving, isn't it? That's what I'll say about the track. But it is very slowly improving.
Yes. On the last weather check, we weren't scheduled any more rain. So if things remain that way, if things carry on improving, we should be seeing sub 60-second laps in the near future. Well, maybe not the near future, but at least in the next couple of hours.
Yes, absolutely. We've got Rishi in the chat saying, came in to support the Frogs, stay for the commentary. Big up you both. Thank you very much. It's not just the two of us, though. Myself, Kieran McGinley, retailer. We've also had Chaz Draycott in the box and Yusuf Bin Sahel, who, I mean, they're both
resurrected,
Yeah, well, he is just
he's gone again.
Yeah. He's on at 11, but I'll give him a nudge. Bless him. He's been commentating and racing alongside the EKS All-Stars. I told him he was mad. He said, "It'll be fine."
That went well.
Yeah.
I've just occasionally the thought comes into my head that we finish this race now. I've immediately got the drive back up to Liverpool. I'm thinking,
it's a good 5.5 hour trip.
I love driving. It doesn't bother me at all. Doesn't faze me. But this is one of the very rare occasions in my life where I just cannot be bothered.
Yeah. Dave Miller asking, how on earth are they judging the longer stints? It all comes to experience, but they were also told in the briefing that they could roughly last 2 hours in the karts. In the wet weather, it could be more, but that is down to the teams themselves, and that comes down to the experience. Basically, you're asking for the experience there, which is amazing how Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing managed to get 2 hours 51 out of a single fuel tank.
Yeah, I imagine, as I say, a little bit of management coming in there.
That must have been on fumes when it came into the pits.
Yeah.
Must have been.
We're giving them the credit for this, and I hope that is the case. I hope they're not watching along going, no, we just didn't realise how how close it was and how wrong that nearly went for them. I hope that wasn't the case. But if it was, well done. You made it.
Well done. Absolutely. Oh, we did start talking about Kent Brewery Racing, and they got themselves a contact warning.
Little bit of a commentator's curse.
It's not a curse.
No,
it's not a curse.
We've been doing. This seems to have been a commentator's curse-free race overall.
Now look what you've done.
No, because
you've done it now.
We've done this twice and it hasn't cursed anyone, so we're fine.
You know what they say? Third time's the charm.
It's only if Andrew Mather jumps into the YouTube chat that we get the commentator's curse.
Absolutely. Spicy Boys lost a second on that last lap. Senor Frogs gained 2.7 on the last lap.
That is an 8-second delta between the two cars. So there we see our brilliant camera ops at work there. They have been real troopers throughout this 24-hour. It's been cold and wet most of the event.
Yes.
And, I haven't heard them complaining.
No, mainly because we didn't give them mics.
Yeah,
maybe.
We didn't give them mics.
So we can't hear them. But but I get your point. They've been fantastic out there, giving us some great footage of today's proceedings. And like you said, they've been bearing and brunting the elements over the last 24 hours. So a big thanks to them. And also our roving cameras as well, Laura and Craig in the night stint, giving us some great shots. Craig was giving us some shots of drivers just needing a little bit of a kip. And there's nothing wrong with that, but there's cameras around, you know that, and you're sleeping at a circuit that's a 24-hour, you're going to end up on stream if you're spotted. And that's what happened for a couple of drivers. They'll look back.
Yeah.
And that's all the more reason to look back at part 2 during the night stint. Did you make the stream asleep? It's only one way to find out. Go back and have a look. I fell into that as well last year. The team here managed to find me. I was only next door. They managed to find me sleeping and put me on the stream. Yeah. It's brutal. No prisoners. And Laura's, of course, been treating us to some fantastic arty shots that we've seen all throughout the stream. They've been fantastic. And we've also seen Laura tying up a driver's shoes.
Yeah, very kind of her.
Like, Laura of all trades. There's the Senior Frogs then. I think that is still Matt Plum behind the wheel. Having a
Yes,
look
it is.
Yes, it is. Yeah, you're right. 1 hour 16 currently in the kart. TRX Motorsport Elite managed to close in 1.4 seconds on the Only Way is Brentwood that time around. Although the Only Way is Brentwood lost 1.6 seconds, so I would quickly assume that might be traffic rather than loss of pace.
Yes, traffic management is a huge concern in endurance karting, especially on what will probably be considered a shorter track layout there, as we've got a bit of a battle brewing.
Yeah, that was a bit of a nudge there from ditch finders into the back. I think they slightly misjudged the slowdown rate up ahead as they make their way through in towards the CAF corner. Contact warning has gone out to 1322 Racing North East. That came out a couple of minutes ago, and I missed it on the screen.
Oh
no, that's not good.
The Senior Frog hunting down the Spicy Boys. That battle for the rookies running is very much brewing. Here are the squads now.
Yep, that's your rookie leaders, the Spicy Boys ahead of the Senior Frog. So there's a lot of karts between the two of them right now, but that equates to 3.4 seconds. So this is now a battle for the rookie lead as we head away through in towards Garda. Right behind the Spicy Boys is the number 12 car. That's Team Rango with Red Mist, who are in the pro class, so that they're technically not racing each other, but Spicy Boys are ahead of Team Rango in the standings right now.
Ah. I'm assuming the Red Mist comes that something went wrong last time, is my guess.
Yeah, I think so. Gap between our leaders in the rookies is 2.5 seconds now. So this is a case here of Senior Frogs are closing. Matt Plum is doing a great job out there. The only problem is he's got 4 karts between him and the lead for rookies. So he's got to try and find his way through. There's no blue flag, so no one in front has any obligation of moving aside or letting anybody through. You will see some drivers realise they're not racing the kart behind and point a finger as if to say, go here, I won't go there.
Yeah.
But other than that, as that's a dive down the inside from the Only Way is Brentwood.
A little bit of contact as well. Kart was a little bit unhappy with that, but no major ill effects.
No, absolutely. As Matt Plum looks for some moves out there, just try and get him past some bit of lappery and a bit of traffic there. Can't quite do it at the moment. Great shot from Garda here as we head our way down through the centre chicane. And then that leads you very nicely up the rise as we head our way through in towards CAF curve. And there is our battle for the lead of rookie. Believe it or not, it's a bit of a rookie sandwich at the moment. As a contact warning going out for the number 7 for the slide men. Not to be confused with the side men. they are different entities. But at the moment, though, I think right now, Spicy Boys are happy with this. There's plenty of karts between them and the Senior Frogs at this point. They are also only fresh out onto the track after a pit stop. And looking at it, can they make 2.5? They might. See, here's the thing. Spicy Boys might try and go for only 1 more stop in this race.
That would be, I think, the ideal scenario.
Whereas Senior Frogs need 2. So
yes.
This is a battle now. Matt Plum needs to try and pass and build the gap now. He's got past 1 bit of lappery in the 24.
There is a number 29 kart, only 1 kart length, a couple of kart lengths behind.
Yeah. Matt
That's
Plum's
number 19, the Spicy Boys on the inside. Senior Frogs going a little bit wider into the entry of the corner. Almost like the Senior Frogs are just waiting for the moment to come. Let the traffic do the work for them almost. Let the Spicy Boys struggle with that traffic and try and capitalise on a moment if they can.
Absolutely. Yellows down in towards Simon Sweep and Pullmans that have cleared now, but the drivers have passed that and they're back on again. Is that a kart that's spun perhaps, or is a bit of track work going on? That looked green, so it's probably going to be some track work, although nothing's there anymore. A Phantom. There goes the Senior Frogs. Matt Plum trying to move his way past that lappery. I think that might have actually been a change for the rookie lead. We'll see as they pass their way through in towards Calf Curve and onto the start-finish straight. No, it wasn't, but Matt Plum's only got one more kart to pass, and then he has a chance of the rookie lead then as we head our way through in towards the first corner we go. And Matt Plum able to run a tighter line out of Henry's Bend, try and get a run down towards the first hairpin. No way through there. And we get back onto the power in towards hairpin 2, and you can see that Spicy Boys are just trying to defend, looking over the shoulders already. Got word that it's starting to rain again out on track. And it's, I would say, it's not moderate. I would say it's light rain at the moment.
But it could get worse
But it
very easily.
Could get worse, couldn't it? A really heavy at turn 1. So, yeah, so our camera ops down at turn 1 is saying to us it's heavy down there.
Which is not good news in terms of lap time, but those looking to only complete one more pit stop in this race, that is good news, because if we have wetter conditions, you are more likely to be able to complete it on that fuel load.
Yes. Here we go then. That is Matt Plum down the inside.
Who goes?
And now he's cleared that bit of lappery now. This is the battle for the rookie lead. And you can hear the sidemen. You can hear the Senior Frogs as well, cheering on Matt as he tries to find his way now into the rookie's lead. Through in towards hairpin 2 we go. Back on the power. Can Matt find his way through past the Spicy Boys, who have been doing a great job of leading this way? But this is, there they are. There are the Senior Frogs.
Principal.
Cal Freese watching on with glee, and you can see Chip is pretty much dialed in right now. The Alex Ferguson chewing gum is out there. Yeah. I wonder if that's just a case of stress. Here they go then. Here goes Matt down the inside, going in through Garda. He'll try and get the power
side by side on
down.
exit still. That gives him the inside for the final corner, but looks to be slow. Bit of oversteer potentially.
Yeah, but he's got through. He is through now and takes over the lead of the rookies then. So Senior Frogs up leading the rookies now. That's going to be Spicy Boys down to second place. Now the only caveat now is that Matt has to put that pedal, that right-hand pedal, as far down as he can. He's got time to make up, because right now we are expecting Spicy Boys to have one fewer stop than the Senior Frogs. So this is an opportunity now for Matt, who's been putting in a stunning drive so far, to open up that gap as much as possible before the next stop.
Just because the overtake has been completed doesn't mean the pressure is off, as you say. This now becomes a game of strategy as well. This is proper endurance racing stuff. The back end on the 28 car really sliding out there. Good catch.
Yeah, slick and tired. Slick and tired catching that one as we make our way through. And again, Matt getting the power down and getting past that little bit of lappery then. Matt Plum knows now what he needs to do. Press on, like he has done for his entire stint so far. Press on, build the gap as far as he can.
There we see Slick and Tired, a couple of carts behind. Look at that rain now. It is really beginning to pour down. There's a little bit of clock cam there as well for you.
There is.
It's out of focus, but it's 4 hours, 50-something seconds.
I will say then, we are at the top of the hour. Reeve, would you like to take us through a little bit of a standing shake-up?
Most certainly. So, not too much change in the pros. Nameless Motorsport still out there. 102.9 that previous lap, so they are still flying along, building up that gap to P2, which is Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing for now. But we know, strong words from Dad Motorsport in the interview before, they are building up for a bit of a podium battle there, running down to P4. It's the only way is Brentwood P4 with a 1 of 3.8 on their last lap. They have some fun. I didn't quite catch that, but some words of encouragement, I suspect, from
last
the
few hours.
fans. Yes, the enthusiasm around here, despite the weather. Then we have P6 Ditch Finders, P5 Motorsport Elite TRX, I should mention. Then we have P7 EKS All Stars, P8 the Slide Men, not the Sidemen, P9 Toby and the Bandits, and P10 being Bureau and FS. That's our top 10 for the pro running. Then we move on to the rookies running, where we've just had that brilliant nail-biting action. It's Senior Frogs now in the lead of the rookies racing. We're on board with them at the moment as that rain is getting heavier. The lap times, I suspect, will be going up, and there we have it. Yes, a couple of seconds higher for some of the leaders already. It's the Spicy Boys obviously dropping down to P2. They're on the same lap though, only a few seconds behind. Still not over that battle just yet. Then we have Elite Discos Racing P3. Had a bit of a quiet, at least what I saw in the late stages of last night, a bit of a quiet running. But they seem to be up in the mix there now. P3 in the moment. Then we have Fat and Furious P4 and 1, 3, 2, 2 Racing Northeast. So we have a bit of an off at Garda there. It's the number 6 kart. That is the number 6
TRX Motorsport Pros, Reese
Motorsport
Kello,
Pro, yeah.
who's having to wait an eternity
Yeah.
to rejoin there.
An unfortunate bit of timing with the off there.
Yeah, yeah, and with 30 carts running around, if you can't find that space, you are just there for an age. You really are. It's just, please let me find the space. Please let me get out there and just rejoin. There's the 14 with a move up the inside. That's Zesty Drink Racing. They aimed here to get into the top 10. Now, they were changed class after the 6 hour mark because they were deemed quick enough to be in the pro class. And so when I was speaking to Tom, their team principal, earlier on, I asked him, now you're from the rookies into the pros, what's the target now? And he said, well, we were looking to come away with the trophy in the rookies to win it. Now we're in the pros. That means we've got good enough pace, but we're just looking to see if we can finish in the top 10 in the pros. They are 11th right now. They are 1 lap away from Borough 11 NFS, but still we've got those strategies that are all pretty much laid out and ready to take on board. And we'll see how that all plays out.
Garda is looking particularly damp at this stage.
All that good work that our drivers have done to try and get some water off the track. In that deluge, we've now lost 3 seconds per lap. We're back to square. I wouldn't say square one.
Well, a little bit of overstay potentially for the number 4 car, Accelerate. Well, that is Dab Motorsport right next to them, so the battle is on.
The battle is on. That's Team ARD at the pits then with the fuel stop. And we'll try and work out who's going to jump back in. Team ARD currently 12th so far in this race. They were a lap ahead of Senor Frogs, actually. They'll still stay ahead of Senor Frogs because by the time they get back in, as we just see out the corner there, somebody is getting back in. We jinxed the weather. I don't know what you're talking about. No commentary curses here.
We did. I did actually predict no more rain for the rest of the race, so that is on me.
That was the problem, really, wasn't it? Blame Reeve. It's his fault.
I think there should have been a caveat there. I have repeatedly said that Buckmore is a tricky mistress in terms of weather.
No, don't back out of it now. No, won't have that. Won't have that at all. I think we're being joined by producer James, who's going to pop on a microphone and have a watch on as Reeve plays around with some mute buttons there. James, welcome along.
Hello.
James, how's it going on your end then?
Yeah, no, it's going well. Jack over there is doing a great job. Yeah, we're just, I don't know, just quite tired, really, not going to lie.
Well, you have been on 45 minutes sleep, so you tell us.
I have. Yeah, I'll be back on production in a little while. I'm just trying to wake up, I think.
You made us jealous, though, when you walked in with 2 bacon rolls about an hour ago. That did make us jealous.
Yeah, they were nice.
Yeah, I did notice. Yeah. Who's impressed you the most, though, so far, James?
Impressed you the most? Talk amongst yourself.
Okay, we will.
I'll have a
well, we'll have a chat about it, Reeve. I think Zesty Drink have been pretty good. Like, considering the fact that they've been bumped up to pro, that you can say as well for Ditch Finders. They've been really good today. 6th place so far, bumped up to pro.
Fantastic
having
running.
Started in rookies. Senor Frogs, Spicy Boys, they've had some really good running as well. Really consistent as well. We haven't seen many offs from Senor Frogs and Spicy Boys. And compare that to how we saw them 3 years ago, their first 24-hour. They were a bit all over the place. They did manage to get themselves, that ragtag up onto the podium. When you have that first one in endurance racing and it's a good result, it hooks you. Last year, though, they were beaten. They were beaten hard. And they realised that. They still recovered. I think it was to 6th in class. I'm trying to remember now. I think they did recover to that, but they had kart issues, had to get the kart changed over, recovered to P6. And I still think they felt, that was okay. I think they still felt a bit hard done by. Now, though, they're in a battle for the lead of rookies in their 3rd time of asking. and see what they can do in the final 4 hours 50 minutes. James, have you had a chance to think?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not going to be a cop-out.
Okay.
But it's going to be the first of either of each class. So Nameless, for being absolutely faultless.
Yes.
I think they've just been great all the way through. They're controlling the race at the front. They've been 3 laps ahead for the last several hours. And then obviously Senior Frogs. Like they were quite far down the order to start with. And they've just fought back to the lead. Obviously out there a minute ago, and he was like going absolutely mental when Matt Plum managed to take another overtake. Like the team spirit between those are brilliant.
I mean, as well, Dab Motorsport, don't forget them, because they ran out of fuel after their first stint. We keep bringing it up, but they did run out of fuel after their first stint. They lost 2 laps. They are currently 3rd. That's mighty impressive, considering the fact that they might be 2 laps down instead on Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. Still, they've managed to get back into the top 3 overall. It's brilliant.
No, it's brilliant.
I'm going to have to join you there. I think it's a cop-out answer for Best of Pros. Nameless have just been, as you say, pretty much faultless. It has been a really strong drive from them. And I think Spicy Boys as well, they started off maybe not quite as prominent, but they slowly found themselves top of rookies after the adjustments there. So they've had a good day out, I think. Yeah,
absolutely. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I know, James, we've been sort of back and forth, teasing each other, obviously, as we always do in one of these 24 hours. It's the spirit of it as well, isn't it, really?
I wouldn't have it any other way. I absolutely love the 24 hours. Absolutely love it. Like it, mentally, physically, it's hard on you. For everyone here, like for the staff at the circuit, the marshals, the drivers, the team principals, for us as a team, it's such a hard job to be managing. But everyone here is doing a cracking job.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, your camera ops out there doing fantastic. Our remote
really
cameras, roving cameras. You've had Laura and Craig, I think. Have we had anyone else on the roamings?
No, just those two today.
They've done a cracking job. They really have. I'm hoping, because I was asleep for the night stint. I'm hoping that Craig caught a few more drivers, taking a couple of Zs. Yes, that's good. That's good. That's what we need the night stint for. And then, of course, Laura with the artsy shots, which have been fantastic all the way through.
Laura's shots have been pucker,
yes,
haven't they? They've been so great. She's constantly on it. She's always, like, obviously you can't see all the shots she's trying to line up, but from our side we see everything get lined up, and it's like framing, and then bosh goes out, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's amazing."
Yeah.
But yeah, she's just on it continuously, always looking for something new.
Oh, it's brilliant. This will be Laura in the pits now, having a chat.
Yeah, I think we have some advice being shared in regards to
about the visor.
Yeah, it's as we've seen it in a couple of drivers. The visor being completely misted up in these conditions.
Yeah,
these humid conditions. As we get ready for another dash back towards the kart.
100 metre
sprint.
Here
we go.
100 metre.
Yeah, 100 metre. There we go. Record time. There we go.
That was a good kart entry.
That was good.
It was quick, good. But it wasn't unnecessarily painful.
So I am going to give my nephew Kian a big shout out. So if we could all give him a big hello Kian.
Yeah.
Hello Kian. How are you?
That is, I think, as much enthusiasm as we're going to get. Yes. We've been able to muster at 19 hours.
Yeah, he's at home watching at the moment. He was here yesterday. Came down to enjoy part of the event. So he's now watching from home.
Did Kian manage to get on camera very briefly?
He did.
Yes, I thought that might have been the case.
Yes. He's soon scarpered out the way, didn't he?
It did.
There's also, I think, at the same point as well, there's a bit of me sat on my laptop working in the background.
Probably. But no, there's thousands of people watching this. Then, thank you everyone that is tuned in.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoever you're supporting as well out there, it's been fantastic to watch. As that's true. Yeah, you are working on your laptop there. Brilliant. Yeah. Brilliant. You weren't lying. You weren't lying. Our partner Sun is driving kart number 2 now for TRX Motorsport, who are 5th place at the moment. And
we've got a few TRX Motorsport.
Yeah, it's TRX Motorsport Elite. Yeah, for kart number 2. I did specify. It's all right.
Sorry, I missed it.
No, you're fine.
I don't know. Occasionally, I don't know if it's just delirium setting in. I'm getting the position numbers and the kart numbers mixed up.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, it happens.
Amateur hour here.
No, it's the endurance. It's the beauty of endurance. You'll get things wrong. It's fine. There is Accelerate then. I like it when drivers like Dan Brown put their name on the back of their suit.
Yes, it's
Makes
very helpful.
It so much easier to identify who you are. So there is Dan Brown out there in the Accelerate Brewery car.
And probably the only person out there with a white helmet.
I don't know.
Oh,
No, they're having a
This
couple.
is going to be an interesting topic for the next hour. Right, we'll pick a static cam.
Yes.
And we'll only look at the camera and we'll watch every kart go past and see if he's the only one with them.
Because not many people race with a white helmet.
No, yeah.
No. No.
It's not the Stig, but it is the Stig's karting cousin.
It is. One thing I do want to make a point of is how clean the racing's been.
Yeah, we've said a couple of times, it's despite the conditions.
Yeah.
Ignore these two coming towards the camera now. Just ignore them.
Just ignore. Okay. Just convenient.
Cool,
Yeah.
Yep, just... Right,
Yeah.
see, there's no one there with a white helmet.
Yeah, that's true. Apart from the number 4.
Yes.
Well, James, in that word,
Oh, and
you
him.
are,
Ignore him.
you are technically correct at that point, which is the best kind
didn't
of
need
correct.
to
We
wait.
all know that. Oh, there we go.
Whatever.
And those two. There you go. White lids, James.
All right. Well, on that note, it was lovely seeing you guys.
Yes, lovely to you, James.
All right.
Thank you very much. James Fitchie there, our lead
James
producer.
spreading misinformation and leaving.
Yeah. Wouldn't have it any other way. Would not have it any other way. 4 3/4 hours left of the Buckmore Kart 24-hour. And, well, Nameless lead the way by 4 laps.
Oh,
Well, we're tangled
we're
now.
tangled. Uh-oh. I have a feeling this was a side effect of our quick wardrobe change that we're now only beginning to see now.
Rock candy being eaten there. That's good.
That must be a northerner.
It's a good snack. Yeah. Oh, was it breadstick? Oh, it was. Okay, that looked like the rock candy you get by the seaside. But no, breadstick, I'm told.
We are
Reliably told.
untangled.
Yeah, no, now I see it now. It is a breadstick. Absolutely right. Imagine if you thought that was rock candy. What an idiot you'd look.
Just breadsticks. That's going to be a bit dry, isn't it? Get some type
On a wet circuit, you might need a
You're
bit
not
of
gonna dip your
breadstick.
breadstick in puddle water.
No, I don't know about
Pesto or something like that.
that. James, Matt G says to us on the chat, no white helmet shame. Some of us are too poor for fancy painted lids. There you go. Got a laugh out of James. There you go.
Well, I've got the cheapest lid going, and that's black. It doesn't have.
Yeah, well.
White lid doesn't mean cheap.
Yeah.
There's some very nice.
No,
lids.
there are. I mean, Aldas, who's racing in the Spicy Boys, also said he hasn't got a chance to actually paint his lid so far. So what he's done instead is he's put red tape over a white lid, and he's sort of made it sort of a Senna-esque design.
Yeah, I like the use of tape for
and
for impromptu livery.
He says from a distance it looks brilliant. Just don't look at it up close.
Yeah,
we'll take Aldas.
I've had that feedback before.
Moving on. Oh, Reeve, you know how to bring the mood down.
I meant about a car actually.
Oh dear. We're looking then. Senor Frogs. We'll have a look at the gap between them and the Spicy Boys. They opened up the gap by about 3/4 of a second on the last lap. And we'll see Spicy Boys make their way across the line any moment now and see what the gap is. So Matt Plum has done a great job so far of just building that gap as much as possible. The gap's 17. It's 18 seconds right now.
Brilliant stint that he's put in so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, they know. I mean, we've been here before, and we're trying to work out the strategies, but we think that Senor Frogs have to stop twice more because they don't have the fuel. They won't be able to make the fuel last that much longer. We think, though, Spicy Boys would only need to stop one more time. That's why Matt Plum has to put the laps in now. He has to really almost build a lap there if he wants to get away back in and get a chance of the class win once again. That's why we're sort of keeping an eye on Matt Plum. He needs to pretty much put the laps in, and he's doing that right now.
Yeah, that difference in strategy is going to become interesting later on as they get another place on track. Hello to Motorsport Magpie, who's just woken up by the looks of things.
Well, hey.
Good to have you back.
Yes, absolutely.
Who says he says it looks drier than it did last night. Yes, although that isn't difficult.
Yeah, true.
It's certainly wetter than it was about 20, 30 minutes ago. The track was starting to look a little bit more raceable, but we've had a bit of a downpour once again.
I would say it's a shame, but actually for some drivers they'll be happy with this because they can extend the stints.
Yeah,
on the fuel.
I think those who are aiming for the one stop to go are feeling relatively happy about that.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And those on the one stop, well, with one stop left, we think are the likes of Nameless, Dab Motorsport, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, who have been in the pits about 6 minutes ago. They're looking to go for one more stop. TX Motorsport Elite, I would probably say they've got 2 more stops in them. I would say they've only got about maybe 40 minutes max left, which of course takes us to 4 hours left. That's not enough to make it on a tank of fuel.
No, but I'm still waiting for the secret plan that they've briefly hinted towards on in the interview to come to fruition.
Is this where they have the strategy of a surprise 4th driver who turns out to be the Stig, a la
in the
diesel 24-hour of Silverstone? I did say though that was the moment they sort of had to kind of reveal who that Stig actually was, because when you
signing on to tracks.
Yes, exactly.
Like
when you're signing on in tracks, you have to sign indemnities and all sorts, and you have to put your legal names. You can't just put the Stig. And so when people
I would have
started
changed
to
my
find
legal
out,
name to the Stig.
well, yeah, got the employers to actually pay for it as well. But when you're racing there, you can't just be the Stig. And then it sort of the message grew about who the Stig actually was, and it sort of ruined the point of the Stig being this mysterious driver when drivers started to know who it actually was.
It's funny, that as one of my favourite episodes of that show, and that is surrounding not only a 24-hour karting event, but that's also the car that I have.
Oh,
I have one of them.
A BMW.
Yeah, one of very similar to that.
The diesel.
No, the petrol.
Oh, okay. I was going to say. Thankfully, then you won't be fed into your own machine then for dropping all the diesel in one place rather than spreading out on a field.
Old Top Gear references.
Oh, they're good, aren't they?
Oh.
They're good. As Fifth King says, as someone who's never driven in a car, I feel like it'd be scary to be sliding around like they are. Weirdly, I think you feel like you're in more control if you're starting to slide around, because it's all very intricate. There's nothing much of these cars in the way of preventing you from actually feeling through. There's no power steering. It's all mechanical, the steering. So you're able to feel the bumps. You're able to feel the back end start to tip out, and you can sort of hold the slides when you can. If you've never been in these cars, yeah, it is scary, and you just think, oh my god, I'm so out of control. Once you start to get a bit of practice in them, you'll start to find that you actually, in the wet, can't really drive these cars without a bit of sliding, without a bit of correction on the steering wheel. So although it looks terrifying, I can assure you for most of them it's completely under control.
Yeah, that's the thing, as long as it's progressive. But however, if the track underfoot is unpredictable, shall we say, where we have some differences in tarmac here, although nowhere near as many as quite a few British circuits.
Yeah.
It can that predictability can quickly disappear. But as you say, it also feels quite nice, doesn't it? As well, when you're sliding around, it feels quite satisfying to do, doesn't it?
When does this race finish? 4
Big
hours,
timer there.
37 minutes,
38.
and 37, 36, 35, 34, 33. Is that going to be the rest of the stream? Us just counting down the
well,
clock?
that's what a clock cam's for, isn't it?
Oh, that is what clock cam was for, wasn't it? Unfortunately, we won't get clock cam at the moment because Laura's just taken a reprieve from the rain.
Yeah. A well-deserved.
A well-deserved, yes, absolutely. Contact warning going out to second place team, Dab Motorsport, in the number 5.
I think we should have a commentary cam on Yusuf.
Yes. Yes, can we get Yusuf on the stream? Yeah, go on. There he is. Oh, he's awake. Oh, it won't be as funny.
Oh,
he's awake.
Ignore everything we said.
It. I mean, no, let's not get Yusuf. That would be cruel and unfunny. I didn't realise he was awake. That's so sad.
Harsh. Very harsh.
Oh, dearie me. How fast are these carts? Well, in theory, you can reach about 65, 70 miles an hour with them. In these conditions, not really possible. I would probably say you're looking at about maybe 35, 40 miles an hour, looking at top speeds, perhaps maybe even 45. It depends how brave you are.
Yeah,
that's a good question. In the dry, though, you'd probably be looking at an average lap speed of about 50 to 55 miles per hour, so pretty quick in these carts. Such a flowing circuit as well, and there's 2 heavy braking zones of the 2 hairpins, and even then, the second hairpin isn't really a heavy braking zone. It's more of a you tap on the brakes and try and slip the kart
Yeah, I was
in.
going to say it's more about a weight balance
Yeah,
change
it
than the
is.
actual derating of the cars.
Yeah. But we've had a really great time. I've had a great time, Reeve, as
So
we see
have I.
the Senior Frogs round away and pressing on, says Matt Plum. He wants to get the way through. Joe Hines saying they're averaging about 29 miles per hour in the wet. And I am assuming, Joe, there's been some maths behind that. And I'll leave the maths to others because there is a mathematical way to work out what the average lap speed is, but that's too advanced for me.
Yeah, especially at this stage. Yeah, Buckmore is a great track. It's got so many elements of the typical British circuit with the complexity and the technical nature of some of the corners, but you get the added benefit of, it's got brilliant facilities and it's quite wide circuit as well, so some of the overtaking opportunities are a little bit easier than others perhaps because the track is so wide.
Chat spotted Spicy Boys have been in the pits about 20 minutes ago. That's going to... Oh, so they're not on a one-stop anymore.
No,
They've got to stop twice more now.
Ah.
They will not make it to the end on their current set of fuel.
Yeah, that is...
So I wonder if there was an issue that meant they had to change driver, perhaps.
Perhaps. I was going to say, because if it was all smooth running, that wouldn't have been my first choice. Not that I am, in any way, shape or form, a sound authority to be basing your endurance racing strategy off.
That is a huge... That's huge for Senior Frogs. Now, whether they took on fuel in that stop, we didn't see. If they didn't... Oh, that's a slide there from Belly Boys Racing through hairpin 2. Well gathered. Well gathered there. Not like 20 minutes ago, like 2 minutes ago. You're right. I was reading Team ARD, who had stopped 19 minutes ago. Chat's correcting me again. You'll love to see it. But yes, 2 minutes ago. So I have to see last lap times. I'm a bit too late for last lap times. So I wanted to see if they had taken on fuel in a longer stop or whether it was solely a driver change. They are currently 44... No, they are. 1 lap down on Team ARD, who are 3.4 seconds behind on Senior Frogs. So we call that, let's say, 1 minute 10, perhaps. So that seems to me, that would add up to a fuel stop in my book.
Mm.
But that's trying to work it out by pure calculation.
Quick maths,
Yeah. Either way, massive. Yeah. Hopkins, you've got nothing to be sorry for. If anything, it's me being the incompetent one that I've got to be sorry for. You've got nothing to be worried about, D. Hopkins. Thank you for correcting us. Sometimes you just need 1,000 pair of eyes watching to help you out. Sometimes you do.
Hello to
and we're very grateful.
Hello to Farhan, who says, is this why British drivers are so good in the wet? I think so.
Yeah.
Our weather is certainly a big part of it.
Yeah.
Plenty of people who start karting from a young age, they have that built-in experience of driving about in the wet because we have to deal with it so frequently.
But this is the Jensen Button experience. Because
yes,
Jensen,
we're in the John Button suite.
We are, indeed. This is where we are located in the commentary box. And, of course, it goes the story that the Button family didn't have enough money for both dry and wet tyres. So they went with all dries. And if it rained, well, you're on slicks. And Jensen had to just cope with that, which is, a big reason we all believe why he's so smooth on the tyres and actually a very good he can very well predict and very well understand how the track is behaving and when to switch onto wet tyres, when to stay on dries, when to go back onto dry tyres. Oh, a bit of a bump there, and a bit of a sorry from the 28. And
another.
A bump forward and a bump sideways for the 28 there of slick and tired.
CD asks, what does FL in pink mean on score? Well, that means fastest lap there, and that just lets us know who, out of all the teams, has managed to navigate this circuit the quickest. And that was done by Rango with Red Mist very early on in the run. I think within the first hour, I believe it was.
Yes.
And yes, that was the best conditions we've seen all race and are likely to see for the rest of the race. In fact, I think that's pretty much a certainty at this point. So they will be coming home with, maybe they don't come home with any silverware, but they will be coming home with the fastest lap.
Yes.
So that's something to be proud of.
Yeah, at this stage, no one is taking that away from them. purely because of how much water there is out on track. Matt G says, I'd like to take chat to work with me so they can help me out when I mess something up. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? We're very blessed here, aren't we, Matt? Stream your work. Good option. Yes, stream your work and we'll all help out. That sounds good.
Depends what his work is.
Yes, that's true. Yusuf could mark it. If it's GCSE physics, yes, he could mark it.
Maybe he could yesterday when he was in, when he was more functional.
Yes, yes, absolutely. A couple of questions about what's the difference between rookie and pros. Is it different karts? No, it's all the same karts. It's the Sodi RT10s running a 390cc Honda engine. In the back, around about 13 horsepower. In the back of that, or in the side of that kart is probably a more accurate term. Side and back of the kart, running on Dunlop slick tyres. And there's no difference in the karts. They are of the same spec. So in theory, there shouldn't be any differences in karts, although it is mechanical, so you might get a tenth here or there, but they're as close as they possibly can be at this stage. So it is just a case of the driver ability behind the wheel. That's the difference between the pro and the rookies at this stage. The pros are about, well, Nameless Motorsport are 22 laps ahead of Senior Frogs, so that goes to show the sort of the level of driving at this stage. That the rookies, they're not that far off, to be fair,
really
but over the whole stint, we've got Senior Frogs, who are our top rookies at the moment, 108.009 on their last lap, and Nameless, 105.9.
Still flying along with a decent pace delta there then. I can't believe we missed the 1,000 lap marker.
Yeah,
we missed that checkpoint.
But you know what? It's all okay.
But as you say, on a percentage basis, and again, not prepared for maths at this point in time, but to be only 22 laps down, only 22 kilometres down compared to out of 1,000 kilometres as well, that is impressive stuff.
That's, well, they've been locked in a battle. This is a chance for the Senior Frogs to unlap themselves from the number 2
I think
machine.
at the moment, in terms of their pace, it's certainly on the cards. TRX Motorsport Elite in the mid 108. Senior Frogs on 108 flat at the moment. And there we have it.
Yeah, unlapped. Unlapped. So that was 5th place TRX Motorsport Elite. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but Senior Frogs are 7 laps down. But they're in different class, so it doesn't matter. They were 8, now they're down to 7. So
every little helps. Every
little helps, absolutely. And the fact that they're in a different class as well is good. There's the Spicy Frogs then. Spicy Frogs? Spicy Boys.
Spicy Frog. We're making teams.
I'm making teams up now. There's a 31st team. No, there isn't.
Why are the frogs spicy? How do you know the frogs are spicy?
I'll call them the Senior Boys now.
Senior
I don't know what's worse.
Mr. Boys.
Mr. Boys, yeah. English rain looks cold. Yes. I've got no argument against that because yes, that's absolutely true.
Don't know. England's been really bad recently for just loads of wind chill. You look at the weather. It's like it's 11 degrees out. No, it isn't.
No, lies. That's all you can say. It's utter lies.
We are watching the TRX Pro squad heading through there with the number 12 of Team Rango, those fastest lap holders there. Not setting quite that pace at the moment. No one is. Team Rango actually currently last in the pro running.
Just another one about the potential visor warnings for steamed up. I said this to Chaz in the towards the end of his first stint, bless him, that a visor warning for a steamed up visor sounds good on paper, but the steamed up visor means you've got restricted visibility, so you're warning someone by a visible aid that they can't see. It doesn't quite work. I think you have to let the driver figure that out themselves.
Yeah, I think, just obviously I've picked up a couple of visor warnings in the past. I think what happens, you end up seeing it anyway because you wait to the point where you've got a visor warning.
Yes.
You have to clear up your visor and make sure you can see properly
Yeah.
anyway, so you are going to see the visor. But it's a frustrating one because you almost kind of want to, again, the officials are doing a wonderful job, and thank you very much to your work out there. You want to kind of go, I know, I'm aware.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do about it. I'm trying.
Nameless Motorsport and Dab Motorsport, I've gone through a bit more maths. I would think they have 2 stops left because they'll get an hour worth more of running, and that's 3 hours 25. They can't make
A one stop would have been possible.
No, I don't think it will be now. Looking back at it, because they've run an hour and 48 of our leaders in Nameless so far, so they've got about another hour, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more.
True. Sorry,
That
a
takes
one
us to
stop would have been possible
3:25.
for other teams.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think a one stop's possible now for Kent Brewery Racing, Accelerate.
Yes.
So there is that, because they've already been on track for 22 minutes. TRX Motorsport Elite 7 minutes out of track. So these are teams that could now have one more stop left in the race if they play their cards right. So a little bit confusing, but we got there in the end. That's just a commentary box experience with me. It's confusing, but we get there in the end. It's all good. What's the penalty for a black flag? All that is making sure that if you receive too many contact warnings, too many track limit warnings, if you get a takeout, which is if you, well, as it suggests, take out another driver and gain a position, you normally get the black
that's
flag.
not
for
a
that.
penalty for having a spot of lunch halfway through the race.
Yeah, and at that point it depends on the
Little
severity.
delivery driver just trying to catch up to a car.
Yeah, and it also depends on the severity. If this is your first sort of 3 warning black flag, or your second one, you might get stopped for 20, 25 seconds. If it starts to get more than that, you'll start to get held longer as a sort of punishment to say, what are you doing? Come on, keep it between the right lines, behave yourself, don't make contact. So there is that, but it's basically a stop-and-go penalty, the black flag. The black flag is also used for safety, so if the officials deem that you're unsafe out in the cart, so if you've got a helmet strap undone, or perhaps the visor's got one prong off and it's sort of flapping about, it's your equivalent as well to a mechanical flag. So if the officials spot something wrong that maybe you haven't spotted, they'll call you in with the black flag, rectify that, and send you out straight away. So that's why in the briefings it's always said by our race director, if you see a black flag, regardless of whether you think you're at fault or not, pit in, because it could be about your safety.
Absolutely. And as we say, it tends to be around 20, 25 seconds. It is at the discretion, of course, of the official.
And track limit is half a kart beyond the white line. You're allowed half a kart, any more than that, and race control will think, interesting. Of course, the curb there is part of the track. So you'll see drivers ride that curb through the final corner, and that's fine. It's this red area here.
Yeah.
That's what you've got to be concerned about. If you dip over half onto the red tarmac, that is when the track limits start to wind up and round up.
And especially in conditions like these, I don't think there's too much advantage to be going out towards the painted stuff, really. That is fairly low grip and can soon see pointing in the wrong direction. And outside of that, if you're off track limits too much, you're in the dirt.
Yes.
So you don't want to be doing that either. You don't want to be driving your cart through the mud. It's not very nice on the cart. And of course, you're dragging dirt and stuff back onto the track, which really doesn't help the grip situation.
No, it doesn't. Not a lot has helped the grip situation so far today, really, has it?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. People want to see the mustard jumper. Why? Why does everyone want to see the mustard jumper?
We've had so much.
Here it is. We all good?
It's a comfy jumper.
There's a
I must
Chaz.
say. There's a Chaz.
There's a Chaz Draycott. Look at that. He has awoken from his slumber. He'll be here soon.
It's like
Don't
a
worry.
vampire.
Chat, you can. Yeah, you can.
He has risen.
Yeah, he has risen. Chat, you can. You'll be able to speak with him. Was it 12 noon? Is it, or is it 11? 12 noon. Okay, 12 o'clock. Mark it in your diaries. Chaz will be here for the final couple of hours alongside Yusuf bin Sahel. For now, you're stuck with myself, Kira Begidley, and Reeve Taylor alongside. And you've been stuck with us for a while.
Couple of hours to go. Just an hour and 15 left with myself and Kieran in the box.
Yes, there it is. The mustard jumper. Mustard man is here. Yes.
Mustard Man.
Mustard Man is here. Although, I'm having a look at the time. I'm in my final hour.
You are indeed.
Where's that time gone?
I know.
Where has it
flown
gone?
by.
Unbelievable. And I believe, Reeve, you'll be on your own.
Yeah,
that right?
again,
Again.
they're braving.
Chat, don't break
so-
him. You've already broken one of our
Reeve.
commentators. We don't need two.
I just about survived through the night. I must admit, waking up this morning was difficult. But yes, we're getting more comments about how apparently we look identical.
Yeah, we
Maybe they're confused after our wardrobe change. Maybe they think we still haven't changed back.
Maybe. Yeah, that's true. Chaz and Yusuf missed out on our amazing joke that had every payoff you could imagine.
Oh yeah, everyone got it immediately.
I knew this question was going to come up. Am I, by any chance, related to Callum McGinley? No, I don't believe there is any relation at all.
Don't believe.
I don't
that's
believe.
ambiguous.
Well, look, the surname comes from one part of Ireland. It's possible, but I can't say for sure. If we get some sort of family tree,
Let's get an ancestry.
yeah, you know, other 4 hours and 19 minutes. Very nice.
Has anyone got 23 quid or however much it costs?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So if we get to, can anyone contribute
to the.
to the ancestry donation, please? I promise I'll find
I
out
think
if I'm
that'll be
related
the
to Callum.
weirdest knock on the door they'll have ever had at
I
the
would,
green
wouldn't it?
room.
I would.
Hello, Callum.
We did actually have a
Please.
chat. Actually, we share the same surname. That was easy for me to say, wasn't it? We share the same surname. No, I believe it is just pure coincidence. Pure coincidence. That would be a claim to fame. I'm related to a senior frog. There you go. To the team principal. No, I don't believe so, though.
Nice move there from Nameless, leading the race, of course, working their way through traffic. And this
Spinner up at hairpin 1 there, just on
good
the
spot.
cut through there. It manages to rejoin safely. Oh, it's horrible. I've locked up because the main thing that happens into hairpin 1 is you lock the rears, and it's horrible because all the drive just sort of stops, and you hear the car, the rear
engine
just
sort of
lock.
stumble.
Yeah, it just locks up, and you think, oh, I'm going round, aren't I? And the only solution is to try and let off the brake to unlock the brakes. But
Yeah.
of course, you're heading towards a hairpin, so you're stuck in two minds of I've got to stop this car, but I've also got to stop locking up. And in the end, you just decide I have to lock up. There's no other choice.
It is one of the counterintuitive parts of racing a kart. It is dealing with lockups and just committing into corner entry
Yeah.
anyway and just kind of letting it happen.
Dear me. I tell you what, though, we missed our sort of 4.5 hour mark to go through some standings. So I will just quickly run through the top 5 of each class for you. It's Nameless Motorsport at the top of the Pro, Dab Motorsport in 2nd place. Then it's Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in 3rd. The Only Way Brentwood is in 4th place, and TRX Motorsport Elite round off the top 5 in the pros. Then for the rookies, it's Senior Frogs who are leading the rookie class, Spicy Boys in 2nd in class, Elite Disco Racing in 3rd, with Fat and Furious in 4th, and 1322 Racing Northeast rounding off our top 5 in the rookies. And there's your quick run through. You get a full run through, I assume, with Reeve at the top of the hour. I say the top of the hour, it's the bottom of the hour. But it's the top of the hour in the race because then there'll be 4 hours to go.
What?
Exactly. I just kept talking and hoped something...
In about 15 minutes, I'll give you a run through.
Yes.
There we are.
There you go. Although, actually, in theory, because for some people that would be the top of the hour because there are time zones that are like and a half. Oh, let's move on to something else.
Moving on.
That's a whole
Moving
kettle
on
of
to an
fish.
even better topic. Motorsport Magpie asked, how is Reevy Dent?
How is Reevy Dent?
Reevy Dent's doing good, ready for research.
Oh, that's a throwback to, I think that's about 17 hours ago now, 16 hours ago.
Yeah,
But yes,
yeah.
Reevy Dent is doing absolutely fine. We still didn't come up with a countdown pun name for myself. Although, no, we did actually, and I forget what it was.
It
And I think
was, someone came up with, it was
Kachel McRiley.
Kachel McRae.
That was it, yeah. Kachel McRiley. There you go. So there's our countdown names. Boy, that was a countdown conundrum to try and figure out that one
That
out,
was.
wasn't it?
That would get you a load of points.
That would. 10, I think.
Oh no, Photoshop's opened on the laptop. What a shame.
Don't give them ideas. Don't give chat ideas.
No, even if chat doesn't do it, I have access to Photoshop right here. So if I go a bit quiet in my hour alone,
Now
I'll be
then you'll know.
taking suggestions and recommendations. No, I won't. I won't.
Turbo, a 3 laps gap. Yep, that's absolutely right. 3 laps in the gap. But what you've got to bear in mind is there has been nearly 20 hours of racing. So for it to be a 3 lap gap at this point is not bad whatsoever. What you're looking at is basically the lap times that can contribute a lap. So we're looking at 1 minute 5, 1 minute 6s. So we're looking at maybe 3 minutes 21 plus a bit more for a gap. And over 20 hours so far, that's not bad at all.
Yeah,
you can still have some problems earlier on. I think you're just going to come on to a donation. Mike Hipperson, thank you very much for the £2. Oh, mustard, Dijon or English?
I was wondering this about your jumper. I was trying to think, what does it most resemble? I think it most resembles Dijon.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Not English then?
No.
Okay.
That's what I'm
Interesting American mustard wasn't mentioned, though.
No, that's just pretend. We don't talk about American mustard.
No, I think, in my view, Americans get 2 foods right. Peanut butter and mustard. And I'm preparing to camp on this hill.
What's different about an American's peanut butter?
I don't know. I think there's a bit of salt in the peanut butter, and I think that's a little bit. I like it. There you go.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to say on it. You know.
Anyway, thank you for that donation, Mike. You're contributing to the ancestry.
Yeah, we
ancestry fund.
We answered your question about mustard by talking about peanut butter. So do what you will with that information.
I was going to say something relevant to the racing then.
No.
I've forgotten.
Why would you do that?
I've completely forgotten.
That's rotten.
Yeah.
Why would you commentate on a race?
I know. Yeah, I've completely forgotten now. Doesn't matter. I'm sure it wasn't important.
Oh, there's some love for Dijon mustard. I have to say, and there's peanut butter is disgusting. Get out. Leave. That's blasphemy. I am. Marmite peanut butter. Why would you combine Marmite with a thing of pure beauty?
I don't think I've ever had Marmite.
I have. Not nice. Not nice at all.
Oh, Chaz is threatening war. Commentary box once again is becoming a war zone.
Marmite is brilliant, says Chaz Draycott. Well, you know what they say? You either love it or you hate it. And
unless you're indifferent because you haven't tried it.
No one can like it. It's love or hate. There's no in between. Peanut butter and mustard in a sandwich? No. Again, you're taking something great like peanut butter and ruining it with mustard. Why would you do that?
Yeah, the chat's now very much concentrating on peanut butter.
Yeah. I'm glad because Reese's, and I will drop them because, yeah. Ooh, that's smooth or crunchy peanut butter. I like both.
Depends on the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both is great.
I think I'm going to say crunchy, I think. Yeah,
peanut butter is not pure beauty. I'm getting a lot of peanut butter slander here, and it's just not acceptable at this point. I don't deserve it, production. No, I refuse. Vegemite.
Oh, the Australians are here.
Oh no, somehow that's even worse than Marmite. I don't know how you Aussies managed to take Marmite and make it much worse. I don't understand how you managed that. Oh dear.
Biscoff spread and Vegemite. What?
No.
Biscoff spread, by the way, elite tier spread. One of the best things invented. I prefer it to Biscoff biscuits.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
There is a race.
Crunchy peanut butter for the texture. Yep, with you there. I'm with you there. But also, smooth peanut butter for, sometimes you just want a sandwich that doesn't have, the crunch in it. Sometimes. Yes. I think both are acceptable.
In go-karting news.
What?
The Senior Frogs, as Chat has pointed out, are due a pit stop around about now, leading that rookie race, of course. That last lap was a strong lap as well, 106.9. I'm sure they'd be hoping that if they didn't have fuel to consider, they'd be trying to stay out there
absolutely
with for as long as possible.
Yeah,
flying along.
Oh, flying along, definitely. And great to watch, great to see. And of course, I hope you're all being thoroughly entertained in the chat there. Yeah, with our little random talks, with some karting
just thrown in there every now and again. Apparently there's a race going on somewhere, I'm not sure.
Yeah, somewhere
bring it
there.
Back to the most important topic at hand, the spread discussion. Someone's mentioned a peanut butter and Nutella.
I saw salad cream was disgusting, and I have to disagree. I think salad cream in the right environment is nice.
Yeah, peanut butter and Nutella has a time and a place. I don't like too much of it because it gets a bit too rich and a bit too sweet, but good.
Yeah.
And I know I'm going to delve back to one of our earlier rants, as someone has a little bit of an off over a curb there.
Your earlier rants?
About when we were discussing service stations and motorways and favourite supermarkets, and I said that the M&S ham and mozzarella.
Yourself.
Well, I'm northern.
Yeah, you
so
did
I'm
yourself.
To, like,
you did yourself a disservice to all northerners.
And there is another thing M&S do, which is a jar of spread, which is half. What is it? It's half Nutella, or their version of Nutella. Literally, it's half and half in the jar. Half Nutella, half Oreo filling.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. That seems a bit quite sweet.
Good.
Okay.
It's good.
Take your word for it. Sports Buffin, thank you very much for the £2. Who says Bovril is seriously underrated, as is Nutella.
I've never drank Bovril.
No, I've never had Bovril, so I can't comment on that.
Yeah. Imagine it's a warming winter drink. Oh, someone said Biscoff on Toasters Elite. Yes, I thought that said Bovril on Toasters Elite. Anyway, yeah, karting. Still looking very wet at Garda. Yes, thank you for the donation there, the Sports Buffin.
Yes, thank you very much.
The Ancestry Fund is getting there. See,
the
thing is, if we actually meet kind of vaguely that figure that I threw out, I kind of feel like we've got an obligation to actually...
We must point out it's not a real thing. Don't contribute to it.
No,
we are telling you not to.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Yeah.
But also, don't be surprised if on his socials you see a post soon enough saying Ancestry have come back to me.
Yeah. I become part of the Senior Frogs, just, you know.
What would you do in that case? Would you continue commentating a Buckmore 24, or would you... there's a question for you.
I'd have to at that point, wouldn't I?
You continue commentating? You wouldn't jump in on the race?
If they're back here, I'll be back here.
Okay.
That's how I'll work it.
Oh, I was working off the basis that they're going to allow you back.
Yeah,
I was assuming that was a given.
Well, I mean...
Which I thought was generous. As it is for me.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the support in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've just spent the past 10 minutes discussing peanut butter and mustard and Vegemite.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there has been some, carts out on circuit. I mean, it is powerboat racing. We got close to the... oh, hello, that was a voice break. We got close there.
Number 25, a very big tag snapper there. Well held, the ditch finders. Nearly found that ditch, but just about avoided it.
You won't miss his legs there, will you?
No.
You won't miss him at all. And certainly, I'm sure that contributed to the fact that he managed to make sure that cart just about slowed down towards the first hairpin. Brilliant. Brilliant from the ditch finders. Well, our producers just reminded us of a thing that Radio 1 do at the moment, which is sexy, not sexy. I just don't think I have the charisma to pull it off. I don't know. I can't even think.
Butter on toast, not sexy. Sorry, butter on bread, not sexy. Butter on toast, sexy.
Right.
I'm not quite
sure
I understand.
I'll tell you, I'll say this, James. I'll leave that to the experts, because I'm more than happy if berating
Don't worry,
people.
foodstuffs, you're not under threat.
Yeah.
You are safe.
You're safe for now. But thank you for the suggestion, James. It's just that we don't...
Who is insulting French toast? French toast is one of the best inventions ever.
See, this is what we live for. Yeah. Is people saying foodstuffs are bad, and we're going, what? No, absolutely not. Yeah. Here's why you're wrong.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's watch some oversteering.
I promise there is some karting involved in this somewhere, but there we go. Oh, contact there going in towards the S's. 17 is not happy there. That's Formula None, and that was Elite Discos trying to get a move down the inside. That wasn't for position, by the way. That was to put another lap on Formula None. Yet, they still tried it, and this is what we were saying before as well. We said it a long time ago. The fact of the matter is that there's still a little bit of contact there. They're not done with this. Sometimes, if you're out there with no radio, you don't actually know who you're battling.
No.
So it's a case of, I'm going to battle you, I don't care. Whereas if you do have a radio, you can have a team member say, look, you're not battling the cart behind. Yeah, don't lose time, just let them go, get on with it. But it is a case out there where you are on your own for a good 2 hours. Oh, as that's the 16s run a little bit wide there onto that painted tarmac, Elite Discos Racing, then have to rejoin onto the circuit. And, that's the problem with going into Conways. If you run slightly too wide, catch that red bit of tarmac. It's so slippery.
It's an ice rink.
And it's a slippery slope. It's one of those where you get one wheel on it, you lose grip there. So you try and counteract, but then you lose 2 with the second wheel going on. Then you're pretty much lost all grip from there. It's just all downhill from there until you try and slow the kart down and hope that there is some sort of grip out there.
Yeah, another, I think, pinch point as well is the run into Garda, though. You've got to negotiate the braking zone. It's wet. It's an overtaking opportunity, so you're probably battling someone, as we can see here. But the track's also falling away from you as you're entering that braking zone, so it makes things a little bit more sketchy.
Yes. Yeah, it always does. Always does. Always a bit tricky no matter what. But at the moment then, Nameless at the top. We're still watching on the... By the way, this battle's not for position. Just have to point that out. That's Elite Discos Racing, who are trying to get away now from Formula None. As we make our way down towards the first hairpin. And...
Good slide there.
Yeah, good slide. Good slide indeed. Spicy Boys then, they are about a lap and maybe a half behind Senior Frogs at the moment. Yeah, I would say about a lap and a quarter maybe. It's probably more accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway. It means something to somebody. Maybe it's more internet. Maybe it's closer to 2 laps actually now that I look at it. Because we've got the Spice Boys who are just about to cross the timing line.
Speaking of people crossing the timing lines, Dab Motorsport, I should mention, this is an important phase in the race one. They're coming to the end of another stint here, and of course they're in the mix in that battle between themselves and Accelerate Kent Brewery. Accelerate Kent Brewery will be closer after Dab have another pit stop, but Dab are responding with a bit of a charge at this point. 105.6 on the last lap, matching Nameless out in front there, so flying along over a second clear of Accelerate Kent Brewery on that last lap to try and build up a bit of a safety net, so when they do serve that pit, they can try and remain ahead, but more than likely be a little bit closer at least on re-entry.
Yeah, and we get to that point now where we've got only 2 more pit stops to go really left of this race, and a recovering spinner. That looked like the number 21, so that would have been Belly Boys Racing, who just had a bit of a spin going in towards hairpin 1 there. I mean, I will say, on the whole, driving standards here have been really good.
Yes.
We've seen some battles. Yes, there's been contact. That's inevitable when you're racing on slick tyres on a wet track. But overall, the driving standards have been really good.
Yeah, especially this late on as well. We haven't really seen a slip.
Yeah, and these are all, well, most of them have done this all before. Some of them have never done a 24-hour before, let alone, well, they've never raced a Buckmore, let alone a 24-hour before. And, yeah, it's just a case of really jumping in at the deep end on a rain-sodden track. There's not many more experiences you can say that are sort of baptisms of fire.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of baptisms of fire, at least for some of the rookies in that squad, Chris in chat asking, what happened to Quadrant? And the answer is they've actually had a really good race.
Yeah.
They just started bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, we spoke to Super GT earlier on in the race. It was yesterday, I think now. I'm trying to keep track of it. It was yesterday. But he was saying about how it's members of Quadrant, they all have various different levels of ability, and that's okay. They're here to just have the experience of finishing a 24-hour. So although it started off not on the right foot, the fact that they've managed to go from 30th now up to P23 is great. You know, they've done a good recovery job. They said to them, I think it was actually Super GT who said, we're having the cameras on and we're having longer pit stops to change over the cameras. If we were taking it seriously, we wouldn't be filming. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So there is that.
That is a race through and through.
Yes. Has it ever been this wet for a 24-hour race before? We've had wetter today.
Would you say what we had earlier on was probably the wettest you've seen this track? At least in 24.
In 24, yes. In 24, definitely.
MD is shaking his head.
So we just see a couple of karts making their way through. That's number 4 kart making its way through. That's Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, who are currently 3rd at the moment.
Just had a quick chat there with Phil, the MD of Buckmore, and saying, no, there was a 24-hour once where they had to stop the running to allow the karts to dry out for an hour because they weren't.
2019?
Because the
18.
The carts weren't running, it was so wet, so they had to stop for an hour to allow the carts to dry out for a bit. They continue on. The carts protesting the weather, so we've had it lucky today.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. As there goes, I think that's Jake Taplin in the Dab Motorsport, getting a move down the inside of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, and that is a move to attempt to get them 2 laps ahead now of Accelerate. So they now move themselves ahead. I think that is Jake Taplin. I will double check the findings in. Yes, it is Jake Taplin behind the wheel who gets past, and that will now be 2 laps put, or another lap at least put on Accelerate. And so now, yes, Accelerate now are 1 lap behind Dab Motorsport. Well, here we go then. It's almost 4 hours to go. Reeve.
Yeah, time has flown by.
Yeah, it has flown by, and it's probably time to give you a bit more of a fuller rundown of the order. Would you like to do the honours, Reeve? Or
I
like
will
me?
indeed.
Oh, you go for it, sir.
This was the rundown that we were anticipating. It is Nameless Motorsport in the lead in the pro classes. We have a couple of change positions further down the order, as you can see on the timing tower there, but it is Nameless Motorsport, as I say, leading this race with good pace still, 105.3 in the last lap. Then it's Dab Motorsport P2, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in P3, and then it's the Anyways Brentwood P4, TRX Motorsport Elite P5, Ditchfinders, EKS All-Stars, the Slidemen, Tony and the Bandits, and Borough NFS are top 10. That is for the pros. Moving on to the rookies, it is Senior Frogs out in the lead in the rookies class. They are still very much in the midst of battle. We're waiting for a pit stop for the 29 kart. Then it's Spice Boys P2, Elite Discos Racing P3, Fat and Furious P4, and 1322 Racing North East are top 5 for the rookies.
So we've had someone in the chat say it's been very fun to watch. Apparently we've been really good and engaging commentators. Thank you very much. It's not just us.
What stream have you been watching?
It's not just been us you've watching though, as well. It's a team of 4 of us. So it's great that. Thank you for the compliments. We are I think we've worked really well as a team this year.
I hope
we
so.
really
Yeah,
have.
I think
as
so
a
well.
team.
Yeah.
James has said is probably thinking, no, you've just talked about sandwiches the whole time. How can that possibly be good? Shaking, nods his head at me. So I don't think I'm coming back, lads. A shake of the head. I see out the corner of my eye. Or no, circle. Yes and no, in some form. Apparently I'll be here. That sounds like more of a threat than it does an invitation. But there we go. Do you think TRX Elites could make up any more time? They're 4 laps behind Anyways Brentwood. They're 2 laps ahead of Ditchfinder. So they're at the point of the race now where it's a little bit of a race of their own right now. As we see, that's the number 23. That's MPMC. That's the Met Police Motorsport Club who are running there. But they have pulled up behind Science, Sealed and Delivered. And of course, there's only one fueling bay. You can only refuel 1 car at a time in the pit lane. So if you pull up behind a car, you are waiting. Back to the question about TRX Motorsport Elite. Yeah, it's tough to say. They are in a bit of a race for their own. They are lapping slower right now by a few tenths a lap than the Anyways Brentford. But they're lapping half a second to a second quicker than Ditchfinder. So at the moment, TRX Motorsport Elite are in a bit of a race of their own. But that's not a bad thing. It means for the next few hours they can really try and secure their spot in the top 5, which is no mean feat. It has been tough out there. And pit lane is getting very, very busy. That normally means a couple of driver changes, all in good spirits.
Yeah, the spirits raised towards the end of the race there. Good to see.
Absolutely. Who is Bandito Delito?
Pit stop record holders, that's who they are.
That's absolutely right.
You want Hippo Bed in the chat there says, I want to be a fly on the wall in the commentators stream debrief.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well,
have we a debrief planned?
Isn't it just high fives? You're like, yeah. Oh yeah, and that's true. I'm not invited. I have to go.
Is a debrief about you? Is that why?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's why I have to leave early.
I'm surprised we've not got. But to be honest, the stream. I came back in after Chaz's long stint overnight, and the stream was still up. So
he was still there.
So the debrief can't be that long.
It's one of those, isn't it? Motorsport Bagpipe saying, I think they go to sleep after this. Definitely for Yusuf and Chaz, bless them. They have been in the wars.
I should probably try and catch a little bit of sleep before I drive the 5.5 hours back up north.
Yes. Sorry, the question I was going to ask was Bandito, Delito. Yes, they are a combination of sim racing influencers. So you've got the likes of Dirk Chocolate, that guy Vince, it's Alex Budd, I think, as well. So you've got, I'm just going to check that because I think I've got the last name wrong. It's Alex Brown. I do apologise. But Robert Greeno of Carbon Shadow. And you've also got Gareth Allen, who is one of the founders of Creator Series. Clock cam. Let's get to 30. Come on.
They're going to do it again.
They're going to do it.
Oh,
I hate it when they do that.
Oh, they all. Oh, it's evil.
Damn you, production. I can't believe.
We've had hashtag blame Yusuf, hashtag Nintendo Gate, hashtag evil James.
I can't believe we fell for it twice. Once was bad enough. Why would we open our hearts up to be fooled twice?
Racing update, as we are following along with the Senior Frog squad at the moment. I've just had Yusuf in my ear. Some very useful information there. Running along very nicely and about to, or there or thereabouts, about to get a lap on the Spicy Boys as it stands.
Yes.
And of course, the Senior Frogs still have a pit stop to serve ahead of the Spicy Boys, but if that pit stop goes well, they will effectively, as that is the Senior Frogs diving into the pits now.
Oh, you can tell it's Laura out there, can't you? Brilliant.
But if they nail that pit stop, they could still be net lead.
They could be, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to these last two pit stops, making sure everything works to a T. But also, you've got to keep your warnings down and don't take anybody out. You do not want a black flag in the latter stages of this race. Hour 21 we are well into now. Driver change occurring now in the number 29, so Senior Frogs. As one seat insert goes out, we get ourselves underway. Got to get the content.
Cam reception.
Yeah, this is cam reception. Yeah, it is. A great stint from Matt Plum, though, wasn't it? Fantastic job he did out there.
One of the things, obviously, you know, we're a very professional production company. We've got batteries aplenty and all. I'd love to see the amount of batteries the likes of the Sidemen and Quadrant have had to bring with them to keep their cameras going for 24 hours, because they have been very much on the case on the content, on the recording, haven't they?
They
been
have
non-stop, their videographers. Ah, right, I see. So Buckmore have given them the necessary equipment to keep them charged up.
Now, I wonder if that's Harry Lewis that is headed out into the car for Senior Frogs, because he is not in the so-called team attire at the moment. But there you go. There's Matt there, having a debrief for that content. Yes, absolutely. Great stint, Matt, I have to say. Brilliant stuff. Built up the gap perfectly. And a well-earned rest, I think, for Matt now. I think is on the cards.
Yes, that was, as you say, a brilliant stint. I was about to say, I wasn't completely wrong because we've had loads of track limits warnings. I can't it doesn't seem like we've had too many track limits warnings recently, but that's just because I haven't looked at the penalty box for the past 3 minutes. And there we see some appreciation from the Senior Frogs squad, congratulating him on what was, as we say, a brilliant drive there. Put them in a great position. Now it's just a case of bringing it home.
Yeah, that's all it is at this stage. I'm sure the debrief happening just to make sure everyone is okay. Yellow's in the S's at the moment, and I wonder if that's just to reorganise some blocks there and make sure everything runs smoothly, because we've got greens at after the Symes suite. And there's a driver that just pulled off, and a red seat insert. The very rare red seat insert.
Yeah, that is. I can't remember last time I saw one like that.
It doesn't count. You looked in the camera. It's, although, to be fair, Laura did put it right up to your face. It's very difficult not to look in a camera. It's right there. Number 8 then in the pits. That's Borough 11 NFS. Chucks the seat insert in, and away they go.
I think we've entered the phase of the stream again, which I fell into at the end of
Don't do it again.
Last evening. So you know when I had the caffeine shakes.
Oh yeah, here we go again. Oh dear.
Fueled by pure caffeine at this point.
So that could possibly mean then, we haven't seen Chip out in the kart in a while.
No, we haven't. I believe he is due to go on. They were saying before, weren't they? It's
so he will probably
Harry
go out
and
last
Chip.
then. He'll probably take the checkered flag. So that means it will probably be Harry in the kart now. We're just figuring this out because he was in the kart. I think he wore last year. Black flag going out to Formula None, who are 6th in class in rookies. They are though 8 laps ahead of TRX Motorsport Pro, the next karting class. So not the end of the world. If you're going to get a black flag, get it when you're 6 laps ahead of your rival.
See some of the tinted visors coming back on now. We are in daylight once again. Although I'm not entirely sure that a tinted visor would be entirely necessary in the lighting conditions we have outside.
Look, there's a reason we're up here, Reeve. There is a very good reason. Nameless, our leaders in the pits. They spent 2 hours 23 on their last stint. Now then, they will have to stop one more time after this. So, let's see. Fueling the kart up. And as always, they fuel up to full. As we'll see, jump in that. I'm trying to figure out who that could be through the wetsuit. Is that Fraser Brunton? That looks like Fraser Brunton to me, who's jumped into the kart. Oh, Fraser's jumped out, Yusuf said. Did you see who jumped in? No, okay. We'll figure it out.
So it's not Fraser Brunton,
It's
as
not,
we
we've
just
ruled
said.
out. Yusuf has ruled out Fraser Brunton.
That's what we said all along.
Yeah. You misheard me. No, you didn't. I'll just gaslight chat. That's the way forward. No, you're right. It's not. It's not because he's got the white sleeves and Fraser Brunton doesn't have white sleeves. So it couldn't have been him. What a fool I've been. What a fool.
7 black flag there, the number 17 of Formula 1 there, eager to leave.
Yeah, very eager to leave.
Has to wait that 20 or so seconds though.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Nameless have stopped then. 1,100 laps we have passed now. So, if you were guessing 1,300, it's not a bad guess. So, it's almost like I did a little bit of dodgy maths, got a number, and said, great.
We've had as ever, was completely wrong.
Was it Bo Sullivan? Could have been Bo. Yeah, I think you're right. It was Bo. We'll go with Bo. And if I'm wrong, put it on me. Well, it wasn't Jack Goldsmith. He's in a blue suit. And I assume Jack will take the checkered flag. That's how he normally runs. He's also one of the team leaders. So I would assume Jack would take the checkered flag for this one. He's taken the checkered flag on, I think, more often than not on these occasions, the Buckmore 24 Hours. So we'll see him later on. Jack Goldsmith, Kart Race of Champions lightweight champion, which was held here at Buckmore Park.
What have we got going on here?
A lot of zest is what's happening.
Does the
middle one count as zesty?
I don't know, but that one on the right is the variety.
The left one definitely doesn't count as zesty.
No. The one on the right is the variety of beverage that the chat is saying that I should be drinking. So I will not. Yeah, someone in chat saying it looks about as wet as it did 8 hours ago. I think it was a little bit wetter 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
It was properly bad. I mean, when I popped out in the car late, are you okay?
Yeah, there it is. There's the board. Black flag, though, for number 13. Only way is Brentwood. They are 4 laps ahead of TRX Motorsport Elite, so won't be too vicious of a penalty to have to serve. But still, you don't want to give away positions here. Fat and Furious are about to get a black flag penalty as well. There it is on your screens. They are running 4th in class. But 1322 Racing Northeast are only a lap behind. That's going to put them straight into the path of that battle for 4th place in class.
I believe that's a Mr. Willenny. I'm not mistaken. It's not Mr. Willenny. It looks a bit like him from the back.
No, it wasn't. You went in there, guns are blazing.
I've done that half confused as well. Willenny also looks identical to someone from my old university karting team. I mean, identical.
To be fair, you're not the first one that's gone in guns are blazing saying it's definitely him and got it wrong. I've done it about 3 times as much as you in this race alone. So don't worry about it. The fatigue gets to everybody. It's all good. It is, in fact, I'm going to say that's the only way is Brentwood.
Given the
given the cheering on for the only way is
that
Brentwood.
would be a good guess.
It's a good clue.
Yes.
It's a good clue. We should take advantage of it. Yeah. A bit of chat about who was in the cart. Chris Dixon was out having a chat to... I'm pretty sure it was Chris having a chat. I won't say how I know it was Chris. I think chat knows how I know it was Chris. But anyway. All I can say is Chris Dixon can just score many more goals than I ever could. That's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm at peace with that. So how are we seeing lap times, Poppy? Pinned comment in the live chat, live.alphatime.co.uk/Buckmore. You can follow on all the live timing as it happens, and it's what we're seeing as well, what we're watching on as well, that's got off to the side.
Yeah, which means we have no excuses.
Well, you'd think. You'd think, eh?
Speaking of the times, though, we're just having a look at that battle for the rookies lead. Senior Frogs still leading, Harry in the cart now, both on lap 1100, both Senior Frogs and Spicy Boys. Spicy Boys about 1.5 seconds quicker at any given time. So there's still a lap separating them, but as we get later into the stint, we could have a battle on our hands between the number 29 and number 19 cart. So still not settled in the rookie running.
No, still plenty of time to decide who's going to win out in that battle. Fluffy says, is it bad I've been up for 20 hours straight? Depends. Have you been needed for any commentary or driving? If not, no, not so bad. And also, if you're trying to reset your sleep schedule, not bad at all. I wouldn't recommend staying up for 20 hours straight, but, you know, a Fluffy's got to do what a Fluffy's got to do. Warnings coming through. We're getting close. Well, we've got 44 minutes left until the final slate is wiped clean. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, if you just tuned in, welcome along. What we mean by that is you will have seen track limit warnings, contact warnings, maybe even one. We've had one curb warning, as far as I can see, that went out to 13 of the only way is Brentwood. And a black flag going out to the slide men, not to be confused. They are currently 8th at the moment and a lap ahead of Toby and the Bandits. So that could cost them a little bit of time. They might rejoin just behind them, but in a case of trying to put a lap back on them, if that made any sense. I was making a point earlier before that black flag came out and I lost my train of thought. It's a terrible train to lose.
It's quite difficult to lose a train, isn't it?
It is.
Usually.
It is. I'll have a look back because now I'm...
although that... I suppose you can have a runaway train.
I suppose you could. I suppose you could.
That was relevant.
Anyway. That's going to annoy me now. Chat, what was I talking about? It couldn't have been that important. Oh, well, chat will tell me. If chat was even listening. Chat might be just like, oh, here we go again. Not this guy. Oh, dearie me. 3 hours and 42 minutes left of this race. It's flown by, hasn't it?
It has. You only have 12 minutes left.
I do.
In your commentary schedule. How
it's sad.
I'm sure you'll give more of a sum up at the very end, but how's it been for you?
I've loved it. I will just say first, though, Rob Jones has just put in £1.99. Shout out to Michael Jones, currently in cart 23. Well, we will shout out Michael Jones.
Motor Club, isn't it?
Michael Jones! There you go. In the MPMC. And there's Chris Dixon, not in the cart. There you go.
But about to be in the cart.
Absolutely.
In a bit. Well, I say about. Yeah, in a bit.
Team principal, Cal Freezy, watching on with intent. There's a look of concentration if I've ever seen one.
That is one thing that has really impressed me about the Senior Frogs at this event. They really have got stuck in. They are.
I know what I was talking about now.
Ah.
That's it. Thank you, chat. Clean the slate. Yes. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, every 3-hour interval, you'll have seen all these track limit warnings, contact warnings all being gathered. You get 3 before you have 2, and then your third one is a black flag. Now, if you get to that 3-hour interval at the end of it, and you've, say, got 2 warnings, that slate gets wiped clean. So then you have 0 warnings. We're coming up to 41 minutes away from the last slate being wiped clean. So any warnings you have in this period get wiped out in about 41 minutes' time. And then after that, that's it. No more slates get wiped clean. If you get warnings, they're with you for the rest of the race.
Yeah. And a bit of a warning for the Senior Frog squad. I think the pace needs to be a little bit quicker in order to try and at least help a fight towards this rookie race victory. That last lap wasn't wholly ideal. It was a 110.1. The Spicy Boys are in the 107s at the moment. They are flying along given the conditions we have out on track. Some of the fastest cars out there are the Spicy Boys. Actually, they are very spicy in terms of pace, and closing that gap up to the Senior Frogs now stands at just 10 seconds. A very small gap indeed. I imagine at this rate it'll only be a few more laps before we have a battle on our hands between those 2 cars.
Yeah, a bit of yellow flag confusion going through in towards hairpin 2 there. That was the 22, the Sporting Club. Went through the yellow flags and I think overtook there, and then quickly remembered, yes, there was a yellow flag there, and sort of tried to let the driver back through. Now, he might get a slap on the wrist from race control for that, because if they deemed it was racing under yellows, there's not a lot else you can punish that other than a black flag. But if they see that maybe he's ceded the position, said he was really sorry, maybe it might just go away with a slap on the wrist there. Is everything wiped at specific 3-hour intervals, or 3 hours when you get your first warning? At the 3-hour intervals. So if you get that warning at any point in the 3-hour period, it's then wiped clean at the end of that interval. So the first interval would have been at 21 hours to go, at 18 hours to go would have been the second, at 15 hours to go, and so on and so forth. So the last time all the warnings get wiped clean will be at 3 hours to go.
Couple more track limits warnings piling into our Motorsport Elite. They are flying along our Motorsport Elite. 107.5. Sorry, no, correct me. I am totally wrong there. A 108.9 in that last lap. They were in the 107s previous time around. Yes, a little bit of an iffy lap there, causing a slight track limits warning.
Black flag for Borough 11 NFS in the number 8, who are 10th overall. They've got 2 laps between themselves and Team ARD. Might actually become 1 lap. Yes, it will become 1 lap. So that's a case there where that might be an interesting battle for a place in the top 10. Keep an eye on that one. And just to boot, they've got themselves a track limit warning as well. Because why not?
Yeah, got to catch them all.
You can't treat warnings like Pokemon.
No, I don't want to discuss any more Nintendo franchises.
Yeah.
I've been kicked off the chat. My laptop has given up the ghost in terms of chat.
Oh,
it's probably for the best.
We've got chat here.
Yeah, we've got another laptop.
Yeah, you can have a look at this one. That'll be okay. It'll be all right.
Hippo asks, is the fastest lap at the bottom of Pro Class? Yes, they are.
Yes.
That will be from earlier on in the dry running when they had some great pace. I mean, they are Team Rango with Red Mist, and the Red Mist appeared to have descended at that dry phase of the race at the very start when they were, as I say, very competitive, flying along. Just a couple of misfortunes, I think, midway through the race have seen them hanging around in P19 on the road. They've still got good pace. They're still in the mid-107s. They are up there with the upper midfield. It's just an unfortunate position to be in the race overall.
Yeah, it is one of those things. Sometimes it just doesn't quite work, and that is just sometimes how an endurance goes. Sometimes it just does not work, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's the frustrating thing, because there's nothing you can do about it. But we'll see here. There's the number 28 kart. That's Slick and Tired, who are running out there at the moment. I mean, let's face it. We are, 3 hours 36 until the end. There are drivers now and teams that are just so eager to get to the checkered flag.
Yes.
You don't want any, silly penalties or silly mistakes at this stage. You want clean driving as it has been for the most part, actually.
It has. They've done a very commendable job given the conditions and given the long nature of the event.
Motorsport Magpie, don't mention Yoshi, not with Reeve around. Not a good idea. Not a good idea.
I like how it's got the stigma around it. We were all in agreement, pretty much. I had plenty of people in the chat agreeing with me. That
I conveniently didn't see those comments then. I conveniently didn't see that live chat.
Well, me and Yusuf were discussing it as well. And it basically, this is the last time I'm going to bring it up all stream.
Okay, I'll believe you when we get to the end.
It basically boiled down to the fact that he's green.
Yeah. Well.
Which you cannot deny me. Yoshi is green.
Chat's keeping an eye on a battle as well. Senor
Worst
Frogs and
incident of the race
Boys.
so far, Kev asks. Yoshigate.
Yoshigate.
Yeah.
Senor Frogs, though, being closed in by Spicy Boys. And, yeah, by 1.4 seconds on that lap. The gap is now 7.8 seconds at the moment. But, well, we'll keep an eye on it, of course. There might be an overtake to be had for the Spicy Boys, as there is our race leader, Nameless Motorsport, leading the way. And we believe that's Bo Sullivan behind the wheel, heading away in towards the first hairpin. And what we also believe is that Jack Goldsmith will take over that kart for the final stint.
Yes.
To take the checkered flag. And it's a great name, Nameless Motorsport. If you haven't heard the story, I spoke to Jack Goldsmith a couple of days ago because he announced his team all over social media, Nameless Motorsport. And I had to ask him, tell me the name, Nameless. How did you come about that? And he said, well, him and Max O'Shaughnessy wanted to start a new endurance team, a new team with a clean slate, start from scratch, and they couldn't think of a name. So they got Nameless, and they stuck with it. Nameless Motorsport. And so here we are. And Max O'Shaughnessy couldn't be here today, so Jack Goldsmith has taken the buck of leadership. And I said, that's not a bad role then, because, you know, yourself, you're a cool... normally we see Jack, he's a cool, calm character. And he said, not when I haven't had food, though. I thought that's an interesting caveat to put in there. So just keep Jack Goldsmith well fed, and he'll lead you
won't get
fine.
hangry.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly that. A couple of black flags came in as I was speaking there. TRX Motorsport Elite in the number 2, Fat and Furious in number 15, and number 12 there is Team Rango with Red Mist.
Yeah, the red mist ascending there, I suspect, with that black flag coming in. We haven't had well, we just mentioned then the Nameless squad at 106.2 on that last lap, running along very nicely indeed. Their best lap, I should mention, was actually quite close to Team Rango's earlier on in the dry. Yesterday in the dry. 48.9 for Nameless, 48.8 being the best for Team Rango. Yes, a few people in chat noticing that it seems to be, yes, the Senor Frogs driver, Harry. It might be Sector 3, I think, where some of the time is being lost. How is that time Delta looking now? It's looking better, that is for sure. It's 109.8 on the last lap for Harry there, and 107.7 for the Spicy Boys, but they are closing up. That gap is now just 5 seconds, so we are certainly going to have a fight for the rookie race lead. And I believe in just a moment we are ready to hand over to Kieran for another interview.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm here with Fraser Brunton. Fraser, it's going well right now for Nameless. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was very good, very wet actually. It started off quite dry and I actually regretted wearing the wetsuit, but then it all just came down and yeah, very thankful.
I mean, there was a period there where it was starting to dry out. We almost got those sub 1 minute lap times again, and then the heavens opened again. But does that suit you, I guess, in these conditions?
Yeah, definitely. I think it brings out the best drivers in the field. So I think it's quite good that it's raining and doesn't make it too kart dependent, which is, yeah, definitely the best option.
And we saw last year the winning margin was 4 laps. You're currently leading by 4 laps. We're still 3.5 hours to go. Have you kept a record of your warnings as well, just to make sure everyone behaves themselves?
Yeah, we've got a rough. Well, we haven't actually. No, we've got no preparation at all. So I'll blame it on Jack, the captain. But yeah, it should be fine. Hope, fingers crossed.
And speaking of Jack, I'm assuming he's taken over the kart for the final stint. Is that right?
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so, well, let's face it then. 4 laps ahead. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But how's your day been so far? It's a silly question, but I've got to ask it.
It's been very nice. I actually went home, had a nice sleep, and came back. I saw Yusuf earlier on the what is it called, the chairs out there, and it looked very uncomfortable. So I'm very thankful for having a close by home.
Yeah, very nice indeed. I'm in that same boat as well, so it's fantastic. Well, I'm just down the road, so it's not a problem for me either. But yeah, we can rub that into everybody else. It's all good. I believe it's Bo in the car right now, is it?
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Thought so. Yeah, thank goodness we got to the bottom of that one. But Fraser, any final words? I mean, that was your final stint. Is it a case now of sit back, relax, and not sleep yet because it's not over yet?
I know. Well, just hope for no carnage and no black flags. Keep it clean. I think, is it Dab there? They were looking pretty quick. So, yeah, I'm sure Jack will be able to bring it home nice and sweetly.
Great stuff, Fraser. Thank you for chatting to us, and good luck for the rest of the race. And it's back to you, Reeve.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I was just watching along then during that interview. We actually had a change of position for last place. Banditos Elito were briefly ahead of Belly Boys Racing, which is something I don't believe, at least while I've been on comms, we haven't seen. So a little bit of racing action for the number 21 and 27 karts there. That position has changed once again. It is Belly Boys Racing ahead of the pit lane Banditos Elitos, as I will go to call them, with all their many, many pit stops. They're at 37 now, 37 pit stops so far in this race. In terms of the lap times, then, we are looking closely at the lap times between the number 29 and 19 karts, battling for that rookie race lead. It is Senor Frogs versus the Spicy Boys, as we have a big off there, far into the grass. That is the number 16. That is the number 16 there of Elite Discos Racing. In the mix, of course, for the podium in the rookies fight, and that is going to be them. Well, they're 2 laps ahead of Racing Northeast, but it could arguably take 2 laps to get that kart recovered and underway once again. That is disaster late on.
Now that's a spin out of Garda, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
I would have said that's because the blocks have been knocked backwards, haven't they? So possibly a spin out of Garda.
That's quite a spin, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, it's knocked them all out of alignment.
Wow.
And of course now it's on the boggy grass, so we can't actually go anywhere.
This is disaster.
Yeah.
Running on the podium.
Yeah. So this might be a case where the recovery is to push back rather than push forward and go down the hill.
Yeah.
Have the grass not work against you at that point.
I should also mention the battle between Senor Frogs and Spicy Boys is very much on. 0.2 of a second now separating those 2 karts.
And I'm so sad I have to leave you.
Oh,
in the midst of a battle, but I said that push back might be the option. No, push forward. They know what they're doing out there. But no, Reeve, it's been an absolute pleasure, and I just want to say thank you so much to chat as well. You've been fantastic. Hopefully the racing stays as good. Hopefully you stay as sharp with your wit, chat. It's been an absolute pleasure. I wish you all the best. Reeve, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to share the box with you for the very first time.
Yes, no, thank you for sharing the box with me as well. It's been great fun.
Great stuff. Reeve, I'll leave you in your very capable hands. Chat, you already broke 1 commentator. Don't break a second.
Well, let's see. Well, we've certainly had a break in pace for Senor Frogs while we were looking at that kart being recovered. Senor Frogs down to P2 in the rookies race there. We saw a track limits warning pop up for Senor Frogs, so I imagine it was a bit of a tough battle for Harry in the 29 kart, and Harry does indeed lose position to the Spicy Boys. So Spicy Boys now the favourite for the rookie race victory, but fear not, all is not settled just yet. We have another pit stop to go for both drivers, for both karts rather. Again, I think it was Shadow Racing last night who was getting me to say random numbers. I think was it 32 last night? I could say, I know. I'll say 29. Don't know why. Don't know what that's being clipped into, but there you go. You're welcome. People are saying Kieran's car's been stolen. They found it. So sorry, Kieran, you're not leaving just yet, as we have a contact warning coming in for the ditch finders now. Where are they running? They are currently running in P6, as we say, promoted into the pros early in the race, and it has been a great drive for them. Nearly found a ditch on a couple of occasions, found some contact on this lap, but still running along very nicely indeed. 107.8 on that last lap. We're currently looking at the Senior Frogs squad in a little bit of traffic at the moment. Have TRX Motorsport Academy in front, so dealing with some lap traffic. People in the comments calling for Mr. Matt Plum to jump back into the kart, and while he was fast, I'm sure he's probably a little bit tired by this point, and that is the last we will see from Matt Plum in this race. Will be Chris after this one for the 29 kart. Yes, Harry is 28 minutes into his stint, so expecting around about another 2 hours before we have the final driver change, maybe a little bit less than that for the Senior Frog squad, maybe going for a pit stop at about the 2 hour mark, so another hour and a half potentially, as we see Harry working his way through some traffic. That is the number 9 cars of the Loughborough Legends and Neil. He is possibly thinking about lapping. He's just got the EKS All-Stars also looking to gain some laps themselves. Plenty of people saying bog in the chat. Plenty of people saying bog. I'm just looking behind me. People are mentioning Yusuf. He seems more alive. I'm just telling chat that you're looking a bit more. You're looking more alive now than you're dead inside. But no change there then. But at least physically, you're looking kind of better. Yes, welcome to the Revour, everyone. We're at lap 1142 of what we suspect will be a 1300 lap race. Jackson in the chat asking what kart are the Sidemen. The Sidemen team with a few other creators in the mix as well is the number 29 kart there. Senior Frogs is the team name. If you want to have a look at the timing, see a list of the team names and how they are doing in terms of pace and where they are on track, it is live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore. It's the pinned comment in the chat as well. Yusuf and Laughgate, says Juddy F1. I haven't heard much about this Laughgate, and Yusuf's currently having a quick chat with a driver, but I'm sure I might see if we can get him on to have a brief overview for me for what Laughgate was. Good question coming in from Aeros there. We'll go with that pronunciation. New to cards, what's the best way to get decent times in these conditions? Be brave, I'd say. It's keep a level head and be brave. You've got to drive the car very differently to how you would in the dry. The racing line changes effectively. You don't want to keep the pace going. You don't want to keep on the dry line. It's not the fastest way around the track. You want to be finding the marbles on the outside of the circuit ready to give the tyres a chance to grip to something, because these slick tyres at least are just not going to function very well on a completely wet surface. Now you can see some of the drivers really yanking at the steering wheel to try and basically force a little bit of scrubbing on the tyre. That will heat them up, that will heat the compound up and maybe allow for a little bit more grip. You can see there Harry letting drivers through. Of course, that kind of in-car communication is very important in an endurance race. A couple of sort of generally accepted signals are the wave on through, also the tap of the helmet to say, let's work together. And in terms of communication as well, of course, they'll be having radios back to the team as well. How many times does the leader change? The answer? Not many at this phase in the race. Nameless has been on a very strong run for quite a few hours now, and I have actually been joined in the box by Yusuf here, and I've got a question for you, Yusuf.
Shoot.
Explain Laughgate.
Laughgate?
Yeah. People are saying hashtag
Sorry,
Laughgate.
Laughgate.
Yeah.
Oh, so I don't know, but I feel like what they're referring to is over the course of the night, things got it got rather heated between myself and chat, right? It was
Well, when I
it was
left,
one of
you
those
were-
evenings.
When I left, you were about to have an actual physical fight with Chapel. I think that.
Yes, yep. Thankfully, Chapel left. Things got nice and chill. But we started getting loads of jokes in chat, and it got to the point where it was so funny that every time we did an interview, we had to ask, or I say we had to, we were asking questions from chat to the drivers. And I just couldn't keep it together at that point. I was too tired, and I couldn't keep a straight face, and I was laughing every 2 seconds.
Well, it sounds like you had fun at least. There we go. That sounds. People are asking, did you drink track water yet?
No.
Yeah.
But I am back on comms because I've got close access to the custard creams and bourbons.
I see.
That's
your
the only
plan.
reason
I
I'm
thought you
here.
were being generous, as we are now been put on Commentators Cam. Your requests have been answered. Thank you very much, chat, for that one. The mask has slipped. I thought you were being a helpful colleague, but no, you just wanted
No.
biscuits, and this was the easiest way to get biscuits.
What part of me that you know, Reeve, makes you think I'm a helpful colleague?
You've been helpful. We've had lots of fun on. We've had lots of fun on stream together. We actually went for a bit more teamwork than we were initially scheduled to have. So
Yes. I thought I'd give you some more company. Now, I was going to say, actually, I will say it. Accelerate Kent Brewery, right? They're in third. They're 22 seconds behind Dab Motorsport. They've been out for an hour longer, but both teams only have one stop to go. So, 22 seconds, 3 and a bit hours to the end. Bish, bash, bosh, battle for second.
yes, it's going to come down to what the pace is looking like for the teams after those two pit stops, I think.
However, I have a feeling that, no offense to Accelerate, Peter Knight might be in for another stint for Dab Motorsport, and good luck, Accelerate, catching him.
Mr. Shadow Racing in chat. Multiple occasions now you're asking me to just say random numbers. I did it last night and I've just done it again then. I actually said that number. I'm not going to do it again now.
Commentators, what's the prize for the top 3 winners? Well, actually, the race winner gets a kiss from Chaz.
Oh.
Yeah.
And just like that, Nameless have a sudden mechanical failure and no longer... they don't want that. But other than that, Glory, of course.
Oh, no.
Primarily Glory.
Not for the pros, just for the rookies.
Oh.
Pros get trophies.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. But Glory as well, obviously.
Glory as well, bragging rights. That's why they stand on the top step of the podium. We do also have a battle as well for 13th overall, which is the top spot in the rookie category, seeing about 15 or so seconds separating the Spicy Boys and Senior Frogs, both of whom are lapping in the 108s.
Can you get that without winning? If you want to punish yourself, I'm sure Chaz will offer. And no Shadow Racing. I'm not. I have said it. I'm not saying that number. But try all you like. I've already said it, and you clearly missed it. It will be in the stream somewhere. We're discussing oil now, so
I'm ignoring that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, I'm voting to do the same. There's a little bit of contact between the number 6 and number 15 cart there. That is the number 6 of TRX Motorsport Pro and Fat and Furious there. Well, it looks to me it was the number 6 who was slightly furious as we headed through Garda. Don't think there was too much time lost out there, though, in the end, because luckily we're already at a slow part of the circuit.
Black flag for the only way is Brentwood, but they are 3 laps clear of TRX Motorsport Elite. I'm also keeping an eye on the number 10 car because, one, it's the car I did a stint for. Number 2, they are only 30 seconds behind Ditchfinders, and they are somewhat closing. They gained 4/10 on the last lap, 32 seconds, and that is the battle for 6th place overall and indeed in the Pro class.
Good to see some support throughout the field there. We've got someone asking where the Belly boys are currently running. They're currently running in P29. There's a little bit of a battle a few laps ago between themselves and Bandito Delito as number 27 have found themselves in a barrier. That is unfortunate. That is Bandito Delito. Just, I wouldn't call that Commentators Curse necessarily, but, you know, not ideal. Hello to Tomo F1 who's in the chat. Hope you're enjoying
I had a
watching
good chat
along.
with Tomo, didn't I? Oh, you weren't here for that.
No, I was.
Tomo came up with his wet glove after 2 hours of racing, in the wet, of course, and we squeezed out the water into a glass.
Oh.
And chat then wanted us to drink it.
Oh, that's where the track
Yes.
water comes from. I've been envisioning it for the past 3 hours. You just going up to the track like a cat.
No.
Just sort of
Well, originally
treating
I
the
told
whole
Tomo,
Buckmore like your
I
water
told
bottle.
Tomo to drink it because, you know, it's like the Buckmore equivalent of a shoey.
Oh, I'm going to unsubscribe now, Tomo. He's going to have to come back up here and drink track water.
Yeah. Either way. Nameless Motorsport dropping half a second to Dab Motorsport on that last lap. Not an issue for them. They just need to bring it home. We heard from Fraser Brunton, who mentioned how well prepared they were. And I know we've seen Max O'Shaughnessy in the chat before. He's not around anymore. Max knows his team. They know what they're doing. He's not worried one bit. He'll tune back in at about 4 p.m. and be like, so guys, you won, of course, right? Make sure you send me the trophy.
See the number 27 car there finally getting back underway. Bandito Delito having a bit of a pride Delito there, I suspect. Planted in the barrier for a little while.
And that is the 24 on the back of the 19. Or Spicy Boys having overtaken the 24, which is the 1322 Racing Northeast. A team that has a lot of fans in the chat. And we've seen a lot of their fans showing up every now and then. Last time round, though, a very slow lap. So they were a minute down because they just did their pit stop. So one more pit stop to go in the race. In these wet conditions, you'll probably see the karts able to do about 2 hours 50 at the most. 2 hours 55 is when we might start to see them running out of fuel.
Hello to Jay in the chat who says, Phil deserves a week off from moderator duties. Yeah, Phil does a fantastic job as moderator, but at the same time, I also think that if there's a kart race happening, being streamed on the internet, he will he will work his way there somehow. There's no kind of pulling him away.
Good question about the weather. Is it still raining? I don't think it is. The Alpha crew are very good at showing puddles. There's a puddle, and there are no raindrops on said puddle, which means it's not raining. We've got a 106.4 in from Nameless Motorsport, Bo Sullivan at the wheel of the kart. And we'll see whether we can sneak into those 105s.
We have a change in forecast, ladies and gentlemen.
Woohoo! Wait,
No. Yeah. So, previously said before, it's going to be a little bit of rain towards the end of the race. And then said, no more rain.
Yeah.
We had a last little burst of rain about an hour and a half ago. And then no more rain after that, but the track probably isn't going to be great.
Right.
And that, as it stands, would be the case. You know, it's not going to be warm enough. The track is not going to be anything better than greasy by the time this race finishes, really. But that doesn't matter anyway, because at 1 p.m. we now have scheduled rain.
Perfect.
So, full wet conditions.
I mean, let's be honest, even if we didn't have the rain, the track wasn't really going to dry up at all. It's not warm enough for any water to really evaporate. I went outside, I thought I'd get a bit of fresh air, right, Reeve? And I could see the mist, the condensation coming out of my mouth. It's pretty much May, and I can see condensation coming out of my mouth. How is this fair?
Yeah, it's just typical British weather, isn't it?
No, it's not typical British weather, right? We never had this before in May. Oh, I drove home from work the other day, and it was hailing. Hailing, Reeve.
Yeah, that's... I think we had a bit of hail a couple of weeks back up north.
Anyway, enough about me complaining.
The weather.
About weather. You know, I was built for summer, and summer, or I guess spring, only starts in June nowadays, and then ends in October, as you boil to death in September heat. 20 seconds between Dab Motorsport and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, and that gap has come down by a teensy-weensy little bit. So I think we're going to have a very good battle for second between the number 5 and the number 4 karts. We'll keep an eye on the pace, because it's one thing being quicker on one lap, it's another thing being quicker lap over lap, especially when you have to navigate through traffic.
Yeah, the number 29 kart there, the pace seems to be a little bit better now. seems to have found a rhythm, has Harry. A 107.9 on that last lap. There is a 17-second gap. That's a fairly large gap to try and bring over with a few tenths advantage. Black flag coming in for Team ARD there. But a positive, at least, to take away for the 29 car.
That's going to promote Zesty Drink Racing up a position, I think. Team ARD will be coming in the pits next time round.
It will indeed, yes.
Actually, Spicy Boys
Yes.
are only about 20 seconds behind Zesty Drink, so we might see one of the rookies jumping ahead, a couple of the pro teams, especially with Team ARD as well, getting that penalty. Now, I don't want to show any bias, but come on, Senior Frogs. Not because I want them to win, I want a stadium finish. I want to see a battle between these two in the last 5 minutes of the race.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Because, number one, it's cool for us. Number two, it'll look great on their YouTube video. And number three, did I mention it's cool? So the gap now is at 26 seconds. No, sorry, no, it was 18 seconds between Dab Motorsport and Accelerate. They gained 2 seconds last time round, but Dab Motorsport back on the pace, having presumably got past a couple of back markers. You know, Australians, 18 degrees in Sydney, it's freezing.
There's someone from Greece in the chat just rubbing it in, saying it's 22 degrees in Catalonia right now. Isn't that
And that's
great
cold for them. That's cold for them.
Isn't that great for you? Isn't that just fantastic? I think you got the weather, and we don't even have the economy anymore to make any more jokes.
Let's not go in that direction. I can see that ending very badly.
So they're just better than us because they've got the better weather now.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, weather trumps all, I think. I would rather be poor and warm than rich and cold.
Moving on.
Yes. So Team ARD have fallen now behind Spicy Boys. Senior Frogs a little bit further behind, lapping in the low 107s last time for the pair of them. It's a good pace. I think we might start to see some 105s coming in from Bo Sullivan soon. As we've mentioned, the rain has stopped. We are expecting to see a little bit more rain later on this morning, afternoon? I don't know. We're at that kind of weird crossover point.
Definitely morning.
Yes. But it wouldn't be later on in the morning. Later on in the day, I guess.
It's late morning. It's 11:21 at the moment.
No, but when we expect to see the rain, it won't be morning anymore.
No, that's very true. It's 1 p.m. scheduled for. Yeah, great to see, though, in chat, just the variety of places people are from. We're seeing Australia, Germany, Greece, India, all sorts of places.
What about rich and warm? I would happily take rich and warm. A couple more 107s being set. So I think we might be seeing Accelerate Kent Brewery closing in a little bit more. Once that gap does come down, we'll try to get a camera feed of it. Actually, could we get production Kart 3 and Kart 8? Because they're separated by 2 tenths, and that's the battle for 9th position. They should be heading into the final sector now. So presumably, so yes, we should be seeing them coming into shot rather soon. Is that them? I think it is. No, there they are, Kart 3 and Kart 8. So that is the battle between Toby and the Bandits and Burrow 11 NFS. They both made, well, they're both as equally into their stints as the other, and Toby and the Bandits trying to defend up the inside as they go through the double right-hander. That is turn 1, and I think Kart 8 was able to get through. So Burrow 11 up to P9. There was 9 thousandths between them when they came over the line.
Wow.
And we have got a 105 as well from Nameless Motorsport, 105.7. So they are pushing, and they are continuing to extend that gap at the front of the field.
My fear for the rest of the teams is that that might not be them pushing. That might just be a comfortable rhythm that they are now in, knowing that they've got a safe margin out the front.
Yes.
Especially when they have track traffic to negotiate as well.
It's one of those things, because as a team, you sometimes think, okay, right, we're at this phase of the race, we're going to take it easy. But as a racing driver, you get in the car, you don't know what taking it easy is. You just push 100%, especially in these conditions. If you try to take it easy, that's when you really make mistakes in the way. You have to be absolutely on it. And
yeah, you've got to think about keeping heat in those tyres.
And very good pace so far. Which team am I racing for? I would rather not comment on that right now.
I would. It's EKS All-Stars.
Yes. I did one stint for them. We were in... I got us up to 5th at the end of our stint.
You did. You did a mega job in your stint, I must say. I must concede.
What happened after that, I can take no responsibility for.
Maybe you'd cashed in all of the goodwill with the officials and managed to avoid penalties.
Hey, whoa! I got warnings.
Yeah.
I wasn't getting any special treatment. No, sir. Oh, Team ARD 5 seconds now behind Spicy Boys. Spicy Boys are putting in some spicy laps. 106.5. They're really, really quick out on circuit at the moment. So fantastic pace from them. But you know what, Senior Frogs, first time on the podium, a win would be pretty cool for them, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm again, we don't have bias in the comms, but they deserve it. I think they've put in.
I wouldn't go that far.
There we go. There's our balance. But I think they've had a cracking.
Oh, they have, yeah.
Before. Yeah, they've clearly put some proper effort into it. And,
as Matt Plum said in his interview, he was going to get abused. They like to throw him in for quite a few stints in the wet to pull themselves up, and Matt Plum's done an absolutely fantastic job. The experienced karter in the squad. They've had one other driver out on circuit as well who was very quick. I was very impressed by their pace. I don't know how much karting experience he has had, but it was good to see.
But also the Spicy Boys, they very much deserving it as well. They've had I said to Kieran early on, it was almost like a bit of a quiet start to their race. Didn't hear too much from them. Some of the stints were better than others, and then once we had the change up with a few teams get promoted into pros and they were put in a good position, that almost kind of seemed to light a fire in them. And the strategy worked out, and they're doing a very good job indeed.
I do like one comment in the chat from Mr. Hyper. We should get Clint racing. Oh, don't give Clint a second, an opportunity to jump the guy. He will take it, and he's a pretty quick driver as well as Mr. Clinton Bell, if they are talking about Clinton. But he is very quick. Runs the Club 73 Championship, does a few rounds or races in that as well as run it, and puts on a good show. So Clint would do a very good job, particularly here at Buckmore. In fact, he was testing the karts and running them in prior to the event himself, and I believe Megan Quirk, if I'm not mistaken.
Jody asks, did we try twigging the engine? Well, I can neither confirm nor deny, but we did have the kart number 29 having that big moment in the middle of the night with its engine conking out briefly, so possible.
He did 186 laps the day before, 5 hours braking in the karts. That was, he put in a solid shift, a very solid shift. 1058 by Accelerate Kent Brewery, and they are definitely bringing that gap to Dab Motorsport down. Let's see what their new lap is as they are crossing the line as we speak. 106.5 for Dab Motorsport on the last lap, 106.8 for Accelerate, 14 seconds between them, but still plenty of time to go in this race. How is Quadrant P22? Didn't they have Lando Norris? Well, number one, no, they don't. Number two, they have someone arguably better, which is Steve Alvarez Brown. Not because Steve's necessarily a better driver than Lando, but because Steve does more karting currently than Lando. So I think if Lando was to jump in a car, I think Steve might actually be a tiny bit quicker, at least until Lando got back into the swing of things. Also, it's a team event, and they have a wide variety of talent and karting experience, let's say.
Yeah, it's about getting the whole of Quadrant involved more than it is about going for race wins. Although I do like the idea that they well, halfway through the evening, they chucked in a quick phone call over saying, please, mate, could you fly back over the Atlantic? We need some help.
As they said in their interviews as well, you know, they're not like Senior Frogs pot hunting. You know, they're all about the inclusivity in the event. At least I think that's what they said. Something like that. And there is Mr. O'Sullivan sorry, not Mr. O'Sullivan. Is that Rory O'Regan for Dab Motorsport, who started the race for them? Might be. I forget all of the drivers on that team. I know they've got Rory O'Regan and Peter Knight, and I think Jake Taplin as well.
Well, it's Shadow Racing, who isn't asking me to read out numbers finally. He's asking, have the teams already been shifted from novice to experience, vice versa? Yes, they have. That was around 6 hours in. We had a quick reassessment of the pace, and we had, I believe it was one team dropping down to rookies, and then we had 2 teams promoted into the pro ranking. And top of my head, those 2 teams were Zesty Drink Racing.
Yes.
And the Ditch Finders.
Yep.
The team that dropped down was the TRD Motorsport Pro team.
Yes, TRX.
TRX,
yes.
Sorry. No fast Toyotas here. Oh, no, there was. Yesterday, there was.
Was it the Yaris GR?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a good car around this track, I reckon.
It would be great. It did look a little bit out of place when you saw the Audi R8 and the Porsche GT.
Yeah, but pace-wise, it'll probably...
Sure.
It'll probably... Around here, it'll probably give them a good run for their money.
True, but to be honest, a 2-stroke would beat them all. You wouldn't expect to see, you know, a Rotax or a TKM going around with those cars.
Why don't we find out? Well, these are 4-strokes.
Yes. But I'm trying to think. Would it, would the GT cars even be able to get around hairpin 1 and hairpin 2?
Oh yeah, they don't have any steering lock at all, do they?
You really have to get a bit of a slide going
and
to
that
get them round.
Slip down on the clutch into the first gear on the sequential would be very nice.
It's going to be very rally-esque.
I might give it a go once we're done here.
Yeah. I think we should be allowed to.
Sure, yeah, I'm sure they'll give me permission.
Rip up the lovely new tarmac. Gap is now under 15 seconds at the front of the field between second and third. So Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing still trying to close in. Remember, at one point they were leading the race. They made their pit stop. They came out just behind Nameless Motorsport. And then they've fallen back by about 4 laps over the 4 hours since that period of time. As that is a right gaggle of karts. Or cluster of karts, I think, is the...
that is the John Ratcliffe phrase there. The gaggle of karts. He likes a good gaggle, does John Ratcliffe.
Comparing karts to geese.
Yes.
I think the karts are somewhat geese-esque.
We're not going into comparing one thing to another again. It's got me in hot water before.
Oh, did it? Oh, okay. We'll steer clear. Visor warning for Bellboys Racing. Oh, dear. Yes, you must make sure you have a visor on your helmet. The visor must be down. Maybe a finger width up. Finger width? Finger up.
That's rude.
Pardon?
That's rude. That's rude.
It depends what finger you use.
Indeed.
Moving
on.
Yes, got 105.7 from Kent Brewery Racing. Now 14 seconds behind Dab Motorsport.
I like the idea that Hyper just posted then. I think they should put a 2-stroker out on track. I think we should expand on that. I think those who are maybe in the low midfield, who are a few laps off, I think maybe early, as we get into the final third of the race, give them a proper pro kart.
Yeah.
Get back up, but then we'll have a massive fight towards the end. Instead of promoting and demoting people through the classes, we'll just change the car itself through the race.
I reckon what Buckmore could have done is, because we've got pros and rookies, we could have turned it into a multi-class event. So the rookies... the rookies could have got all of the old karts and the pros could have got the brand new fleet, or vice versa. And then we could have had about 60 karts out on circuit.
Oh, because the traffic is already not a problem. So why not?
But entertainment.
I'm sure the lead drivers will love just spending their entire time attached to someone who's 29 laps down.
What do you think, Thomas? Do you enjoy that? No. Well, Thomas is slow, so we don't really value his opinion. We've got Thomas Layton in the room with us, who's enjoying a Red Bull. Is that Red Bull?
Yes, zesty drink of
zesty
the
Red
caffeinated
Bull
variety. Yusuf has been picking fights the entire time.
I know, Thomas. We get on well. I can throw a few digs at him.
Hello to Issa in the chat, who says, why does a Quadrant car have a CW on the timing system? That is for a contact warning, although I have seen that for a while. So
that, or they've been given a cheesy what's it.
Potentially. I mean, where would you kind of stand on the balcony outside our conference and just try and launch it?
Oh, no, they've got to come in the pits and they get given a cheesy
Oh,
what's
right,
it.
I see.
Yeah.
I like that. I think the throwing it idea is more fun, though.
Angron says, got the BUKC 24 hours in a couple of months. Great, I look forward to destroying you on circuit.
I'll see you there as well.
Oh, will you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was meant to have Fraser on the team, but, you know, Fraser's off gallivanting around the world. Too good for karting these days. But Yusuf's Goat Farm should hopefully be making a return. The Slidemen are not the Sidemen. Yes, that's why there is an L in the name. It is Senior Frogs who are the Sidemen. 105.5 by Brewery 11. They are lapping quite quickly.
Yeah, the track seems to be improving a little bit now.
It does. Oh, 105.000 by Nameless Motorsport.
I like getting a neat time like that.
In the infamous words of Ted Mosby, me likey. For any How I Met Your Mother fans out there, you know the reference. So the gap now between second and third is dropping down. It's 12 seconds, and it was 15 seconds about 5-10 minutes ago. So we are keeping an eye on this battle for second position. 25 seconds as well, separating Spicy Boys and Senior Frogs. That is the battle for the rookie class win.
Fastest lap time, for those of you asking, as Yusuf is eyeing the biscuits. Feel free, mate.
But, so I was eyeing the biscuits. They haven't been open yet. And I think
No.
that's very rude to, what are these, the nice biscuits? They're like
the shortbreads.
Are they shortbreads?
Yes.
Ooh. How has shortbread been untouched so far?
I don't know. I haven't been particularly hungry, really. I've just been fueled on the caffeine.
Thomas, do you want a shortbread as a token of my apology?
An arm being extended out from Yusuf there. We are making a peace and harmony in the commentary box.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
As Yusuf is...
No, I didn't.
Okay, I thought it was
we've got to get him on.
Yeah, get on the mic.
Yeah, grab a headset. I'll mute him if he says anything I don't like.
Oh, as the Zeti beverage goes all over the shop. Hello, Tom. I feel like kind of like what would you call it? Like an intermediate. I'm kind of separating you two. A mediator, that's the word I was looking for. My brain is mostly not functioning. But yes, I feel like a mediator in this situation now as Yusuf continues to stoke the flames of argument. Hello, Tom.
Hello. Good to see you both again.
Yes. How's it been then since we last had a chat with you?
Very long. I actually haven't had any sleep, but
Good going.
since I last spoke to you, I've done about 6 hours on track, and yeah, I've had a lot of fun and got very wet.
Yeah, you can see why. I mean, last night it was a complete and utter river. It was
horrible. As I mentioned on my interview with Kieran, coming out of Senna was a river flowing down the track. You're driving into the flow of the river, so it slowed you down quite a lot. And then once you'd overcome that obstacle, just before turn 1, underneath the start-finish line, there was a nice big lake, which was interesting.
right where you need to go flat out.
Yeah, and it was good enough to unsettle the car and really put you out of place for turn 1.
You've done a few stints, Thomas. Did you change out of your suit between the stints, or did you just stay, like a weird mannequin soaked?
No, I had to change out of the suit. My wetsuit is, well, wet. It didn't do a very good job of keeping me dry, and I had to change out of out of my suit just for my own sanity, really.
So did he enjoy putting the wetsuit? Well, not the wetsuit, but the wet-dry suit back on?
No, it was the worst thing I've done all week. Maybe all year.
To be honest, I actually got my wet-dry suit back on because I had Luke Battersby outside telling me that there was a bit of an emergency with our team and their driver wasn't ready. So I had in my head free karting, and that was the best incentive I've ever had in my life to get wet clothes back onto my dry body.
Unfortunately for myself, it wouldn't have been free karting. It's when as a team we've put so much money towards it. It's definitely worth it as well. Going on to that, 100%, I would recommend to any of the viewers watching, if you're interested in karting, you're interested in taking part in these kind of events, definitely try and sign up next year. Although it's not as easy as it sounds. This year, it's sold out within, I believe, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Or something ridiculous like that. But
that's down to how quick your internet connection is at that point. That's just pure pot luck, isn't it, as to whether or not. What was your strategy actually for getting a seat confirmed?
So this is actually quite an amusing story. I had a digger hired that particular week.
Starting interestingly.
To dig my driveway up and my garden. I was replacing my mains water pipe. And I'd set a load of alarms to make sure that I was there for... what's cart 22 going slowly there for? Something happened, or...?
I think they're just slow.
Oh, big kick of oversteer there as they get back onto the start-finish straight.
As the leaders,
Sporting Club.
number 11 trying to get through there as well by the looks of things. Seems to be having a bit of a battle with number 2 there.
Yeah, plenty of traffic management. Traffic management's been the name of the game for Nameless.
Yeah, no, 100%. In my 6 hours out there, I've seen Cart 11 quite a few times. Apologies for interrupting my own story there, but going back to booking on for the event, it was a case of as soon as 10 o'clock came around, which is when the bookings were released, turn the digger off, open my phone, quick refresh the page until it said I could book. And as soon as that book button came up, that's it. You've got to press it and hope that you're one of the lucky few.
It's like a Taylor Swift concert ticket, isn't it? Only much more entertaining.
And
a little bit cheaper as well, probably.
Yeah.
Probably smells better as well.
Fewer private jets involved.
True, yeah.
I don't know, has anybody actually seen what Senor Frogs have arrived in this week?
Oh, I think I saw the little minibus sort of thing.
Yeah, it's little. It's quite small.
I mean, there is also the airport across the road, so it's possible that they could have flown in a private jet, you know. Can't rule everything out.
We have a spin for, is that 22? Yes, it is.
That was a good spin.
Yeah, it looked to be that they were starting to push on in these conditions and maybe just a little bit greaser than they were expecting. We saw the oversteer on the previous lap, and unfortunately, under braking into the hairpins, it all went wrong. They're luckily able to rejoin relatively quickly.
I think the conditions that we're looking at the moment are probably the toughest conditions of the entire race, because you've got changing conditions where it's going from extremely wet to you start to get a little bit of grip. As we're seeing with the times now, I think we're looking at 105s for some of the leaders, whereas before we were running in the 110s. The changing conditions are a real challenge for the driver to get used to. And unfortunately for some people, it does result in a couple of spins before you find the right line to take.
Oh, yeah. So remind me, the actual reason we brought you on, what was this about Club 100?
Do you want to see the message, Yusuf?
Yeah, go on.
I said in a very worried voice after 2 of my drivers dropped out, hi, mate. This year I might struggle for drivers for a couple of rounds. If that's the case, would you want to jump on? Or have you got a team sorted? Yusuf says, hey-oh, that does sound fun. Not in any Enduro teams currently, so I might be down.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I did say that.
Yeah. There we go. Is that it now? You want me to leave the room?
But then you left me hanging for this. So for those who don't know, I was possibly going to race with Thomas and Zesty Drink Racing. I fancied a few lemons, but then he just didn't reply for a week.
Yeah, see, the problem there was, Yusuf, you picked me on a bad week when I was on night shifts. And I tend to not look at my phone when I'm on nights.
Fair enough.
So
I could have put it on poll for you. No, that wasn't going to happen.
Well, I don't know, you would have had to fight Natha for the qualifying.
Yeah, it's only Adam.
Well, I mean, you two are quite close in Club 100, aren't you?
In the wet.
Yeah, I guess it was kind of dry, wasn't it, for qualifying today? So, well, I'll say today.
To be fair, I couldn't have done qualifying anyway. I was on comms.
Yeah.
But worth a try.
Yeah, would have been interesting.
To be fair to Natha, he's in Wales now, isn't he?
He is currently in Wales. I believe if you tune into the other Alpha Live stream that's going on today, you might be able to catch our dear old friend Damon Natha, who's racing in the Club 100 Heavyweight Sprint Championship today.
Indeed he is. But do that in 2 hours, 45 minutes and 42
yes,
seconds.
no, of course.
No, a bit after that, because we got Podium and prize giving and stuff to
well,
do.
to be fair, his race is in the afternoon anyway, so it'll probably be kicking off long after this is finished.
And plus, Adam tends to be a bit sketchy in the heats. Very good in the final, so skip the heats.
Yeah, skip the heats and make sure to go on and comment on that live stream with a shed load of lemon emojis.
Yes.
I think he'd appreciate that.
Yes. I think Howard will have no idea what's happening, because I think it's Howard on comms.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I might tune into it myself.
The other Alpha live stream, we have 4 streams today. Well, yes. It's not the Brands Hatch one, and it's not the British Karting Championships one. Oh, well, whatever else it is.
We are at the moment.
Oh, it's Wilton Mill going on. But for those of you wondering, you are on the best stream currently.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
At the moment, we were just following that. We're just following along with Harry, with Senor Frogs. As the track is getting dry, you can see, we know Harry's actually really decently quick in the dry. Yeah. Just the confidence clearly wasn't there in the wet conditions. As we're starting to transition over, as you mentioned, it is difficult conditions out there, but he seems to be picking up the pace now. He seems to be a little bit more competitive with his rivals, the Spicy Boys. They are both in the high 106s now. In fact, no, Spicy Boys 105s. Wow.
They're lapping quickly.
That's a decent lap from the Spicy Boys.
Seeing a couple of 104s from Nameless and Accelerate when they are in a bit of clear air. And we're getting comments in chat. Over 400 likes mean Chaz can return. Well, if we get the commentary cam up, you can see that Chaz has been isolated
not pleased.
at the back of the room. And he's waiting for those 400 likes. There he is.
Hello. And we've got Tom off to the side here as well. Say hello, Tom. 400.
And hello to Mr. Tom. And for some reason his surname's escaping me at the moment. Tom Justice in the chat. Who's probably butchered my name spelling more than any other spelling I've seen so far. And there was a moment at the end of my stint with Chaz where they all started spelling my name incorrectly for giggles.
I can see why the fighting begun.
So what is the gap? Oh my god! Can we get a camera on Kart 5 and Kart 4? They are coming up to the start-finish straight. Because that is a battle for second, and all of a sudden...
That was a slow lap for Dab Motorsport on the last lap. I expect a spin or something. Hello, microfiber.
So I think they are coming over the line. There they are. That is the battle for second position. So just behind Kart 3, we've got the Kart 5, Dab Motorsport, and there is Accelerate at the back of this train.
I must admit, Yusuf, that came a lot quicker than I was expecting it to come around. It was only 20 seconds or so when we were last talking about it.
Yeah, on the last lap, it looks like Dab Motorsport came a cropper. They were about 10 seconds off the pace on the last lap, so I suspect...
Is Sean Dabbin at the wheel? That's who it is.
Have they had a driver swap, perhaps?
No, they just lost 10 seconds, so they probably had a half spin or something, maybe caught behind a back marker under yellow flags. But it is Sean Dabbin at the wheel for Dab Motorsport. And right behind is Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. We've got a race on our hands.
We do indeed.
This is what we all came here to watch.
Oh, defensive from Dab Motorsport, round the outside, look, accelerate. This means that they're going to get a very good drive coming out of Garda, and they're going to look to try to get the drive coming out of the center chicane as well. Back marker in front, that's going to make things rather feisty heading into turn 1.
Hello to William in the chat, who's kind of pondering why the Quadrant driver, that'll be Max Future at this point, I believe.
Ooh, a little bit wide, and now we're going to be going 3 abreast as the number 4 car tries to squeeze its way up the inside. Now switches over to the outside to try to get that run coming out of hairpin 1, but Sean Dabin is now through. The back marker won't play any more spoilers in this battle as very wide goes Accelerate. You're not going to find any grip out there. You need to be on that new patch of tarmac, and a brief moment of respite for Dab Motorsport.
Yeah, that 3 ride was particularly brave, especially at that point in the track where it's not ideal conditions.
I think for Accelerate Kent Brewery, they know exactly who they are battling with, and they want to get through as quickly as possible. That's why they were being that little bit feisty. Race hand, is there a yellow flag going through Garner Corner?
I think he was trying to signal to the back marker to politely move out of the way.
Yeah, like that's going to work.
Yeah. Having been a back marker quite a lot this race, I can promise you that, yeah, I wouldn't have let pass.
Yeah.
But
I know I had to overtake you twice.
Yeah, I'm hit twice.
Yeah, because I overtook you,
Oh,
and then I went into the tyre barriers, and then I had to overtake you again.
Kent Brewery still stuck in this back marker traffic here. It looked like for a second they were past, but no, not able to get a kart width to get the nose and get in front.
I bet you that's not Toby, that's one of the bandits in the number 3 kart. So Toby and the Bandits is your kart, or is your number 3 kart. You've got Team Rango with Red Mist just behind. And remember, they were part of that 6 kart battle for the lead of the race in the opening couple of hours. Sadly, things went a little bit south for them after that. Dab Motorsport have had their own share of bad luck running out of fuel at the end of their first stint. I believe they came into the pits, they got sent back out, and when they got sent out, they then instantly ran out of fuel. And then had to get pushed around the entire lap to come back in, and they lost a whole bunch of time, about 2-3 laps in the process. Otherwise, they'd be a little bit closer to Nameless Motorsport, which is currently being piloted. Oh, go for the send. He chickened out. That's poor from Accelerate.
They're trying to drag it out and produce as much content as they possibly can for our dear viewers.
To be honest, it's why they're more sensible than me. They know that it'd be pretty silly to get a black flag now after you've worked this hard to make your way up through the field. So don't risk it. You can catch them up a little bit later.
And speaking of black flags and penalties, that's a track limit warning for TRX Motorsport, who are currently running 5th. Not really in this battle. They're 15 laps behind the leader, Nameless Motorsport. So, yeah. Do we know what how many track limit warnings everybody's got? Are you keeping a track of that up here, or is that?
Well, there's not too much point to it, because every 3 hours the track limits, warnings and penalties are all reset. So it's a clean slate after 3 hours.
I wouldn't know, because I don't think we've had 3 across the whole race.
Oh. With Adam Britton driving?
Yeah. Oh, honestly, Adam's been very clean today, which is surprising, but also irritating, because the last time we were here for Club 100, he managed to get us 3 penalties in practice.
He was getting it all out of the way, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, but unfortunately we had to carry those penalties through to the race. And somehow today, when we wanted a penalty so we didn't get promoted to pros, he didn't bring one.
That was the tactic of bringing out Adam Britton.
Listen, we're pot hunting as much as
you really should have got me in the team then, shouldn't you?
Well, yeah, but the problem is you're also quick. So
yeah, but if you had told me, Yusuf, go out there and get some penalties, I would have been like, absolutely, let's go.
To be honest, I thought Adam would have managed it without the little nudge of encouragement, but unfortunately, even an offer of a crisp £10 note wasn't enough to get him to spin out or crash into someone. I guess that's probably against the spirit of racing, bribing people to crash. But
yep, it's
spirit of racing.
Yep, we're not in
Singapore. Changes all the time, doesn't it?
We're not in Singapore.
So Sean Dabbin, you know what? In fairness to Toby and the Bandits, they are doing a really good job of sticking with Dab Motorsport. Those are very wet lemons.
Small lemons.
A
We
bit-
have big
small?
lemons, now we have small lemons.
A bit like me when I came off track earlier. It's,
Yeah.
a very lovely display that's been put out by one of our team members' mums, Erin. She's spent the last couple of hours decorating that table for the viewers' pleasure.
God, she must have been bored.
Well, I was on track, so
So, where's the lemonade?
I drank it all.
Oh. I was hoping to get some.
Oh well, if you come meet us at the hotel, I'll sure provide you with a zesty drink.
Ooh. You get a hotel?
Yeah, we're staying in a hotel. I'm not driving back to Stoke tonight.
Look at these,
that would be
these
smart.
fancy teams.
I'm back to Liverpool today.
Oof. Yeah, I think after doing 6 hours of driving with absolutely no sleep over a 24-hour period, it would be a really, really silly idea to drive the 4-hour drive up the M6.
So, Chat has made a very good point. Senior Frogs, they are now 47 seconds behind Spicy Boys. Is it time to unleash the plum once more for one final hurrah?
They've still got Chris to go out.
Too bad.
Oh. I was wrong. Ignore me.
But they could win. So do they get out Matt Plum?
That
I
is
mean,
a
this is
very
the
He's
point.
only just been out.
Yeah,
so-
but it doesn't matter. You're this close to winning. Your first ever time on the podium, you could win.
Are you trying to downplay Chip's ability to race?
I'm sorry. No offense, Senior Frog Sideman. I'll downplay all of your abilities compared to Matt Plum.
He's another character I'd love to sign on the Zesty Drink Racing endurance team, but I feel like he would probably say no.
Yeah.
We're,
that's
a spin for
okay.
number
I thought that was
23.
dabbing for a second. It's very similar helmet.
MPMC,
It's the number
that
23.
is the Police Motor Club there.
Dab Motorsport and Accelerate separated by 2.3 seconds. I believe the number 4 is still behind the number 2. Actually, no. What's happened to the number 2? They've really dropped down the order. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of the number 8. Yeah, the number 8 has dropped down the order as well. So, not quite sure what's happened there. There is the 5 of Sean Dabbin, and there is the 4 of someone whose name I don't know. If you know in the chat, let me know.
Presumably, whoever it is who's driving for Accelerate at the moment are playing the long game in this battle. I imagine that they're probably not trying to fight too hard and cause any potential penalties. They might be hoping that...
Did he see that move where he tried to go 3 abreast round the outside into hairpin 1?
Yeah, I guess you've just shot me down, yeah.
Sorry, I had to.
Well, yeah, I guess it was deserved.
And they are nose to tail once more. Let's go.
This is what we came here for.
Absolutely. Where would you go for the overtake, Thomas?
To be honest, I've had quite a few really good overtakes around Henry's Bend today.
Which one's that?
That's turn 2.
Oh. Is that the hairpin or the second part of turn 1?
Second part of turn 1, yeah.
Defensive from Dabbin and Accelerate looking to go around the outside. They're going to get a really good run and they're going to pull up alongside. 5's going to be really compromised now through the centre chicane. But can Sean Dabbin stay ahead? He can indeed. Accelerate cannot pull alongside heading into Cafe Corner.
I found today, even if it was back markers that I was trying to overtake, trying to make a move coming out of Garda and up towards Cafe Curve was quite difficult in these conditions. I don't think he really got the traction to get the acceleration.
This is a good run. I thought he was going to go for the send, but defensive from Dabbin. And if you can get on the inside and then get onto that central bit of tarmac, you are on a really good spot of the circuit. But now Accelerate on the outside, heading into hairpin 2, right on the outside, trying to find the traction. But again, that middle part of the circuit has so much grip because that's where the new tarmac is. And Sean Dabbin using it perfectly to defend second position.
Yep, great defence there. Seeing just how much less grip there is on some parts of the track compared to others. Some parts of the track are looking relatively raceable now, but see like where we are here.
That just goes back to what I was saying earlier about the changing conditions as well and how challenging it is for the drivers. One part of the circuit is going to be a lot more grippy than other parts, and that's because of the tarmac changes. I believe in February, Buckmore Park spent a lot of money re-tarmacking certain areas of the track. And even though it's been a couple of months since then, it's not really rubbered in yet, so it's not slippy tarmac.
Dabin going a little bit defensive into turn one, and again.
Same move's going to try it once more.
Again, Dabin just holding that central part of the circuit, and there is nothing the Accelerate car seems to be able to do about it. Again, looking right to the outside, trying to find the grip, but Dabin on the middle part of the circuit, that's where the grip is. That is where that thin little strip of dark tarmac is. You can see some of those patches of dark tarmac around the circuit. That is where you get so much grip in these karts, because it's new tarmac, it doesn't have that much rubber on it, it's not that slippery, and it's slightly tighter than the outside line, so you don't have to travel as far.
That's obviously where Dab Motorsport have had the advantage in this battle, especially around hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. Positioning the car in the middle of the circuit and getting that really grippy bit of tarmac has prevented Accelerate from being able to compromise their position and take advantage of it.
For a second I thought that was a little bit wide from Dabin, but he does stay ahead. They're still lapping relatively quickly. It was 106.2s on the previous lap. This time round 106.9 for the pair of them. A little bit wide there from the Accelerate driver. But again, long way to go. Don't get a penalty, just stick to the back of Sean Dabin. Maybe you can even jump them in the pit stops.
Speaking of penalties, it's the second track limit warning for TRX Motorsport since I've been sat in this chair. I know that's quite irrelevant to what we're looking at right now, but
Yeah,
worth
they don't want
mentioning.
any more.
Unfortunately, they're a little bit too far ahead of Zesty Drink Racing for my team to benefit, but we have got Dan Grocott in the kart, so you know, he's putting in some very, very, very competitive lap times from what I can see.
Right, and we are in the midst of battle, and it is great to see some on-track action as it does continue on there. Bit of a kick of oversteer as it goes over the painted stuff. They're still slippy on the outside of the exit of the corner.
Yeah, nose to tail, and this is where, contrary to the likes of Formula 1, when it's wet, it's not easier to overtake. In karting, when it's wet, it's much harder to overtake because you essentially just have the one line. You have to be on that wet line. As soon as you come off the wet line, you lose so much grip. As EKS All-Stars pick up a track limit warning as well. And Sean Dabin taking that middle line going into the hairpin. That's something I noticed Fraser Brunton was doing a lot, and it seemed to work well when the rain was really falling. Now that it's a little bit drier, maybe you want to take that slightly wider approach into hairpin 2 as they head down into the Sime Suite.
But it is now noon, and that is it for me in the commentary box for this Buckmore 24-hour.
Does this mean that the stream's got 400 likes as well?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, has it? Oh, it's already. Oh, okay,
well, there we go. Then we will be, in fact, be getting Chaz. So it's out with Reeve and in with Chaz. So I'd like to thank you all for joining me in the comms box.
Been a pleasure.
Yeah, been great to work alongside you. And thank you to everyone watching as well.
Thank you very much.
Been a pleasure as well, Thomas. And I think we have had someone into the pits. No, Sean Dabin has just been able to pull away from the number 4 kart of Accelerate Kent Brewery. They've had a slightly slower lap, but I'm sure we will see them close into Sean Dabin once more, once they can get into their groove again. Spicy Boys only a couple of seconds actually behind Zesty Drink Racing as well, so we might be having a little battle forming out there for P number 11.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Well, Zesty Drink 106.4, Spicy Boys 106.6. The pace very close, but Zesty Drink have pulled a couple of tenths clear on that last lap. As we see the Accelerate car making its way through the centre chicane. And that is Peter Knight. No, that's not Peter Knight. Oh. I need to see the back of his suit and see if it says Knight there. I don't think it is his helmet. which kart is this for? That is kart
Number 7, I believe.
7? It is kart number 7. Is your mic not working? Yeah.
Ah.
I can hear.
I can hear now.
What magic button did you press, Chaz?
I think Reeve muted the wrong thing. Sorry, mate. Hello, everyone. Chaz Draycott's back. It's all going to go downhill from here. Again. Hope you're all doing well. How has it been?
It's been good. We got a battle.
We
in
did.
The final few hours, and
Yeah, man.
it started again. They've closed in once more. We've got Chloe in the chat reminding Dab Motorsport that they are on their backs and they're going to pit. So almost the equivalent of an undercut. Jumping out of the kart, there is going to be a change, and that is Oliver Smith, who finished in 2nd place, or was it 3rd place in the kart race of champions last year. So a very quick driver is Oliver Smith, and let's see whether he can put in a really good outlap. He's getting ready to go. He's going to jump in, foot on the pedal as early as possible and out of the pits. Now, going for the undercut is a little bit risky because if you're going for the undercut, you've got your new driver in, he's going to take a couple of laps to get used to the track conditions.
Yeah.
So as a result, when the other team makes their pit stop, theoretically, they should gap you by a little bit. But then they're in the situation where they have a new driver who needs to get used to the circuit as well. So I would expect Dab Motorsport, once they make their pit stop, presumably, maybe they'll do it soon to try to keep track position. They should come out about 5 or so seconds ahead.
Yeah, there should be a small margin. We'll just have to wait and see, I suppose. It's one of those things where you never know if something may change in terms of the pace of the actual stop. If anything, if there's a little hiccup or anything like that, you know, it could throw it either way. We've seen it in the past, haven't we? There was a driver that they got into the car and then they had to adjust their helmet, or they started to pull away and they were like, whoa, hang on a sec. You never know, even at this later stage, everyone's really tired, there's a bit of fatigue kicking in. It could definitely happen at this point of the race. So that's why this is where you tend to see more mistakes, I imagine, from drivers. It's the number 1 machine there, just kissing that curb, and as you get those right 2 wheels over it, the traction just completely broke away. But again, a great example of how these karts, and I'm sure both of you can attest to this, they float really well on a surface like this, don't they?
Yeah, and what you can't really see from that camera angle as well is where that kart kissed the curb. There's a bit of a pothole, should we say, or elevation change that can unsettle the kart quite a lot. Yeah. And especially when it's wet like this, it can puddle up and really cause some issues. So you really want to stay off those curbs.
Yeah, it's not easy enough being on a painted part of the circuit, let alone when it's a bumpy one and there's also an elevation change thrown in. It's a real cocktail of many different things. You can see the different lines now that they're using. Obviously, it's very different to when I was last on the stream, actually, considering how wet it was earlier. Still very greasy, as it will be until the very end of the race now. It's not going to be warm enough to completely dry out. But there are drivers and teams now that are taking the more conventional lines at certain parts of the circuit, aren't they? They're really using all of the road again.
Yeah, and there were some corners where you had to take that slightly tighter line. Again, you are still, aiming for those bits of patchy tarmac. You can see Sean Dabin using it very well, heading through Paddock Corner and into Ghana. Something else to mention, some people asking that, was this a very early pit stop for Accelerate? Could they not have waited longer? Yes, they could have, but they've got less than 2 hours, 40 minutes to go. So you might as well get your pit stop now, because then come the end of the race, you'll have a much lighter fuel tank. As Sean Dabin is in to the pits, a little bit sideways as he got on the brakes. Really pushing is Sean Dabin, and is going to pull his seat insert out. So that's a slightly slower pit stop, because they have had to get that seat insert changed. And that is not Peter Knight getting in for the final stint for Dab Motorsport. So let's see where they come out relative to Oliver Smith, who is making his way around the final couple of corners. Seat insert to go in. I think they're going to come out actually behind Oliver Smith here, and it might be quite close. Where is Oliver Smith? So Dabin come out, and Oliver Smith should be in the back of your shot. I think that might be him coming across the line.
The Instagram message requests have already started again for me. Apparently somebody's just told me up, if the Frogs win their class, I have to oil up, apparently. So
Not really
Otherwise-
something that I wanted to have on my mind, but thank you, whoever that
Me
that view
neither.
was.
Me neither. It's not something, but the oil topic is still very much there. It seems after God knows how many hours. I actually went back into the Quadrant bus again for a lovely nap earlier, and was woken up by the content team of Quadrant, all looking for Harry. Apparently, they were all trying to wake somebody up, and the last bed that they looked in was the one that Harry was in, and mine was the first one. So I got woken up, and I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to stay awake.
Also, fair play to Oliver Smith. He's gone out. He's only needed a lap, and he's straight into the 104, so 104.9. So he's very quickly going to be catching up to Dab Motorsport as we have a track limit warning for Senior Frogs. As that looks like a cozy cameraman. Hey!
Lovely stuff. Give us a wave. So give us a dab. Give us a dab.
Do we get the reverse shot?
The reverse.
From that
Camera
camera.
sensor.
To
That camera sensor.
yeah, I like the idea of that. People are asking me to say the number 29, and I don't know why.
Senior Frogs.
Senior Frogs.
Oh, for God's sake. Is it that simple? And I really couldn't think of
See,
that.
this is Senior Frogs
I'm-
fans, right? They've got a battle for second, and all they care about is Kart 29.
Like modern day Formula One fans.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Phew. Sorry. I mean, again, 15 comments on my screen, and at least 5 of them have the word oil in them. I can't escape it, man. I didn't. It wasn't even
ignore
me
it.
that
We
started
ignore
that.
it.
Hang on a minute. I've just had the epiphany here. It wasn't even me that started this. It was you.
Yeah, I said this ages ago. Well, I didn't
know.
start it.
No,
I
you,
tried
no,
to bring
you
it
didn't
down.
actually. No. 10 hours later, and I'm still hearing about
Let's
the
just ignore
silverback
it.
gorilla.
Surely they get tired of this.
They won't, though. They won't. Look, the people are still posting frogs in the chat. For
We just have
Christ's
to
sake.
give them something more exciting to witness, which is this battle for second place.
Yes, it's very good. It is a very good battle, and you should all be very, very welcome. No? Very grateful.
Ooh, do you think he's South African?
I don't know. I can't hear him.
No, but look at the helmet design.
You think I can see at this point in the
Okay,
race?
yeah,
To be
that's
fair,
fair
Tom, I spent that long laughing, crying last night about 3 a.m. It was unbelievable. The chat and us lot were.
That's
having a
why there was
riot.
a river going down the hill.
Yeah.
I was going to say, were you laughing and crying at my terrible lap times, or was that
It's
something
these lot.
completely different? Oh,
These lot in the comments, they were just being ridiculous. It was hilarious. It's one of the funniest things. It's just that time of night. That time of night where it all got a little bit delirious.
you trying to suggest that the viewers might have been having some fun juice to spice up the comments?
There was definitely some beer flowing somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, as I always say. And just to agree, Yusuf, yes, South African.
Yeah. Cool.
An interesting point to note, I don't know whether you've already said this or not, but if Zesty Drink Racing hadn't been promoted to pros, then we might have a 3-way battle, or might have had a 3-way battle for the lead of the rookies.
Yeah.
Ditchfinder's a 6th.
Yeah, but I'm talking a theoretical scenario.
Yeah, but Ditchfinders are definitely pros, right?
Yeah, I thought they were pros last year, were they not?
I have no idea.
I can't remember. I can barely remember what happened 3 hours ago, let alone what happened this time last year. So
I was going to say, to be fair, the start of the race when we first started the broadcast felt like about a week ago.
Toby and the Bandits, black flag. That's going to potentially demote them behind Spicy Boys, although it's going to be a little bit close in that regard. 2.7 seconds now, the gap between Dab Motorsport and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. Both of them lapping in the low 104s.
A black flag for Quadrant as well.
Oh dear.
I wonder what that's for. They are, or they do appear to be caught up in a bit of a battle there, so could it be related?
Potentially, it could be a final track limits warning, but there hasn't been a separate one come through. There's a black flag going out for Borough 11 NFS as well, which is actually a team we've not mentioned in quite a while. Where are they at the moment? Ninth place.
So
yeah, they had a really
10th have just been black flags.
Yeah.
That's
intriguing for their battle. They had a really good start as well, Borough 11 NFS. They led the race at one point when everybody in front of them got a penalty.
That was a really interesting portion of the race. I must add, last year was very, very, very similar, where after maybe an hour or two, all the leaders started getting black flags. And
just throws the cat amongst the pigeons, doesn't it?
It was very strange. Last year, I was the first driver out for our team, and they'd lapped me once already. They got black flags, and 10 minutes later, they were lapping me again. Just to
rub it in.
Yeah, just to rub it in that people have got talent and I don't.
More than I, Sunshine, because I'm up here in a commentary box because I cannot drive. There has been a question for the commentators in the chat saying, would you rather drive the Dakar or do this for 36 hours? This.
Yeah.
100% this, because, quite simply, I hate sand.
Ooh, that was a very interesting gesture from the number 3 kart there as he left the pit lane.
Yeah.
What did he do? I missed it.
He
held up a digit.
Yeah. In the direction of Clint. Assuming it is Clinton race control.
Clinton did say that they can do that in driver's briefing.
Did he actually?
Yeah, he did.
Maybe
that shows how much I was paying attention.
Maybe, to be fair, it's become a bit of a joke of the race, and we just haven't seen it very much.
No.
But people have been doing it. He said
they were too wet to do it before.
It's one of those things in this race, isn't it? You know, if something happens like that, all of the teams will take advantage of it. They'll be like, you know what? He said we can do it. Let's all just throw the digits to him.
Chaz, you should race. I think we should have a commentator team for next year in the rookies.
But then I'd be cold and
in
outside.
The rookies.
In the rookies, yeah.
Not you.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've just taken a team to 5th overall. What are you on about?
I don't give him that.
Matt Plum is racing for Senior Frogs.
Hang on a minute. Don't give him that much credit. Taking a team to 5th? Eh?
Isn't that what you
did? Were you not watching the race?
I was trying to ignore it.
Yeah, okay, right.
Now, to be fair, I was distracted by the wonderful people in chat. I don't think I've commentated on anything that's gone on in the race for about a good 9 hours now. Someone's put, imagine paying attention to the driver's briefing, innit?
To be fair, I wouldn't have paid attention to the driver's briefing unless I was commentating, because I thought, I can get some, cool insights for the broadcast.
Very true. Somebody's just put it was a thumbs up, just he used his middle thumb. I like that.
That is a good one.
Do you still have to commentate while racing next year? Well, that's the thing. I'd love to do it again next year. I'd like to be out there in the race. It'd be very, very good fun. But
you can do the drive stint.
No, because my arms would give up after 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I just feel sorry for whoever.
You say the dry stint as if we can expect a dry stint.
I was going to say, there has to be one.
This year's a week later.
Doggo!
Oh, dog! Hello.
Let's just appreciate the dog for a sec.
Woof.
No, you didn't need to do that. You ruined it now. You ruined it. That dog looks as sleepy as I feel.
I feel uncomfortable now, Yusuf. Thank you.
Yeah, I know, innit?
You're welcome.
Oh, woof.
Because the little ears.
I completely forgot what we were talking about before that.
I know. I got all warm and happy.
Someone mentioned Dakar.
Dakar or this for 36 hours?
I'd do this for 36 hours, but only if the entire 36 hours.
What have you lost, Reeve? Have you dropped a
stint.
pen? Sorry, Yusuf. I didn't mean to.
This one.
Yes, that
one. Oh, hello. Sorry.
Thank you. Reeve has lost his piece of cardboard.
Oh, careful, Quadrant. Don't want to get any more penalties. A little bit of contact with the 22 of the Sporting Club. As there's another track limit warning for TRX Motorsport Pro. And they've got a few warnings over the recent few minutes. Seeing more 104s. In fact, all of the top 4 are lapping in the mid to low 104s. So that's very impressive pace from our leading 4 drivers, even if they are separated by 12 laps.
Ooh, something interesting that we completely missed. It's not interesting for me. It's very upsetting for me. Is the Spicy Boys have overtaken Zesty Drink Racing at some point recently.
Oh, heck.
Oh, no.
Oh, is that Matt Plum? Is it?
No.
No, that's Josh, I believe.
They've got very similar helmet design with their number on the side, haven't they? Matt Plum's is more yellow, and I think it's got the number 11 on the side of it. Or it looks like a number 11 anyway. There's the Senior Frogs racing team. I love the jackets, by the way. They look really, really cool.
They're very retro-y, aren't they?
Yeah.
I do like that.
Very retro. That is a change for the number 29 machine itself, actually. The Senior Frogs team. Currently second in class.
Is that Harry who came out?
I believe it was Harry, yeah. So, yep, now making his way over. That seat is seat insert is absolutely destroyed.
Oh, that is terrible. Right, Senior Frogs, I know you're listening. Forget about your practicing. Forget about practicing your wet weather stints. You guys need to learn how to get into a car quicker.
To be fair, he's probably done what I was describing earlier on in the race, and now he's learned from it. He wants to get it very slowly.
Last stint, you got to give it everything. See, Thomas, I don't know about you, but if that was in my time, I'd sack him straight away.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
We don't tolerate slow pit stops. No. I mean, this is where
it's not about slow. It was just lethargic.
Yeah,
lazy.
I say that, and then this is where your producers pull up a really obscure replay of
your pit stop.
me walking to the cart earlier on in the race.
See, I've got my pit stop where I got to the cart and for some reason there was a seat insert left in. I think I threw it about 20 metres as I got into the cart.
Did you throw it onto the track or into the pit?
I don't really know. I just threw it out of the cart and I got in.
Okay. That would have been a very interesting penalty to add to your list if you'd thrown it onto the track.
Take out my seat insert.
Apparently it's Chip that's in the car now.
Yes.
Chip's in.
He's definitely not the burnt Chip, is he, for this race?
The soggy Chip.
Very damn soggy. The
really
moist Chip.
undercooked Chip. To be fair, actually, on that subject, I have to really commend the cafe and the food here at Buckmore Park. It was fantastic all
we
day.
still got these.
Yeah, I've still got one as well. You've just reminded me of that.
Did you go and buy food forgetting that you had a voucher?
No, I've used mine.
Okay, I'm going to go and get some more food in a bit.
Yeah, to be fair, actually, and I'm going to say this out loud now, and I'm going to make eye contact with him when I say this. James got was it the shepherd's pie earlier on? Not going to lie, when he brought it up,
I might use.
It didn't look great, but oh my god, it was so good. It was so good. Oh my god.
I might use Thomas as my errand boy to go get me some food.
Ooh, how much is that worth?
I'll continue to talk about you guys on stream.
I mean, you've been doing that quite a lot anyway.
Okay, well, I can stop talking. Nah.
Yeah, it's a bribe for him to shut up. Sorry.
Or to not shut up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Depends what the stream wants.
I should do that on the broadcast. If any teams would like to come and get me my food, I will talk about your team in a loving way.
We're not doing bribery.
No, we're not.
Because honestly, I'm a sucker for food. If you just bribe me with food, I'm done. Still, we hope you're all enjoying the show, everybody. We still have 2 hours and 10 minutes left of the Buckmore Park 24 hours here in 2024. And we are having the time of our lives up here in the commentary box once again. The fatigue is definitely set in now, to be honest. It's really getting to that point. And if I'm honest, my eyes still hurt from the night stint with chat. My eyes really do sting. It's really, really quite bad. I've still got a 4-hour drive home later as well.
Yeah. Well, I've got a near 3-hour drive home. And you know that point where you're really tired that you start to feel a bit nauseous?
Oh, don't start saying this now.
Yeah, that's how I've been for the last few hours.
I was saying this to somebody the other day. I think 90% of a hangover is just being tired. And I'm that tired at the moment, I feel like I'm just hungover and I've not had a drink.
I think we'll have a few drivers hanging over their carts by the end of this race.
And on that note, I am feeling quite fatigued myself and quite hungry now that you've been talking about food, so I'm going to depart the stream. But thank you very much to both of you for allowing me to talk.
Very
probably
welcome.
a lot of nonsense.
Pleasure as always, Thomas.
That's what it's all about.
And hopefully the viewers haven't minded listening to my voice too much. But
you've had a fantastic input to it, mate. We appreciate it from a team's perspective.
But yes, no, thank you very much to everyone at the Alpha Live broadcasting area of Buckmore Park. It's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of the Buckmore Park 24-hour event again, and very nice to get the invite to sit and chat to you. So enjoy the rest of the day, chaps, and I'll hopefully catch you later.
Yeah, shall do.
Absolutely.
Which mic's yours? That one. See you later. Thanks very much. So back to, and then there were two.
And then there were two.
And then there were two. Yusuf.
2 commentators or 2 hours?
Bit of both.
Bit of both, to be
Bit
fair.
of both.
Oh, we got more
Oh,
doggos.
another doggo. Oh, it's a King Charles Spaniel as well. I'm so happy. Oh, that just makes it all okay.
Nice and fluffy.
Oh, poor doggo.
He sees the camera. He's giving the camera a little stare down.
He was either loving the camera or having a Vietnam flashback.
How did we get to that?
That makes me so happy.
Oh, we get a little
my
stroke
God.
as well.
I'm too tired for this. I'll get overwhelmed and I'll cry. Stop it.
I think that's... Is that literally right outside? Oh, yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, he's right outside the door. I can see the doggo with my own eyes. Oh, Christ.
Can we get a camera on Kart 18? Who's Kart 18? TRX
No.
Motorsport Academy.
No, this isn't BBC Radio 2. We don't do requests.
I mean, I don't think BBC Radio 2 do cameras.
I've been well and truly mugged off there. I've been well, you know what? And I'm happy to concede
You set
it.
yourself up for that.
Yeah, I did. I really did. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, God. What a day. What a day this is. Here at Buckmore Park. Oh. 2 hours and 7 minutes to go, and we look now at, annoyingly, the number 18 kart making its way around the circuit. The TRX Academy machine making their way around turns 1 and 2 into the first of the hairpins. You'll see the kart still dancing around. They've still got the very same sort of inputs.
That was a track limits.
Track limits warning, guilty as charged.
I've seen it on camera as well. See, this is why you shouldn't have your cameras on, or not your cameras, your karts on camera.
Yeah. They've still got the same sort of inputs that we had when it was absolutely soaking, though. It's always along the lines of putting the lock on really early, waiting for the kart to bite, and then just correcting on the exit and managing the momentum. Look at how sideways they are. It's fantastic to watch.
I wonder if that's Liam Tricker. I think Liam Tricker has a custom helmet.
I love the hand signals to say go past on the right. That's really, really cool.
Yeah.
So... Oh, he's excited.
I once had a race where someone pointed... So the slower car pointed in a direction. So obviously, I went to that side to overtake. They went in that direction because in their mind, they...
What I'd do is point in both directions and keep you guessing.
Right. Yeah, that's where I rear end you.
I'd just slam on and just point at you. Can we get a camera on the commentators?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Apparently. I'm so every time they cut to me, I'm really slumped down, and I'm like,
yeah, you know,
down
gotta show good posture.
I'm so sorry. I've not got good posture. Not a chance. No. Hello, everyone. We hope you're enjoying the show.
Howdy.
We've got James here to our right hand side as well. He's loving life. He's absolutely shattered. Bless him. He's absolutely like I'm tired. You're tired.
James even more tired.
Like James is absolutely.
I think he's on about 1 hour sleep.
Probably less than that, actually, to be fair. It was about 45 minutes that he was down on the
He's got to pack up as well after this.
I know. I can't wait to run away and not help.
Oh, poor James.
Actually, to be fair, you did offer me that twin room earlier, didn't you? So I think if I did take him up on that, I'd have to help.
Yeah.
That's the dilemma I'm in. Do I help and actually have a good night's sleep, or do I just go home?
I'm tempted to help, but I've got work on Monday, and I know if I stay and help, I'm not getting to work on Monday.
I don't have a job, so it's all right.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah. Oh,
we've got lights.
I don't like that. Why is the sun so loud?
Do you not know I'm a vampire?
No. There's a race going on.
There is.
Cheers, mate.
And I'm just trying to keep an eye on the rookie battle. Spicy Boys into the low 104s now. Senior Frogs in the low 105s. I think Spicy Boys have got this, unless...
Unless.
I'm going to jinx it. Unless there's a penalty for Spicy Boys. If Spicy Boys are naughty,
the chat's starting again. The comments are coming in. The good fun chats are coming in. I'm going to start laughing.
Keep it together, Chaz.
I can't keep it together at this point. I cannot. The chat knows that I'm tired, I am weak,
See,
and
this
I'm
is
massively entertained.
This is why when I started off as a commentator, or I should say as a caster because I was doing esports, they
don't
said,
say caster, please.
Okay, when I started off as an esports commentator, some of the guys told me, you know what is #1 rule of your commentary? Do not look at chat. Because it will just set you off. Either it will annoy you because they'll say something dumb, or they'll be like the chat that we have here, where they are incredibly talented and humorous.
Yeah, honestly, our chat have been very funny. I've been very, very grateful for it. Now the frogs have begun, though. I don't like that. Stop it. Oh, well, I shouldn't have said stop it, because they'll just carry on.
Guys, you know what I think you should do? You should send us messages using frog emojis in Morse code.
No. Don't do that. Don't do what
He'll distract them for 10 minutes as they try to figure out how to do Morse code.
I'm so sorry, useless.
You know, the funny thing about that, right? My students at school call me Rishi Sunak. And I don't get it. See, it's much funnier when apparently I look like Vicstar as well. And I can accept the Vicstar one because I've seen a picture of Vicstar. Rishi Sunak, I mean, come on.
No. No, that was not necessary at all. The frogs have drowned it out now.
Thank you, frogs.
Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone. I should keep it together and be a professional, but that is just... To
be honest, this is where YouTube chat is inferior to Twitch chat. Twitch chat gets chants going, so they don't just type frogs. They would write, inhibit the ribbit. Or you can't inhibit the ribbit. Unload the toad. That's another one.
Oh, no. Unload the toad. Oh, mate, what a thing.
I don't know,
What a
maybe
thing.
debog the frog, and then you've got to spam the emojis between every single word.
Yeah.
So come
like
up
the
with some
clap
creative
thing.
chats. It has to rhyme.
You've opened up. We've broken the commentators. Yeah, you've done it again. Someone's spelt your name wrong as Yusuf Sunak.
I knew I shouldn't have shaved. That's what it is. If I had the beard, no one would say Rishi Sunak. I mean, you're on the right. Maybe they're talking about you, Chaz.
I don't know.
That's what we should have done when we had the when we went back to the commentator camera. We should have swapped seats.
I don't think we could have fooled them that easily.
Maybe not.
If frogs win, Chad. No, you spelt my name wrong. That's it. You ruined that.
Inhibit the ribbit. No, it's not inhibit. It's uninhibit the ribbit. Oh dear.
I need to get it together.
This is frog in Morse code.
Oh my god.
Explode the tadpole. That's a good one. Anyway, Dab Motorsport Accelerate Kent Brewery separated by 5.5 seconds. Chaz mentioned Vietnam flashbacks. I'm just getting 2 a.m. flashbacks at this point. Oh, for God's sake.
We love you all, honestly, we love you all, but that is absolutely breaking me.
Oh.
Christ.
See, gotta
thank you
snog
for
the
the
frog.
donation,
That's a good
Hayden.
spam.
Yeah, oh god, yeah, that's a good one. Thank you very much, Hayden. It says, you boys need some sleep. This is like the Le Mans commentators talking about.
Won't say that final word.
Apparently the weather's getting significantly worse. You can see there that it is.
We almost got into the 102s.
It's getting more British summertime, actually, by the look of it. Look at it.
I mean, British summertime would imply that we also get some sun along with the rain. I think.
We did yesterday.
Did we?
In the
I
morning.
never felt like it was warm enough.
No, absolutely not. Shadow Racing are determined for me to send them £50 for some reason. Not quite sure why. And yeah, here you go. You've got your wish now. You've got all of these phrases with the emojis in between.
Yep.
This
Uninhibit the ribbit. There we go. See.
Ribbit. This is amazing. This is what it comes to after. We've just gone into the final 2 hours.
Yep.
So after 22 hours of racing, this is where we're at. Frog emojis and people slating our appearance.
Maybe it was a compliment.
You never know, mate.
Yeah.
Very
Well, slating your appearance.
Well, they're very welcome to. I've got the roundest head in the room.
At least they didn't call me a discount Rishi Sunak. That'd be awful.
B-Tech.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
How was the battle for second place, by the way? Dab are
It's extending.
6 seconds clear now.
Yes.
So they've actually sort of turned it around a little bit, haven't they?
Yep.
They were really under pressure for those laps. It was really entertaining to watch that, actually. I was just sat in the back of the commentary box watching you and Reeve go on about that one, and that was proper spicy stuff between those guys. And then all of a sudden it's just spread out again. But that's the thing, you can get into more of a rhythm, can't you? You suddenly click with the circuit again and just crack on with the job at hand, and that's what the guys have done. It's been fantastic. We've got 1,800 people watching at the moment. Thank you to all of you. I'm so sorry that all you've had to listen to is me losing it over the chat.
Oh dear, I need to stop reading the chat. So we have just under 2 hours remaining. Spicy Boys have got a penalty. Oh, they just overtook Zesty Drink Racing, who are into the pit lane for the final time today.
And it's going to be a bit of a relief, I think, for a lot of the teams when they have that final pit stop now, because they know that they're just going to push on from that point.
Yep.
They don't have to think about any strategy. They just have to slam it home now and really put in as best pace as they can for every single lap. There's not going to be any sort of lifting and waiting and thinking, oh, can we eke out the fuel for maybe a few more minutes? Pfft, no. They are just going to be absolutely on it now to the end, and that's the exciting bit. You know, the first hour of the race is always exciting because that's the time when the field is closest together and everybody's pushing like mad. This point, it's going to be all about the final hour now and seeing whether teams are, well, for one, close enough to recuperate some positions, but two, whether they are actually able to sort of take advantage of the fuel slightly, you know, and make it right to the end, just stretch it if they can.
We got a good question from BM1000. How reliable are the carts? But we haven't had a breakdown
No.
this race.
No.
The only issues we've had are teams running out of fuel, which I mean is on them for not coming into the pits early enough.
Yeah.
So
we've had the odd. I think we've had a kart or two maybe cut out while they've had a spin or something, but there's not been anything worse than that.
apparently I look like Rishi Sunak. You look like Lee Mack.
Lee Mack.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll take
Lee
that.
Mack.
Yeah. I love Lee Mack.
Mack's a
He's
lovely
very,
guy.
very funny.
Oh, he's hilarious.
Very funny. But yeah,
His
I'll
early
take
improv
that.
stuff was great.
I'm happy with that, you know. I'm like a round Lee Mack. Lee Big Mac.
With extra cheese.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Plenty of. Yeah. The Commentators Curse. The carts be damned. Yeah? Very
Look,
true.
I'm still holding on for Spicy Boys penalty. Again, Spicy Boys, if you're listening, nothing against you. I just want to see a fight at the end of the race. That's what I want.
A battle. Yeah. Bandito Delito apparently had a huge kart issue with a possible broken track rod earlier.
Yeah, but they're lost.
They've had that many spins, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, we keep seeing them in the tyre barriers.
Whoa, Biscuit the Cat has upset me. Chaz Corden. I know my head's round, but come on. Oh,
oh no.
Ewan saying Lee Mack is really funny, but when he's oiled up. For God's sake. Lee McWhopper.
I mean, no, that's what happens with the Chaz Dracot. When you add a little bit of oil, you turn into Lee Mack.
What?
Oh, I've got a good question. Where would Commentators finish as a team?
Nicely done.
So, myself, do we have to take it as us or just commentators that have worked with Alpha Live?
Us.
Okay.
I think that's what they're referring to.
But then it's a 4-driver team. That's tough.
You three know karting really well. I don't.
I know Kieran McGinley's quite good.
Yeah.
Reeves, all right, I think.
I'm awful, and you're really fast.
I'm very fast.
Glenn Zapparel saying, my wife's boyfriend's let me have my phone back. Oh. Hi. Thanks for the donation. Oh, no.
For those people tuning in, yes, this is a 24-hour race broadcast. We are into the final 2 hours. It is myself, Yusuf bin Sahel, and Chaz Dracot on the comms. And the most important member of the stream is YouTube chat.
Yeah.
If you don't have it up, honestly, open it up. It has been one of the most entertaining parts of the 24 hours. How many laps can a fuel tank do? None. A fuel tank can't move on its own.
Oh, for God's sake. He's not wrong, though, I'm afraid. We had the question of what lap are the leaders on. They're on lap 1,226 at this moment in time.
Yep.
You assumed 1,300 laps earlier in the day, or was that Kieran, I think, that made that estimate? I think Kieran made the estimate.
Yeah, I think it's
1,300. We'll probably be well over that.
80 laps?
Maybe closer to 1,400.
We've only got what? No, it's going to be about 80 laps. Maybe 90 laps more? We're not going to get over 1,350.
Yeah, I suppose it's over a minute a lap now, isn't it? Yeah.
And apparently the rain, well, even if the rain comes down, we only go about 4 seconds a lap slower.
I mean, it's a good it's a good thing that you're a maths teacher and I'm not. Why do we have a commentator who says he doesn't understand karting? It's not that I don't understand it. Whoa, don't misquote me.
Yes.
I understand karting very well. I just don't know as much of the drivers and teams from the sort of industry.
It's the difference between a lead commentator and an analyst commentator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here to I'm here to just talk rubbish.
you're here to quote chat.
Yeah, I'm here to quote chat.
And I'm trying my best to go back to the race.
While I try and hold it together.
I think we're doing a good job of holding it together, to be fair.
Someone said, I've got to say, this is a really long qualifying session. When does the race start? Yeah. I don't know. Soon. I think it starts tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll have it all live on Alpha Live.
It goes for a whole week.
Don't tell James.
Oh my God, could you imagine that? Like a 1 week long.
Oh, no.
You almost swore. I almost got you to swear.
That question before, when they said, would you like to do this for 36 hours? I did think,
that's not actually that long.
We'd not even be two-thirds of the way through yet.
That's depressing.
Yeah, that's...
Actually, no, I can't say that. I've been enjoying this.
Yeah, this has been fantastic fun. Absolutely fantastic fun. We've got an hour and 52 to go, and that, I think, is going to fly by now, especially for the teams, because they're going to be focusing on who has got to get their final pit stop done. They'll be looking at the timing. They'll be trying to figure out if anyone else is going to come in. And to be honest, I think we're going to see that from pretty much every team. Well, there's only one or two that have just had a pit stop, isn't there? Really, that will definitely not be coming in again. But there's going to be still a bunch of them.
Oh, that is a good request from Rockshot Gamer.
Yeah.
Can you do an interview with Clinton Bell?
Ooh, I'd love to.
I think we've got time.
I've spoken to Clinton quite a while, actually.
Do you want to do it, or do you want me to make the trek? I'm happy to if you want.
You go. He's given you enough penalties in time, so you can go and slate him.
He's never given me a penalty. I'm a good boy.
Okay.
Thank you.
You've been sat here a lot longer than I. Oh, sorry. I just muted him as he started speaking. Sorry, Yusuf. Oh, he's taking a custard cream for the road as well. Get in. It's just you and I now, chat. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Hey, there's only one custard cream left in the packet. Do I eat it before he comes back? he's going to run off with it now. Will you stop asking me about how, like, who's going to win between Conor McGregor and any oiled up object? we've passed that subject many a time now. So now, yeah, remember to ask the pressing questions. Claude Zapparel says you've got to ask the pressing questions, and I think we know what they mean by that. Yeah. Shadow Racing's just saying my name. Thanks. Amy Robinson says, please teach us some maths. I've got 3 weeks left until my A levels. Hang on.
If you need help 3 weeks before your A-levels, I think you already messed up.
Sorry, Amy. Oh, man. What a race this has been, though. I mean, it's great that, you know, some of the class battles are still coming alive in these last couple of hours of the race. And as I've mentioned, it will fly past for the teams now that they are just going to be absolutely on it until the end. They really have to put their best feet forward now. They'll put their best drivers in, potentially, if they need a quick burst at the end. They may even just put the drivers in that'll just play it safe until the end. You've got to wait and see. You've got to wait and see. But it's going to be a fantastic finish here at Buckmore Park. Don't forget, we've still got a 12th of the race to go, effectively, really, with these 2 hours. And the drivers are pushing on like mad in these greasy conditions. It's not drying very quickly at all. I don't think it's still raining at the moment. I don't think there's any more rain coming down, but it's not looking very promising on the horizon at this stage, so we'll have to wait and see. But look, you can still keep your eyes on the drivers with the wider, wet lines that they're using here, sliding the back ends out. Look, you can see trying to get a bit of momentum up there, the Quadrant driver, kart number 30 against Senor Frogs. This is the battle that's everybody's wanted to see for a long, long time, and they are right together on the circuit now, chasing one another down through turns 1 and 2. Interesting later apex by the Quadrant driver to then try and cut back on the exit. Doesn't always work like that, but they're both putting in brilliant pace at the moment. And we have a head-to-head on circuit between these two. Of course, they'll all be filming it for their respective channels, and it'll be a lot of fun to watch it back. I'm sure you're all as excited as we are to see the resulting videos when they do come out in maybe a week or so's time. You never know. Some of their editors are rapid, some of them are not so, but they put a lot of great effort into these videos. Look at the way they float down the hill there. The Quadrant driver just completely sideways. Unfortunately, I cannot confirm which of the Quadrant drivers it is, but I'm very confident that it's Chip in the Senor Frogs kart. And you can see just... well, to be fair, the Quadrant driver is just trying not to hit the back of the driver in front, to be fair. He's just having a little bit of a hesitant entry to a lot of corners, but gets the run up the hill towards Cafe Corner, heads down the inside, floats sideways into him, and has one of them. Any hand gestures? Oh, well, yes, it's one to say sorry and a thumbs up from Chip. That's really good sportsmanship. That was lovely to see, wasn't it? I was hoping that it'd be quite the opposite and they'd start just hurling insults at each other, but that's friendly sportsmanship, considering that this is probably the pair of teams that has the biggest rivalry in the field between the pair of them. That was great to see. Solid sportsmanship right until the end. I think they're just that tired at the moment. They can't be bothered with it, to be honest with you. I've just had a Benny Boy in the chat has said apparently they've added somebody's face to the live timing. Unfortunately, that hasn't come through to us, but it's come through on their end. They've apparently, James, added a picture of someone's face to their icon for their kart when they're tracking him. Not quite sure what on earth, but yeah. Not sure whether it's just a Photoshop job from a screenshot, but yeah, Benny's let us know, so thank you, Benny. Mucho appreciate. Quadrant driver is Max Futrell, apparently. So, very competent driver, to say the least. That's why he was sort of waiting for the right moment to get through, and you could see that he had the mindset to be patient at least and wait behind the driver in front, not just try and send it every single corner. He was just picking his moment when to send it down the inside. Chip doing a good job, though. He's not exactly miles off the pace from him. He's still only a few kart lengths behind. I'm glad you're all enjoying the chat, though, and enjoying the show, of course, as well. MG Motorsport, I'm very, very, very grateful for the compliments. He says, see, the problem with F1 commentators, Crofty and Plonker Ted, is that they think that they're funny. Chaz is actually funny. I'll take that all day. Thank you very much. I'm all about the dry humour, the dry northern humour, and I'm just very glad that you're all enjoying yourselves. But Nameless are the team to beat at the moment, it's safe to say. 1,232 laps in the books. They've been on the circuit for 2 hours and 3 minutes at the moment, though, so they do still have to make another pit stop before the end of this. They're not going to make the fuel last that long in these conditions. When it was absolutely sopping wet earlier on, there was potential for that, but right now it will not be the case that they make it last until the very end. They're nearly actually lapping the team in second place right now. You can see them both just coming through shot there. Kart number 5 of Dab Motorsport being caught by kart number 11 on the road. They've just started their respective laps. And on the previous lap round, Nameless were only 0.2 of a second quicker, so there's not a massive difference in the pace. However, it's just the fact that they're just eating into that gap. They're just stretching their legs a bit at a time. There they are together now. Kart number 5, just behind the number 12, actually. The driver in the blue helmet for kart number 12. It's the Team Rango with Red Mist team. They still have the fastest lap from much earlier in the day. And there's the Dab Motorsport kart number 5, and there are race leaders in kart number 11 with a send down the inside, maybe a little bit zealous. Bit of contact as they go over the curbs, gives a quick thumbs up to say thanks very much for not making that too much of a fight. Then they head back up the hill through the centre chicane. And you see them floating their way up towards Cafe Corner. Are they on slicks, asks BM1000. Yes, indeed. There's no wet weather tyres in these races. It is purely done on slicks all the way through. That is why they float around so much. And to be fair, it looks like an absolute riot trying to control these things lap after lap. What's Rishi Sunak commentator's real name? It's Yusuf bin Suhail, and he is fantastic. It's the first time we've worked together this weekend, finally meeting each other for the first time, and we've really gelled. It's been a lot of fun to commentate with him for this weekend. James asking, Chaz, does Alpha commentate on car races too? Yes, Alpha Live cover a number of different racing championships with lots of different motor vehicles. They started out mainly on karting events, but they cover the TCR UK Championship as well at the moment and do a magnificent job of that. I myself commentate on European truck racing outside of this as well. Used to do Clio Cup Europe and a bunch of UK club meetings on PA commentary, but my bread and butter is either my own sim racing content or the European Truck Racing Championship, of which starts in May in Italy. I just mentioned Yusuf a moment ago, and what we're going to do is throw down to him. He's going to have an interview.
Very much, Shaz. We are in the race control room. It's nice and cozy here. It's actually warmer than the commentary box, I think. And we've got a lovely view of pretty much the whole circuit. And if you're thinking, well, you can't see Ghana and you can't see Paddock, therefore I can put someone there, there's actually really nice cameras up as well. So we can see, I say we, the race control can see everything. Speaking of, I think the race control has been very underappreciated. So I've come bearing a gift. But I only had one gift and there are 3 people, so now I feel a bit bad. Clinton, here's a custard cream.
Oh, my favourite. My favourite, thank you very much.
There were bourbons, like a whole pack of bourbons, but I'm still quite hungry.
No, custard cream's all the way.
Perfect, I'm glad I left one then. How's the race been going?
Perfect, no issues. I'm sure there's a few teams that would disagree. But yeah, we're happy. The silly thing is, to us, when it's boring, we're happy because nothing's going wrong. Obviously, with the weather, it's always going to be tricky. It's harder for the staff, for the drivers, for the karts. But so far, touch wood, it's been perfect.
Yeah, there haven't been any reliability issues. We've seen one car, I think it's Bandito Delito, have been trying to delete a few of your barriers around the circuit.
Yes. In the last, probably about 9-10 o'clock this morning, people started to clip a few blocks, and I just had to sort of remind them about track limits. But at the end of the day, they've been driving all night and all for the last 20 odd hours, so I understand they're tired, but we have to remind them.
Yeah, of course. You gave a very good reason in driver's briefing. If it's wet and you go off track, that's your own fault. Slow down.
Yes, that's not an excuse. I might give you the benefit of the doubt once, but slow down, learn from it. Yeah, you can't use it always as an excuse. You're skilled drivers, so slow down.
Quick thoughts on that bandit in the number 10 kart?
And you're not driving though, so I can't.
It was me at one point.
Yeah.
Got a few warnings.
You certainly did. You're trying to drive it like a Club 100 kart, weren't you?
Yeah, no comment.
Yeah, we'll keep that between us. But no, you're all right. Team 10's doing okay.
So everything good so far? Only a couple of hours left. Is it now just nice and chill up here?
Yeah, it's hard. As a racing fan, part of me wants something to go wrong so it gets closer. But as a race director and running the event, if it stays like this for the next couple of hours, it's win-win.
Fantastic stuff. We'll leave you to it and not take up any more of your time.
Enjoy the rest of the race.
And with that, Chaz, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Much appreciated. Great to hear from Clinton Bell up there in race control, the race director for the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. And the Quadrant team heading back out on the circuit right now. Kart number 30 makes its way back around. Senior Frogs just overtook them on the road there as well. You can see they put another lap on them at that point. So now they have to try and do all the work again. But of course, they're not racing each other directly for position at this point. Quadrant down in 22nd place and Senior Frogs in 14th overall. Second in their class at this point. John Tusting in the chat. Thank you very much, John. Much appreciated. Great to see you here, Sunshine. We have the race leaders in the pits at present. 2 hours and 9 minutes they've been on the circuit, and right now they are completing their stop, and it will be their final one of the race. Will the Spicy Boys have another pit stop, I'm being asked. They've been in the kart for half an hour now, so it's close. It is close. You'd be talking about 2 hours and 10 minutes. I reckon they could probably make that work, you know, as a final stint. They've probably strategically pitted when they did, so they know that they could go to the end. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. I doubt they will come in again, but we'll see. We'll see. They've done 13 pit stops. Senior Frogs team has actually done 12 pit stops as well, which shows you that Spicy Boys are doing a wonderful job because of the fact that they have a pit stop in hand and still have the class lead. How does the kart not overheat, Exor is saying? Because it's freezing. It's absolutely freezing here at the moment. And to be fair, with the air that flows over them, the engines really don't get to a temperature where it's of any concern, to be fair. They're really well managed, and they're very well built to run for this long, the Sodi RT10s that we run here at Buckmore Park. And don't forget, they're in the new livery for this season, and for this race at least. They've unveiled it just the other day. And they have this fantastic brand new branding about Buckmore Park and a great look to them, which we absolutely love. Chris is asking for some track audio, I believe. I mean, I've got some, I can hear it. Apparently we can't hear track audio, Jack. It's audio at the circuit. Yeah. I can hear it, so not quite sure what's going on there, everybody. Do apologise for that. Chippo better than Verstappen, apparently. That's the latest comment to come in. There is one camera. Yeah, there is one camera, I'm being told, that doesn't have audio, and it's the one that's on the balcony that looks at the karts coming up the hill towards us, basically. That one doesn't have audio, but the others all do. So maybe it was on that one for an extended period of time. You never know. What's the gap between Spicy Boys and Senior Frogs? It is currently 2.5 laps at present. There's 11 seconds from Spicy Boys back to Team Ard. Then they're a lap ahead of Zesty Drink Racing, who are then 30 seconds ahead of Senior Frogs. So it's actually a lap and a half. I do apologise. It's about a minute and 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, the gap has been extending. I think Spicy Boys well on their way to taking the class win. Got our first 101.9 from Dab Motorsport. Saw Nameless Motorsport. They've just made their pit stop. So O'Sullivan is out. Jack Goldsmith is in. Kart Race of Champions champion as well. Let's not forget. So very, very proficient here at Buckmore. And Chaz.
Hello.
Does my eyes deceive me? Do I see dry patches?
You do?
Particularly going into turn 1, they look to be...
Yeah, it's definitely starting to dry out very suddenly. Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, there are.
It's a shame it's not on the racing line, isn't it?
It's very odd that it's not on the racing line, if anything, because it's not warm enough to heat anything up right now.
They've got a little under-track heater.
Yeah, you never know. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go on this little tangent here. The country of Iceland, phenomenal place. They obviously have a lot of geo... Oh, dearie me. Black flag for second place team Dab Motorsport with an hour and a half left to go. That is going to throw them down from second position because the gap between them and Accelerate, as you can see on the left-hand side now, is 16 seconds, or was 13 seconds actually when it was last calculated. The gaps on the side have now changed as well, so it shows the gap between each kart. So rather than the gap from the leader, you can see it from the kart ahead of them. So you can just basically pick that as you want, and we'll keep our eye on it as well.
Now, this is going to make things very, very interesting because it's going to mean that Oliver Smith for Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing will be in second place. But Dab Motorsport are quicker, which means we are going to have a bit of a stadium finish in the final hour of this race. But this time it's going to be Accelerate who have to defend from Dab Motorsport.
It absolutely is. I was just going to mention Iceland a moment ago. They've got geothermal power in Iceland, and rather than running the heating and the pipes and everything to do it all just in a direct straight line from the volcanoes and the mountains and wherever they get it all from straight to the city, they decided to do it underneath all the roads and dig it really shallow so all the roads remain warm and they never have to be gritted. How amazing is that? Whoever came up with that needs a medal.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I mean, to be honest, if you did that in the UK, you'd just get a pothole and then you get lava coming out of the road.
I mean, that'd be exciting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Be an exciting day on your way to work, wouldn't it?
Bit too much excitement.
Gaming Division says, ask the math teacher to calculate the average speed of the leader. I'm assuming they mean you, because I can't do maths.
The typical students.
You're not a maths teacher, though, are you?
Yeah.
I thought that it was just physics or something that Kira mentioned earlier.
Bit of both. Science and maths.
Gaming Division said he came up with that in Iceland. Fair play, mate. Well done. Really pleased for you. Someone says I rate that Chaz does Planet Earth instead of David Attenborough. Can you imagine me? Look at this capybara. He look like an idiot.
That would be brilliant, actually.
Why is he falling out of the tree? Moron. Rather than giving it a justified reason, just, look, he fell. Anyway, back out onto the circuit after falling a position. Dab Motorsport don't have to worry about the only way is Brentwood at the moment because there's 7 laps between them. However, they now have to recuperate that time to Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. I still can't say it after 22.5 hours. But we'll wait and see next time they cross any of the sort of sectors to see what the gap is. It does display as 15.6 seconds at the moment. I'd argue it's actually more than that. Let's have a little check next time it updates, shall we? You can see it now on the left-hand side. As I mentioned a moment ago, it's not now the leader, the gap from the leader down that you'll see on there. It's the gap from the kart in front, basically, on the timing tower. So you get the individual intervals, as we call it, from one kart to the next.
And we can see Dab Motorsport 26.5 in that first sector, Accelerate 25.3, so they lost another second. So they've lost about 31 seconds with that black flag.
Sorry. We just had a moment there with microphones. Technical issues. We're bound to have them at some point.
Yeah.
Especially with me I'm like a technical gremlin, I am. It's a curse. Honestly, like wherever I go, there's always a problem.
To be honest, I think that's just broadcast in general. I don't think I've ever seen a broadcast where there isn't an issue of some sort. Obviously, the audience never gets to see any of it because people work very hard behind the scenes so that it doesn't become apparent.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, that's why we mention our wonderful producers and all the crew here at Alpha Live. You know, they do a massive amount of work, and
you know, we're the ones that are directly communicating with everybody here in the chat and speaking throughout the stream. You don't get to always see and hear the people behind the scenes, so we want to show our appreciation to them all because they do a massive, massive amount. It's brilliant.
Now, I remember something about rain due at 1 p.m. It's pretty much 1 p.m.
It is. Absolutely is.
We'll see whether the rain does come down. The lap times are still falling. We're getting closer to, well, actually, the 1 minute point zeros. As Quadrant have been really naughty lately. Another track limit warning.
Yeah, another one to go on the list.
Who's out for them? Is that Harava at the moment?
I couldn't remember. No, isn't it Chip?
No, that's
No, he's in
Senior
Senior
Frogs.
Frogs, yeah. It's Max Futrell. Max Futrell's out for them at the moment, from what I remember. Oh, no. I think we might be in trouble.
We're always in trouble, Chase.
James is here. Hello.
Hello.
What have I done?
No, I was just having a chat with Phil, and I've just found out something really interesting.
Ooh.
Someone's just said I'm better than Murray Walker. Please don't say that.
So for every 200 laps that a team complete, that is one time around the M25. If they complete 1,400 laps today, they would have done 7 laps of the M25.
Is that on the inside lane or the outside lane?
Oh, for God's sake, Yusuf.
I've just been told it's on the middle lane.
Middle lane.
Yeah.
Wait, is this at relative speed, the average speed of the M25, which is 4 miles an hour, or is
Still
this
the
at
same
full
distance.
speed? Yeah.
That's why he doesn't teach maths.
Come on, mate. I've had 45 minutes of sleep.
I know. You're still cleverer than me. Oh, look at my chubby face on that camera, isn't it cute?
Oh, we're on there again, are we?
Cute,
Yeah.
though, isn't it?
And this time you're in on it as well.
Isn't
yeah.
it?
Hi, everyone.
Hi, guys.
Where's Barry when I need him?
Barry?
Yeah, Barry. You're not here
Did you
yesterday.
text Barry?
No, never mind.
That was like swearing on stream, that, wasn't it?
Anyway.
Anyway.
I might
Who's
leave you to it.
Barry? No, hang on, who's Barry?
No,
Yeah,
yesterday there was a guy on the chat that was, just nice to me, I guess.
Oh, fair enough. Our Bazza.
I'm guessing it's called Barry.
It was.
Was
Barry.
it?
Yeah. It's funny that.
Yeah, Christ.
So yeah, that's all I came in to talk about really. Just an interesting fact.
I like that.
7 laps of the M25.
If they complete 1,400 laps today, and at the moment they're on 1,295.
So have they
Yeah.
driven across the height of the UK?
Oh.
I'll be back in a bit.
All right. I'm just going to come up with really weird comparisons and distances.
Samuel's just said, what's the odd for the Cokes getting spilt onto the electronics?
They're
Well,
empty.
They're both empty, so very low.
Yeah.
Very low. And to be fair, there was even more drinks on the table earlier. There was a good 5 or 6.
Oh, this one still has Coke in it. Whose is this? Is this yours?
Oh, that might have been mine from this
Do
morning.
you want some Pepsi?
Yeah, please.
Wake you up a bit. Get a bit more caffeine going. What is the gap between Accelerate and Dab?
I'm sorry.
That
just
hit the spot, didn't
That's
it?
just reminded me, Pepsi Max is so much better than Coke Zero.
Oh,
my
we're going into
God.
Pepsi versus Coke, aren't
Oh, I used to always get crates of Coke Zero, and then I changed to Pepsi Max, and it's just so much better. Such a superior drink.
we?
That's going to start an argument.
Probably.
Wait for chat to erupt. Right, now I'm being asked if I can say the number 32 instead of 29.
Who's 32?
There isn't a 32.
No, because it ends at 30.
Are you all right? It's Shadow Racing.
Uh,
Pepsi sales after this, yes. Very much climbing. I'll be an ambassador.
we should get a sponsorship from Pepsi.
Rishi and Attenborough link up going crazy. That's
It's the
phenomenal.
duo we thought we never needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, to be fair, David's saying be nice to James. He hasn't paid me yet. To be fair, he's not paying me at all.
True.
It's Buckmore that are paying us.
Yeah.
But Phil is in the room, so I have to be a good boy.
Yes.
They're telling us to be nice to James, Phil, because he's paying us. But I've said it's you instead of James, so we're being nice to you. We're nice to James anyway.
It might be a good time to offer Phil some bourbons
Do you want half a Pepsi Max, Phil?
that you've drunk from.
It's only been here since yesterday morning, and I'm still drinking it.
Has it lost the fizz yet?
No, actually, it's all right.
Oh, okay.
I'm very impressed by that, actually. That's, again, why it's superior to Coke Zero.
I prefer last
Last
year
year's
Frog. I agree. I
Yeah.
think this year it's been too white. Not enough green going on.
Yeah, I like some bright overalls.
Yes.
Because A lot of the time, you'll just see teams wearing like a full
Like that one?
black suit of overalls. Yeah, a black suit of overalls with the odd highlight on it, and
Yeah.
usually a white helmet.
Or you'll be someone boring like Fraser Brunton, who's got a plain white arrow helmet and a black
But
suit.
that's because his pace matters more than how it looks.
No.
And I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
I
you've
remember
got to
the
have, especially in something like karting where you get to see the suit and helmet so much more than in other forms of motorsport. That's more of an identity indicator, isn't it?
To be honest, when I first started racing, and I didn't have my own kit then, Fraser was the one guy without, like the fancy kit. He was at the front, and I was like, who's this rando?
Who's this
Who's
rando?
at the front?
Who's this rando Norris?
Rando.
A bit of side-by-side action just in the background there, actually. Just focusing here on the number 27 machine, which is Bandito Delito.
I had a little chat with
Yeah, him.
Clinton
Oh, yeah?
about Bandito Delito and their escapades into walls.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been a bit naughty.
Oh, no.
But they're not last anymore. It's Belly Boys Racing.
Oh, they've belly flopped.
I've got it.
Go.
Bandito Delito, Belly Boys Racing. We give a wooden spoon to one of them.
Yeah, and there's only 14 seconds between them and all.
We could have a proper battle for the wooden spoon. Oh, the 27 really squeezing out the
Hello.
30. Bandito Delito, really bringing out the Bandito. Is that why they've got the Red Bull over?
Yeah, probably. Oh, goodness me. Have it back, he says.
Hang on.
Have one of them.
That's a jacket. I'm just trying to work
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Are those jeans?
It does look like jeans, doesn't it? But I think
No,
it's a
You
a
can wear a
dark blue.
jacket over a race suit.
Yeah,
but
but I think it's a
that's
dark
his suit.
blue race suit.
Yeah.
It's got lines on it, hasn't it? You can see there's like a
He's
pattern
wearing
to
his trainers. What do they call those trainers? Vans?
it. Not suitable for racing.
Not suitable for racing.
BM1000 said he reckons Chaz would be good on a night out. I'm fantastic on a night out. With my dry humour, I'll make anyone laugh.
Yeah.
I'm very confident with that.
We made loads of people laugh.
I
in
don't
this
go on
podcast.
nights out. I just sit at my desk.
I mean, technically,
I just play Rocket League.
we had a massive night out with all of chat.
We basically did, didn't we?
Yeah.
We had a night in and a night out all at the same time with
It was
chat, and it was
absolutely
the
fantastic.
best laugh I've had in ages. It was amazing. That's all we've got to say on it. It was just amazing. Yeah, Garchompy's just mentioned actually that the hood is acting as a parachute for this driver.
Yeah.
That's drag.
Oh, it helps him slow down, maybe.
Yeah. It'd be funny if it popped up over his helmet every time he hit the brakes, wouldn't it? Yeah, DRS, as James has just said. Yeah, I like that.
I
Absolutely.
haven't seen many drivers do the old head down. I know Buckmore doesn't have long straights, so not a huge opportunity to do it. But sometimes you do see it. The bum shuffle forwards.
Yeah.
That works as well.
I saw it in qualifying. There was a few drivers when I was in the pit lane
okay.
towards the end of qualifying. There was a few people really tucking in. And to be fair, when they were on fast laps, they were tucking it over to the right-hand side of the circuit out the last corner as well. They weren't smoothly running all the way over to the left. But yeah, there's not been a massive amount of sort of tucking the head down when they've been on a start-finish straight, for example. But you're absolutely right, though. There's not many sections of it here where it's long straights where you'd really get much benefit out of that. It's all really about the slingshot out of the corner more than anything that sort of powers you there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've got a good one from Tom Justice in the chat. Just not drag reduction system. Might as well just call it the drag system.
Yeah. The drag system.
How does dry humour work in the rain? Use an umbrella.
Well, look there, it's drying the circuit out.
Ooh, lovely.
There is definitely a dry line forming, actually.
We've been
isn't there?
trying really hard with the dry humour to dry up the circuit, and it's finally starting to work.
It's happening. It's getting there. David's saying
Bet you it
Chaz is
starts to
good.
rain now.
Yeah. I've just got to self-indulge for a second. David's saying Chaz is good on a night out. The only time I've ever met Chaz, I believe. Yeah, that was when we went to Simply Race, I believe. Then we went and got
I
very
need to
drunk
go to
afterwards.
Simply Race at some point, actually.
I do their social media.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And nobody seems to know it. Yeah, I do their social media. So any of the awful puns and stupid things that you see is me.
Juicy.
If you watch Alpha Live's what James is saying, if you watch our latest video, you versus Greatest Driver, there's a code for 10% discount at Simply Race. There you
Ooh, juicy.
go. Wonderful. Wonderful. What was the other one? There was another one. What's my
Chaz does not sound like Soviet Womble.
No,
Take
I don't.
That back.
Yeah, please don't. What's your go-to cocktail?
Don't have one.
I like on the beach, to be fair. Very good. I have to admit. A Blue Lagoon, Jack's just said. James, you just like a shandy, don't you? There's a funny joke about that, isn't there? A guy goes to a bar in Scotland. He says, "Oh, can I just have a shandy, please?" And the guy looks at him and goes, "We don't do cocktails." Phenomenal. I don't sound like Soviet Womble. Jack Fitzpatrick saying, "Listening to you guys during the night was hilarious. Absolutely wet myself laughing. Best commentary ever. Good job, guys. Thank you very much."
Oh, we got a future star in the chat as well. Ellis Cox Racing saying Peter Knight is rapid. Ellis Cox, who has been absolutely dominant in Club 100 juniors or cadets. Being a bit of a Peter Knight fanboy, I saw Ellis actually earlier on today. He was walking around sporting his absolutely fantastic mullet.
Oh, yeah, love a mullet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love a mullet. My brother's had a mullet for a while.
It's crazy seeing this 19-year-old with a mullet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, mullets are coming back. I know a few people with a good mullet on them. Yeah, my friend Dave's got a belting mullet, bless him. Shadow Racing saying, "Chaz, what team are you rooting for?" To be honest, I was hoping to see more of a battle throughout the whole race between the obvious, the Quadrant and the Senior Frogs team. At the moment, though, I'm actually kind of wanting Dab Motorsport to bring this gap back right to the end. Yeah. I'm hoping for a bit of a comeback from them. I think this will be really exciting towards the end. So, seeing as they were the pole sitters in the race, I'm wanting a little bit of a return here for Dab Racing. It'd be great if they still get the podium at the end of the day. But I'd like to see them have a second place finish here. And no disrespect to the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team. At the end of the day, they started the race second on the grid as well. You know, they've both got a fantastic reason to be up there in the first place, that they are both rapid teams. There was actually a great lap there by Dab Motorsport, a 1 minute .609. That is 1.4 seconds quicker than Accelerate on that last lap as well. The gap is just over 10 seconds now, so they're starting to really bring it back.
It is closing up 10 seconds between them. 1 minute .6 last time around. So Nameless Motorsport, Dab Motorsport, absolutely rapid. As are the Slidemen, 1 minute .8. So very fast for the Slidemen. By 1 minute .8, I don't mean 1 minute .8 seconds. 1 minute .8.
It's the weird thing as a commentator when we've got to come up with those, isn't it?
Maybe I could say 60.8 instead. No,
don't like that.
That's not allowed.
No.
Fair enough.
Sorry, didn't mean to shoot that down. Yeah, well, I've been told now, Accelerate all the way. Can we get one more commentator? You'll get plenty of commentator cam over the end of the stream. Don't worry about it. You'll get to see us a lot. Someone said that I look like a B-Tech Viking. I mean, I shaved my beard a lot, actually, before I came down here yesterday. It was a lot bigger than this yesterday.
Ooh, 59.9 from Dab Motorsport.
Finally back under an hour? Under a minute. Imagine an hour a lap.
I mean, we've got just over an hour remaining, so it will be under an hour soon enough.
It will. Absolutely will.
Dab Motorsport really have had the hurry up, and they are absolutely lit out on circuit. So let's see if they can continue to bring that gap down. They've taken a second out of Accelerate on the last lap.
There are some belter quotes from the night being brought back up again. About, I don't know, see what the problem is. Me and my wife's boyfriend always go karting. It's just amazing. Yusuf, you've actually made the quotes note on my phone twice over the course of this event.
What was the other one?
The first one was "No shots for the crotch, Mr. Gorilla," which was at around 3 a.m. I imagine.
You're going to forget the context for that in a few months.
Yeah, and then earlier on you said carts are rather goose-like.
Carts are oh yeah.
They were talking about a gaggle and geese, and you were saying if you think about it, carts are rather goose-like.
Yeah.
And I thought I must really be tired, and I'm hoping that I've not misheard that. They are a bit. They look all lovely, but then when you get near them, they might bite your face off if you're not right about it.
Well, I like to think about it as sometimes they sound really vicious, but they're all talk, no bite.
There's an official on the circuit there. There's drivers with their hands up in the air. There was a yellow flag, I think, and something had gone on, so there was a bunch of them slowing down through that first sector, then back up to speed as they head down the hill. Not quite sure what that was, whether there was a cart stranded or something and they had to go and get it moving again. We haven't seemed to picked anything up. I don't think there was anyone stationary. Maybe it was just because that official was returning to their post or something. I don't know. They just obviously had to throw the yellow just in case, because at the end of the day they were on the live circuit. It's always good to keep it safe. Not so safe there as they were 3 wide going back up the hill. I think the number 7 might have been involved in that.
Well, it was a 59.8 for Dab Motorsport, but then they got caught in traffic. So the 2 seconds that they gained, they've now lost straight away. So really unlucky on the timing of that yellow flag for Dab Motorsport. As the number 1 car tries to go up the inside of the 23, that catches out Dab Motorsport, who are stuck behind these 2 dueling Sodi carts. as they make their way through hairpin number 2. And Dab Motorsport, they need to get a move on quickly. Again, another yellow flag. And no way through for Dab Motorsport. They just have to sit behind for now. Now, someone's saying it is Peter Knight. You know what? It could actually be Peter, because his previous suit might be absolutely soaked. So he's had to put another suit on. And I can't remember what Peter Knight's old suit looks like. I remember it being white.
Yeah.
And that... I don't know. Is that Peter Knight out on circuit? Chat, let us know.
Yeah, if anybody down there knows, then please let us know as well. Share the share
Spicy
the
Boys, black flag.
Oh, no. That's going to change things at the front of the class, because what's the difference between them guys? There's a
About
lap.
1.5 laps.
Yeah, a lap and 18 seconds. So that's going to really, really close things up. The Spicy Boys are certainly going to be in a spicy battle. I know a lot of people will be happy to see that for the Senior Frogs team, won't they? Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, the Senior Frogs team are screaming like mad. Well, that's what we could hear, wasn't it?
Oh, black flag for Accelerate.
Oh, no way.
He's bottled it.
Wow. But, yeah, can't deny. Cannot deny.
Oh, dear, oh,
That
dear.
is going to change it.
Right, we need another black flag for that Motorsport.
Oh, I don't know. Don't be mean. It would level the playing field a lot.
Spicy Boys, though, are well clear of Senior Frogs, so they'll be fine. They'll come out about 40 seconds ahead. So unless they get another black flag,
yeah,
maybe the pressure starts to rise on them. I remember that number 19 car. Had a little battle with him out on circuit. Beat him, though. To be fair,
oh, you're hard.
He did overtake me a couple of times.
Yeah.
So I had a little scrap with him. He didn't seem to understand the idea of not battling in an endurance race.
Working together and trying to move forward.
But fair play to him. He was quick. I'll give him that. And then he just stuck behind me for ages. And every time I had a little check over my shoulder, he was there. And it was a bit scary. Very worried.
Do you have to duck when you go under those trees?
Yes, actually.
We've got a good... thank you very much, James, for pointing out a very good comment, saying, are some people just holding position and making it home, or is everyone pushing like hell? A lot of the teams near the top end will be... well, I suppose it depends where they are. If there's a team that knows they're 7 laps down on the kart in front, at the end of the day, they will just play it safe and get it home at that point. They know at this stage they're not going to make that gap back up.
Counterpoint, if you're 7 laps down, you're not in the podium, so you might as well just push anyway.
I suppose so. The way I think about it would be you don't take any risks and you push if you do have a chance at catching the team ahead. Here are the penalties being served actually in unison. Number 19 machine ready to go back out on the circuit. Team Ard have now got a black flag from 11th place outright.
Senior Frogs have just started a new lap, so they are going to be just under a lap down on the number 19 car.
Certainly takes a big chunk out of that lead, doesn't it?
See, I'm just going to say, if they had put Matt Plum out, they would have won this.
Oh, the slide.
Wait, slide
Yeah.
It caught us. It did catch us.
We both got caught out then. How long has this race been going on? Flipping out. The slide men getting a penalty now from 8th position in the race at present. They're a lap down on the cart in front of them anyway. But yeah, that is a big, big shame for them. It's certainly been shaking the race up, these black flags. But this is the thing, you know, just on pure pace alone, it isn't signed, sealed and delivered. Where are they these days? Not mentioned them in ages. 26th place. Wow. I know.
Yeah.
Everyone's saying Matt Plum, yeah, he's got to get on with it. Someone's just shouting Binley Mega Chippy. Fantastic.
Has Matt Plum only done 3 stints?
With a little uwu on the end. Oh, I can do a really convincing uwu as well, and I'm not going to do it live on air because it will end my
I've done it
career.
on stream. It's made my students very excited.
I can do. I'm just believe me that I can do a very convincing uwu. I'm not going to do
I'll
it.
take your word for it.
Yeah, I'm definitely not doing one. Now that's where I know I can draw a line at least. Jack did just tell me, our producer just said, your mic will very much be cut off. And I don't think he means just muting me. I think he will come over here and snap this headset.
Cut the cable.
Yeah.
So don't forget, guys, you need to spam some pictures of suits in the chat. And you need to say, spam this Drippy to support Chippy. And that way you can give Chippy all of your energy so he can clamber his way up the field and catch the Spicy Boys.
At this point, I'm praying that I mishear you.
Or you can spam a dice and say, spam this dicey to help Spicy. Honestly, Twitch chat copy pastas are a thing of beauty sometimes.
Yeah, they absolutely are. So now that we've got this battle on our hands, the teams will really be pushing for that class lead. Spicy Boys just started their lap, and to be fair, Senior Frogs are just, as we see here, getting to the halfway point of theirs. And they are in a bit of a scrap, actually, with the number 13 machine, which is the only way is Brentwood. And the gaming robot saying, Chaz survived the night. I did, somehow. Somehow I survived the night. You know what? It was you guys in chat that got me through the night.
We survived the night,
Oh,
but not in one piece.
No. Oh no, I'm definitely going to be like having to sort of self-therapize on the way home. Like I'm going to have a word with myself in the rearview mirror on the way home just to make sure I'm still sane.
In other words, you're insane, so you're going to talk to yourself.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is prove how sane I am on the way home by talking to myself in the mirror on the M6.
If anyone is going down the M6 and you see that, make sure you take a picture and send it to me.
If you see a white Suzuki Vitara heading down the M6 with a bloke frantically talking to himself in the rearview mirror with a headset dint in his hairline, then you know it's me.
I do find it funny.
To be fair, I'll be grinding along the central reservation anyway. Oh, Christ.
How would you end up there?
I'm just knackered.
Fair enough.
I'm absolutely knackered. Oh, it's all part of the fun, though, everybody. We really do hope you're enjoying it here. The 2024 Buckmore Park 24 hours. Still an hour and 10 minutes to go. You've got Chaz Draycott and Yusuf bin Suhail in the commentary
we got
box.
another black flag for Dab Motorsport.
Oh, Dab Motorsport.
Let's go.
No, we don't say let's go. But that's just come through and now really leveled the playing field again. Oh, this is a race of so many twists and turns now in these later stages.
One driver has got 2 black flags. Peter Knight, when your driver comes in, slap him.
Yeah.
If you don't come second, I mean, if you come second, it hasn't made a difference. Oh my God. Well, I guess if they can get 2 black flags, so can Spicy Boys.
Yeah, Fez.
Oh. Now, where do they come out relative to Accelerate? Because they were about 10 seconds behind. I do remember Clinton Bell saying, you know, it's been boring, which is good for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he was saying that the racer in him wanted a bit of action. He's getting that action now.
Oh yeah, well I think maybe he's just got bored. He's gone, you know what? He's done the whole Oprah thing. You get a penalty, you get a black flag. Everybody gets a black flag.
If you give the 2 people fighting for a position the same number of black flags,
yeah,
it hasn't.
You just cancelling it out, I suppose, aren't you?
Yeah.
BM1000 saying, Chaz, what is your McDonald's order? Oh, I think he's just asking that out of pure interest rather than saying he's going to get me one ordered.
Oh. You never know. It does look like Peter.
Large 5 chicken selects and a plain double cheeseburger, please.
Peter, don't hit that guy. That'd be very bad. Don't get 2 black flags before you've even served one.
Yeah, do not start adding more to that.
It is Peter Knight in the cart, apparently.
Christopher saying, are these announcers drunk? No, just very tired. Very tired. What's that? What have we figured out? 6 hours sleep in the last 48 hours I've had. And that's only in bursts of 2 or 3. Oh, on a bus as well. I got woken up by the Quadrant guys trying to film their video. They were trying to find one of the team that was asleep.
Peter Knight's actually just got another black flag, I think.
Yeah, he has.
Peter, what are you doing?
Oh no.
I wanted to bring him in for an interview as well.
I
don't think I want to talk to him. He's going to be really upset.
That wasn't for track limits as well, as it was just asked in the chat, because normally you get some warnings first.
Yeah.
Once you get a black flag, it resets basically, and then you get another track limits warning. So he's in the pits, and he's saying, "I can't believe you're here again." He's like, "Do you like it in the pit lane? Go on, mate, off you go." Oh no.
Now, where does he come out relative to Accelerate? I've just gone through turn 1. Now, did he get told that he's got to come back into the pits for another black flag?
Yeah, I'm wondering. Unless that's just accidentally come through twice, but I don't know. Because next to their name in a moment, it should tell us if they've got a black flag or not. There's been a contact warning for the Quadrant kart number 30.
Yep. And yes, there are immediate black flags, BM1000. If you knock someone off, essentially, if you spin them, or if you hit them such that they lose a position, you get an instant black flag and not a contact warning.
Yes. Yeah, contact warning is more of an advisory, isn't it, basically?
Yes. Right. Where is... So there's Dab. And just up ahead is Accelerate, a few seconds up the road. Now, does Peter Knight have to come back into the pits once again?
Well, he's just gone past the pit lane.
He's
so
safe.
Yeah.
So
now.
It wasn't a double black flag. It was just putting it out again in case he did another lap.
Yeah, it seems so at the moment. You never know, though. It could be another lap and then the board will get lit up again and we'll find them back in the pits. But that is not what they wanted, to say the least. The gap is only 3.6 seconds, though, by the look of it. So really not a massive margin for them to gain up. And considering they were quicker earlier, we'll have to see.
There's Oliver Smith going through the left-hander, and there is Peter Knight past one of the two back markers. This is going to get rather feisty. We've got just over an hour remaining here at the Buckmore Park, 24 hours for 2024. We're getting close to the 57s as well. Dry times were 48, 49, so times are definitely tumbling. I'm hoping it stays dry because when you have a track that is improving and getting quicker, it does make things exciting. And then we can have a little downpour in the final 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, save it all to the last 3 laps, for example.
Agreed.
But yeah, you're right though. You know, it's gradually been getting quicker and quicker over the last couple of hours as the rain has stopped. And now we've got the drivers starting to really turn the wick up a little bit. However, we still have that sort of transition period of it, don't we, where they're still having to get braver and braver to get right to the apex of the corners rather than using the sort of wet line, because it's still mighty greasy out there in certain sections.
And there's no sunlight either, which would really help the track to dry up, as there goes Jack Goldsmith up the inside of the 29. Senior Frogs hangs it around the outside of the race leader. Fair play. And is that... Who's that in front of them? That's not Quadrant, is it?
No, I don't think so. I think Quadrant are just behind them. Are they not? It's number 15 machine that is just ahead of them right now. That's the Fat and Furious team. As race leaders put another lap on the 29 machine.
Is Lance Stroll driving for Dab Motorsport?
No, because he's third.
That's a good one.
He'd be out of the race if it was Lance
true.
Stroll. He'd have crashed into race control.
I won't say anything more on this.
Oh, I know I'm never going to commentate on Formula 1. So
are they allowed kart-to-pit radios?
Yes. And they do have. You'll see a number of the teams with like a large device on the side of the helmet, usually on the left-hand side, actually. The first driver in this trio's got them there. You can just see it on the sort of chin, well, maybe the jaw. Oh, I mean, he indicated to say
15.
through you go.
I think that's on the 15. He just turned into them.
It was almost saying, I'm going to hit you with this right side pod. That's what he was pointing at. He's saying, you see this here? Have one of them. Have one of them, mate. Nothing like a bit of groundskeeping on a Sunday afternoon.
Right, let's see what the gap is between Accelerate and Dab Motorsport. They are not separated by a huge amount. 59.8 for Accelerate, not a good lap. 59.1 for Dab. So the gap down to 2.5 seconds. But Accelerate have just caught and passed a group of karts, so Dab Motorsport are going to have to pass that same group as well. There is Oliver Smith, who is running in second position, making his way round hairpin number 2. Remember, Oliver, don't get yourself another black flag.
Yeah. This is the thing, though. There's this balance now of having to push like mad to try and stay apart and keep that gap, but also to not really throw the cat amongst the pigeons with another penalty. They've got to think about track limits over the course of this.
Do you think we'll see any sub-50s? If the conditions stay as they are with no more rain, I think we'll get into the 54s.
Yeah.
Actually, no, because I think we get to the part... We're getting to the part where the dry line is starting to form, and this is the point where all of a sudden the track drying up just accelerates.
Yeah.
And it dries up super fast.
There's a curve to it, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's a definite curve to it. So once it does get past a certain point, it will dry up really quickly. But only in a focused area, but obviously with enough of the karts going over that and a few of them spreading out slightly as they overtake traffic, it will naturally just dry the wider line.
We might get into the 51s, possibly. Again, there was meant to be a downpour at some point, at 1, and that was 25 minutes ago. But yeah, let's see. Our fast lap of the race is a 48.848 set by Team Rango with Red Mist.
Yep, flying. That was awesome earlier. The opening stint was amazing, wasn't it? Because the pace was so close together between all the teams. They were all absolutely glued to each other. Jack says he reckons that looks like a dry track, and to be fair, I was tempted to take the mick out of him in some way, but I think he's right.
We've got a 56.8 set by Oliver Smith, so pace is really starting to tumble, already into the 56s, and it's only going to get faster and faster. I think Dab Motorsport have just lapped Loughborough Legends and Neil, so now they've got a bit of clear air, whereas Accelerate are behind Elite Discos and Belly Boys Racing. So this might be a slightly compromised lap for them.
I'm upset by this, but 44 Variants just said Dab Motorsport are pulling a Liverpool, bottling it.
No, that's an Arsenal.
I was going to say that's an Arsenal. I don't know that much about football, but I tell you what, even I know that's an Arsenal. I get reminded about it enough because my brother and my dad are Manchester City fans.
Or a Spurs.
Well, Spurs, they've not got a lot to bottle, have they?
Well, they did bottle a couple of titles.
Oh, yeah, they have.
Lots of trophies.
Yeah. I just think they don't want them.
Yeah, true. Probably.
Here's the number 26 kart making its way back up the hill. That's the BN Racing team. They've had a pretty stable race in the middle of the pack, haven't they? They're a lap off the kart ahead of them, and they are 7 laps ahead of the Sporting Club just behind. So they've not got too much to worry about. Here's kart number 1, not to signify that they are reigning champions, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
Is that not?
it's
No.
not. I think it's just whoever signed up first.
Right. Oh, that's a shame. It'd be interesting if the reigning champs got kart number 1.
Who won it last year? Was it Dab?
I don't remember,
Or
actually.
was it Brentwood Banton, Nameless Motorsport?
Might have been Brentwood Banter.
Now,
Wonder if you can check in chat, please, everyone.
So, I was going to say, Accelerate now 1.4 seconds ahead of Dab Motorsport is getting very close up at the front.
And it's getting very close to 1 hour left of the race, Yusuf. I cannot believe that. You know, I think it's quite fitting. You know, no disrespect to our boys Kieran McGinley and Reeve Taylor. We're here from the start. We're here to the end. We've got the beginning and the end. I'm not doing it, James.
Oh, he's going to do it.
He's going to cut it off. Watch. He won't do it now because we pointed it out.
Nah, he will do it.
We love you, James.
Yeah.
Into the final hour of the race we go. So you wouldn't do that to Kieran and to Reeve, would you? There we go, everybody. As you see, thanks to our wonderful producers and our camera crews, we are now into the final hour of the race in the 2024 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. And there are less than 60 minutes to go.
Nameless
teams are
Motorsport. Black flag speeding under
yellows.
They're fine, though. They've got 6
I think
laps.
they're finding excuses to give them penalties now. They're just thinking, oh, come on. Clinton just wants to be, you know, you're just poking the buttons.
I think when I was speaking to Fraser, he said something about not getting any more black flags. I said, it's fine. You need to get about 10 black flags.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there is time for 10 black flags.
There is, yeah, if you're bonkers enough.
Can we get Kart 4 and Kart 5 up on the screen? Because this is starting
to
heat up now.
Any gear rep saying the numbers are the qualifying positions. That is, I have to say that's not correct, my friend.
No.
That is not how it goes. The kart numbers were assigned when the teams signed up, basically. The qualifying positions were simply just to set the grid. They got given the numbers before qualifying, and they've kept them all throughout the entire event.
There is Oliver Smith, and in the white suit and the white helmet is Peter Knight for Dab Motorsport, who I have been informed by chat have won the Buckmore 24 Hours for the last 2 years running. Not looking like that's going to happen today, but they will be on the podium once again, as they've got a good 8 laps to the only way is Brentwood in 4th position. So the main question is just who finishes in 2nd. Are Spicy Boys going to pit again? No, absolutely not. Unless they get a black flag, of course.
Can you do a driver change under black flag? No. You have to serve your penalty, and then you would have to come round and do it again. Basically, you can't try and sort of cheat the system by getting a free penalty out of things just to bring the driver in and then cover both. They have to be served separately because they are not considered, obviously, to the same scenario, effectively. There is the number 5 machine, and having a bit of a scrap, actually, with the number 29 right now. The Senor Frogs entry, not wanting to let them go, but now they've got only 1 kart between them and the number 4 Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team. They come down the start-finish straight again. There is the 29, but look, right behind the number 10 now, the number 10 kart being driven by the EKS All-Stars, Yusuf's team.
I think it's Louis at the wheel. I
Look
forget
at
surnames.
To be fair, for a commentator, I'm awful with names. It's dead funny.
Yeah. Oh, I'm terrible with names. I cannot remember names to save my life. Hence why I said Chris.
Yeah, I've barely remembered ours. I don't know mine, to be honest with you. Don't know mine half the time. I especially don't now. I'm so tired.
I will admit I'm not that bad. But we've had some 55s being set, and we've still got a lot of drying to happen out on circuit. Oliver Smith makes his way through guarded. There is the number 15, so still a few more back markers.
Get that battery done for the last hour, boys.
One final little boost.
I feel really bad. I laughed at that, and the two producers just look really serious about it.
EKS go up the inside. It's yellow helmet on yellow helmet, and all of this battling is not really helping out Peter Knight. He is going.
Oh, that's naughty. He gives him a little bit of a kiss on the way into the corner. That sends him into the 15. He doesn't know that you're lapping him, though, Sunshine. He doesn't know that he has to get out of the way. At the end of the day, you're another kart on the circuit. He's going to want to try and stay in front.
And he can see the accelerate kart just pulling away.
Yeah. It's a frustrating moment for all of them. The EKS All-Stars actually getting a contact warning out of that.
Do you want me to go and tell Luke to tell them to get out of the way so that we can see a battle?
Do the... who was it on the pit wall in Formula 1? Wasn't it? Was it Jean Todt and Ron Dennis did it a long time ago? And
are we talking about Spa 98 when Coulthard did? Yeah.
The irony of them saying, "Yep, that's fine. We'll get him to move out of the way," and Schumacher still just absolutely smashed him.
I mean, was it a brake check?
No.
Who knows?
No. I don't think so. I think Coulthard was just trying to move out of the way, hold his line, and that was it. Not even move out of the way. He was just holding the line, wasn't he? Doing what he could do.
I'm still very impressed that Schumacher managed to make it back to the pits on 3 wheels.
Yeah, yeah, that was amazing, to be fair.
And he was properly sending it, wasn't he, on 3 wheels? Probably driving that faster than we could drive a Formula 1 car on 4 wheels.
You stop that, Jack. The producer's turning on us now. He's getting angry. It's not my fault your batteries don't last that long.
So, less than 2 seconds between Accelerate and Dab Motorsport. It is spicing up. We've also got Zesty Drink Racing 10 seconds behind at Senior Frogs. Trying to keep an eye on the battle for third as well in the rookie class. Elite Discos Racing and 1322 Racing Northeast, separated by less than a lap, as there is one of the Accelerate Kent Brewery racing drivers, or whoever is on the comms with the driver at the wheel of the number 4 kart. 54s, so we have got into the 54s now. We'll see what the lap times are looking like for Accelerate and Dab Motorsport. There goes Oliver Smith down the hill into Paddock Corner. And finally, Dab Motorsport and Peter Knight is free. Up the inside into Garda. And they can now get their heads down and try to pull clear, but they've got a bit wide as the back marker just tries to fight with them somewhat. But now we get to see what Peter Knight can do in clear air. He'll have a couple of laps. Gap is 2.6 seconds. He really, really needs to get his head down and not make any mistakes.
Someone's saying, how do you read these team names without laughing? To be fair, we've done it for this long, to be honest with you. Mark Morrison saying a black flag for the broadcasters. We did actually ask earlier if we could black flag the black flag, but apparently not.
Oh, God.
Apparently not. Schumacher then trying to have a fight with someone wearing a helmet. It reminds me of Jason Plato and Matt Neal at Rockingham in 2012. And Jason had Matt Neal come up to him. Jason just kept his helmet on and just sort of stood there and shrugged like, yeah, go on then. Have a go. And then their dads actually got in more of a fight than they did in the end.
Do you remember Mansell and Senna? I can't remember where it was. I think it might have been Jerez or something.
What year was that? Was it 89?
It was the one with Mansell strangling Senna, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, there were some pretty good arguments.
I think the best one that I've seen was in Moto 2, where one of the riders got upset with another driver. At the end of the race, came up next to him and pressed his brake pedal.
Romano Fenati.
There you go.
That was. And he did it during the race.
Oh, was it during the race?
He'd had a bit of contact with him, and he went past him. And as he got right alongside him, he just pressed the brakes on the handlebars as he went past him.
Got a 1-year suspension.
Yeah. Amazing. And that was like his second incident like that as well that he'd had. Fenati was really infamous for that. But there was another one where they were doing like practice warm-ups or something just before the race. They sort of all got up to the grid and they were all just sort of doing like a practice start, for example. And they all sort of started moving around a bit, all parked next to each other. He parked next to one of his rivals, turned the bike off and rode off. Savage. Absolutely savage. You do see a few reels on social media, actually, people doing that. Like they'll have a GoPro on the red, they'll be at the lights with their mates, they'll be having a laugh, they'll go, oh, what's that? Get them to look the other way, turn the bike off and off they go. It's dead funny.
I wonder if you could do that with the Sodis, just lean over, turn off someone's engine.
I mean, I wouldn't advise it at speed.
No.
But you never know. Maybe able to get away with it.
Yes, don't try this at Buckmore Park, people.
Yeah, please don't.
Or at any circuit. Try
it's
this
like
at
reaching
home.
over and turning someone's microphone off, isn't it? You know I'm joking.
Hilarious.
Yeah, I know, dead funny. Final hour of the race.
The thing is, I had no way of dealing with that.
We're finally losing it. James looks tired.
Let's be honest.
You didn't look tired before, James. I'll give you that. But now
We've been losing it. Well, you've been losing it for a while. I feel like
I lost
recomposed
it in my
myself.
early 20s, to be honest.
Yeah. I've passed my early 20s. Oh.
So have I. I'm 31.
25.
Oh, come on, Yusuf.
I don't know. Ever since I hit the 20 number,
25
I've
and
been
you're
feeling
7'8".
It's coming down now.
I know, yeah.
I'm going to be shorter than I actually am.
What, 7'1"?
Could finally make it in the basketball team.
If anything, we've had a laugh, haven't we? Flip it out.
Really
What a journey this has been, everybody. Honestly, I'm starting to feel that sort of light at the end of the tunnel vibe that I mentioned to the teams earlier on in the interviews. Apparently the producers have a question for us. This is going to go well.
Max Verstappen. I mean, he's the best, isn't he?
That's such a vanilla choice.
Okay, except for Max Verstappen, sure.
The stream wouldn't have heard that, so I've got to reiterate. If we could pick any current racing driver to take part in this race, who would it be? And you say Max Verstappen?
Yeah, because he's the best.
Yeah, I agree.
There's no one else there that would touch him in a car.
I'd be aiming for entertainment value, I think.
Daniel Ricciardo then.
Driver. Oh, really?
Or Lando, yeah.
Well, yeah, Lando would be a good shout because
maybe.
obviously he'd already be here in with Quadrant. But
oh yeah, so he couldn't join our team, yeah. So probably Alex Albon. Oh, this is a good.
James is saying Alan Menu. You really like Alan Menu, don't you? He's a very good driver. I'd pick Signor Plato.
Oh God, he's going to take everyone out.
Exactly, hilarious. He wouldn't give one, and he would definitely stick his digit up. Oh my God.
What?
I've just turned to my right and just sat here. What are you still doing here?
Hello, Reed.
I'm staying till the end of the race,
He's
of course. I'm
vibing.
seeing it through.
He's vibing.
Just
That scared the life out of me.
Just had a lovely little sleep and I'm back full of energy again.
Cracking. I'm glad you are. I'm not.
A lovely little sleep. You'd have like an hour ago.
Yeah.
How old are you?
22.
That's a good sleep for a 22-year-old.
Youngest member of the commentary team.
Yeah.
I've just enjoyed joining, jumping back into the comments box and
why
hearing
not?
that you guys are stoking the fires of fan fury again.
Well, is that because James and everyone have texted you to say, come on, these guys are doing rubbish, we need to get someone better in?
No.
Look at all the, I was going to say silverware, but the goldware.
Yeah.
Tasty trophy
I think
lineup.
gold trophies still count as silverware. Weirdly.
Yeah, never thought of that. Phil's spent the last 6 hours moving them trophies in there, to be fair to him. There's a lot. There is a lot of them. I'm still thinking, I think Jason Plato would definitely be my driver of choice. I was fortunate enough last year at Race Retro to interview Jason on multiple occasions, and he was very funny. He actually said about Ivan Muller that he was that much of a French liar, he can't lie straight in bed. He said he was that dishonest, he couldn't lie straight in bed, which is one of the funniest things. Reeve has just been borrowed for a second. I think we're going to try and get his answer to the question. If you say Max Verstappen, I'm going to snap that headset.
What's the question?
What's your favourite flavoured crayon?
Definitely Max Verstappen.
Oh.
Orange.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's the only one that's actually a flavour. I like to pretend that the black one's licorice.
What if?
Because licorice tastes awful anyway.
Like to pretend it has some horrible implications because you have a child.
I do have a child. I do have a 9-year-old, yeah.
Which means that your poor kid sat there with incomplete sets of crayons because the black ones have all been eaten.
Yeah, I'm just sat at my desk chewing on them.
It'll be licorice one day.
Yeah, absolutely. The white one's like popcorn if you think about it hard enough. I'd have felt really insensitive now asking Kieran about that.
Don't think about it hard
He told me
enough.
that he's not got any taste or smell anymore.
Oh.
What?
I know. Kieran told me last night he doesn't have any sense of taste or smell. He lost it a few years ago.
Really?
I just told him he's got no taste anyway because I've looked at his jumper. Bless him.
Anyway, what was this question?
Yeah, if you could pick any current racing driver to take part in this race, who would it be?
Ooh.
I know, innit?
Ooh.
I went for entertainment value. Yusuf went for
Well, I wanna
full.
win a race.
He went full competitive and
Yeah.
went for that.
Who would be good here? Who? Talk among yourselves.
Well, someone's GG girl's actually scared now because she's like, "Does Britain have something the world's not aware of?" Flavoured crayons.
Yeah, it's like Bertie Bott's every flavoured beans.
Yeah. Fantastic. It's just full of frogs again.
It is.
This is proper endurance racing commentary. Yeah, absolutely is. Thank you very
Spicy
much,
Boy's
Paul.
got a track limit warning. We're 1 out of 3 towards another black flag.
God. It's like they're really trying to get close to this,
They
aren't
want
they?
to spice it up. It's in their name.
Yeah.
I think we should find them. Ask them, can you please get a black flag?
I mean, if you've got their
Lando
number.
is long overdue racing in this. He actually raced in this.
He raced in this, yeah.
And I remember watching it because I remember watching Ed Bars, who I've seen in a lot of Club 100 and BKC races, was ahead of him. I was like, yes, go on, Ed.
Yeah, go on, sunshine.
Exactly.
Go on. I don't know. I'm sticking with my choice. I was second guessing myself for a minute there, but no.
If I was going to pick a BTCC driver,
it'd be Ash Sutton.
no, I don't think Ash Sutton is funny enough.
Oh
He's
no, he's
very
not.
quick. I've watched
yeah.
him race
I've-
in a car. He is insanely good.
I've been pretty good friends with Ash for a while. He's a lovely lad, but yeah, he's just focused on the job at hand very much, and he's just
look at me. I'm
rapid.
Chas Draycott. I'm with friends with Ash Sutton.
I love name dropping.
Yeah. Also, speaking of that, I'd probably take George Russell, actually. I used to play tennis with him at school.
You used to buy him coffee.
Oh, name dropping.
Huh?
Yeah, go on then.
No, I don't have any names to
Oh,
drop.
okay.
Bless you. Bless you.
Trying to think BTCC drivers. Who's a really funky BTCC driver?
Tom Ingram's rapid.
Oh, Tom
I don't enjoy Tom's humour as much. I don't think it's that funny. I think he tries too hard.
No. You know what? Just get Paul O'Neill.
Paul O'Neill's a riot.
Yeah.
He's dead funny. We did there was a charity event during COVID actually that we raced on R Factor, and they got a bunch of us together. There was a fantastic list of people involved, and somehow I got roped into it as well via somebody else. And we were all weaving around on the warm-up lap, and everyone was saying, what are you doing for the race? What's your idea? Everyone's saying good luck to each other, and Paul O'Neill just comes over the radio and says, "I've just dislocated my thumb trying to warm my tyres." He just flattened everybody. There was a huge crash at turn 1, and he somehow had the lead, and all you heard was him shouting for the first lap that he was in the lead of the race. And then when he ended up backwards at the bottom of the hill in reverse, he said, "It reminds me of my old career, this." He was brilliant, bless him. Will Tregurtha caused a real storm in that one as well, actually, because we were on the Indy circuit, and we were all mucking about and just taking each other out in practice, and the guys that were broadcasting had to tell us to behave ourselves because it didn't look good on the stream. At which point, Will messaged everybody and said, "Right, we're going to go on the Grand Prix loop now so they can't see us." We flew around the corner, about 7 of us in a train, and all hit the invisible wall one by one. It just caused a pile of Vauxhall Astras. It was absolutely brilliant. What a time that was. Some of the like charity races and special events during COVID were amazing. I teamed up with Tom Brooks for the Get This Bread 3-hour race that Jimmy Broadbent did on iRacing.
Oh, okay.
And everybody spent the whole week joking that they were going to use the slowest car on iRacing in GT3 category and use the old Ford GT. And when it came to actual race day, me and Tom were the only pairing that turned up in the Ford GT. We finished last by a mile. But we had a good time. We were called There's a Problem There Racing, taking the mick out of F1 commentator Jonathan Ledyard, because all he used to say was there's a problem there. We put a picture of him on the car and then shared it on Twitter, and he shared it. He loved it.
We've got a somewhat decent question. What's faster, a Nan in a Porsche 911 or a racing driver in a Reliant Robin? I tend to say a Reliant Robin, unless your Nan is Michel Mouton.
Depends on the track.
Depends, yeah.
Yeah, true.
If it's a straight line.
Actually,
sorted.
no, I don't think a Nan could go that fast. I think they'd get scared. Most Nans, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 50 in a Reliant Robin's a lot scarier than 90 in a Porsche 911.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah, it absolutely is. That's I like that. Oh, I like that a lot.
Deep technical insight from Reeve here.
Yeah, absolutely. Flipping out. Spot on. Spot on. That's really.
What can I say? What can I say?
Yeah. Well, the best bit is sometimes just to make sure that people know what comment we're referencing when we reply to them is we read them out loud. The fact that Yusuf didn't have to say anything there, it just
Everyone knows.
highlights how it is.
My arch nemesis has returned in the chat.
Yeah.
Can we ban them?
I'm going to take my jacket off. I'm sweating my bag off laughing at this.
Oh dear.
What an event, boys. What an
Don't
event.
sweat too much. You'll make it rain out on the circuit again.
Oh, can't be having that.
We need to keep the dry humour going. We've got into the 52s. We might see some 51s.
Yeah, it's looking actually raceable out there now. I didn't think we'd see it.
No, they are really pushing now, actually. The laps are tumbling. It's really good to see it. It still looks that bit greasy on the outside, though. It's just that the dry line, based on the fact that they're all obviously overtaking traffic and, you know, using a lot more of the circuit than one specific line, because there are so many lines around Buckmore Park, that it naturally dries the whole width of the circuit, really, doesn't it? There's only a few definite places where you don't want to be, where it is still a little bit greasy.
Oh, this is a really good question. This might be a feisty one. Which commentator from F1 would you like to commentate with?
Brundle.
Brundle is a good shout.
Alex Jakes is good. Alex Jakes is very good. I don't mind, you know, people slate Crofty for a lot, and he's got a difficult job, bless him, and I think he does a good job. He's not as good as other commentators that are picked for the role, but he does the job. He builds the hype. At the end of the day now, F1, especially when you watch it on Sky, it's just become a 90-minute tutorial on how to use a Sky key remote, to be honest. But that's what it is, and it's all very my first
Thank you very
Grand
much
Prix.
for watching our 23-hour and 20-minute long stream.
It just is. It's just, this is how, you know, if you press the red button, you can look at this. It's like, well, why would I do that? I'm here. And it's very my first Grand Prix. That's a yellow flag. Well, or a light grey flag based on that driver that was in the briefing yesterday. And that means the driver's got to slow down because Lance Stroll's put it in the wall again.
You know, speaking of that driver's currently out for EKS at the moment, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I've always rated.
Is it someone from your team? Sorry.
Yeah, it was from my team.
Bless him. I'm not going to take the mick. I really shouldn't.
No. I don't think it is taking the mick. It's being light-hearted about the situation. I'm trying to think, if I was doing it, would I want to be lead commentator, would I want to be analyst? Because someone mentioned, oh my God, how am I forgetting his name now? James Allen. I absolutely love James Allen.
Yeah, I like James Allen. I think he was way too shouty when he was the lead commentator in sort of mid-2000s. Way too shouty and way too biased towards British drivers.
I don't remember the bias. I was too young for that.
He was right up Jensen Button's exhaust.
What, even more so than the current team?
Yeah.
Well, interesting you say that. I was about to say, if I had to pick one, I've quite liked Jensen Button on the mic when he's been on a couple of times. He's really good.
And to be fair,
you get that analysis, but you also...
And someone's pointed out Nico Rosberg as well.
Yeah,
Nico was fantastic during the Chinese Grand Prix.
Yeah,
it was a bit stiff at first.
Yeah, a couple of years back, but he seems to have... They still don't seem to get along very well in the box together, but that insight that Nico Rosberg has is...
Oh, he's very good at that, yeah. Rosberg's good. He wears his heart on his sleeve when commentating, yeah. And to be fair, you always sort of feel this, like, you always sort of hope that he might sort of comment negatively towards Lewis a little bit, show a bit of that rivalry. But you know what? He was very complimentary of him. Well, he said, people are saying, wow, you guys are crazy with your opinions. Well, that's why we're here, love. That is why we're here.
Speaking of opinions.
The comments have just scrolled down automatically. So,
Another Sky F1 team member I really rate, actually, new addition, Bernie Collins, I think. Fantastic.
Yeah.
The former strategist.
Yeah, Bernie's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant little bit of info.
You know what would be a fun commentary duo, though? You just get Eddie Jordan on the mic.
Oh, yeah, Eddie's just phenomenal. Yeah. I love him.
You won't get anything relevant whatsoever.
Just like now.
Yeah.
Just like now, actually.
It'd be like this. Yeah. Question for the commentators. If you had to name your own go-kart team, which one would you choose?
Well, mine's going to be named after my Milky Cereal stuff, so Milky Cereal Racing or Breakfast Club Racing.
Ludicrous Bacon, don't you dare send me anything regarding Elmo ever again. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I want it to be funny, but I don't want it to be offensive.
Yeah, I'm
Good
going to
luck
say
with that.
mine
'Cause
wouldn't be PG. So
No, if mine was going to be funny, it'd have to be offensive. To be fair, Toby Cooling's put Senora Capybaras, because just
We
as I
had-
mentioned a capybara once earlier.
At the British 24 Hour, no, BKC 24 Hours last year, one of my mates had an amazing name and amazing livery, which I'll get on my phone. I unfortunately cannot show this on camera, but it was delightful.
Yeah. No, Arham, what I was saying about Rosberg hating on Lewis, I was saying that he wasn't, and that was the point. You sort of hoped that he would be a little bit because of the rivalry, just to sort of, a bit of tongue-in-cheek commentary on it. But it was really lovely to see that he didn't have that. He didn't sort of bring that over to it. He just said it how it was.
You might want to zoom in and read
Oh
some
my
of the...
good God, no. I can't read that.
Oh, I remember that.
Do you remember
Yeah,
I
that? Reed?
remember that livery, and yeah,
Oh.
moving on.
Yeah. Wow. So, 36 minutes left to go, gents. 1,303 laps in the books so far for our race leaders, Nameless Motorsport. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing still in second place. Dab Motorsport still third. Spicy Boys and Senor Frogs are, it says a lap apart at the moment. 48 seconds is the gap between those two teams for the class lead in rookies.
Dab Motorsport have started to reel in Kent Brewery Racing again. It's under 4 seconds. It was nearly 5 seconds a few minutes ago. So I think they're starting to find their footing now in these drying conditions, and we are pretty much at bone dry conditions.
Yeah, definitely. We certainly are. The pace has really picked up once again. Just looking to see where there's more close battles, to be honest with you. If anything, Spicy Boys are right behind Team Ard, actually.
Yes.
There's 4 seconds between them. If there's anything that goes on there...
They're actually right behind lapping Senor Frogs again.
Yeah.
Which means that they could actually afford another black flag
Yeah,
now.
they probably could, actually. Yeah. Question for commentators, IMSA or WEC? WEC. I like I feel there's more
Neither.
variety in WEC. What?
BTCC.
Well, yeah, but that's not the options we were
Yeah,
given.
but
You can't do that. Can't do that. We've got 2 options. And WEC.
Yeah,
Definitely
probably
WEC. I love it.
I
think
haven't
that
really watched either, to be
I
honest.
think the Porsche 963 is one of the best looking race cars that's been made in a long time. It's absolutely sensational to look at.
I'll have to have a cheeky little gander.
It is just amazing.
Which Porsche did you say?
The 963. The Hertz livery Jota car as well. Oh, incredible. What a good looking race car the Porsche 963 is.
Ooh,
The gold Hertz car, look at that.
That is
It
juicy.
is mighty tasty. What a thing. The Ferrari 499P is a gorgeous car as well. I love GT cars, and any series that's got GT cars in it is a good one for me. NASCAR or V8 supercars? V8 supercars.
I refuse to say
It's
NASCAR.
just supercars now. I don't get me wrong, I really dislike the current cars. They're just like beefier GT4 cars. It needs to go back to like Ford Falcons and Holden Commodores and be like ridiculously powerful touring cars like they were. They're like GT cars with a touring car body on them, aren't they? Well, they used to be.
Are you
That's when it was
commentating for
really
BIKC? If they ask me to commentate, maybe.
Yeah, I never will because I don't know anything about karting, as I rightly pointed out earlier on. A little bit of contact. The Quadrant and Senor Frogs team. There was a little hand up to say sorry, and he hadn't actually cleared him at that point. So there was another tap on the exit. These two were in front of quite a spicy battle. Is the number 5 and 4 karts in that? Who's that on the left? Just hiding behind the... No, it's number 6, actually, that's in there. I saw the single digit, and I wondered if it was them for just a moment. You can hear now, though. You can tell it's drying out because you can hear the tyres squealing against the circuit a lot more.
Yes.
Rather than it just sort of floating
And
against the
these
surface.
tyres have been in the wet for the entire race, really, so they've not really worn out. So they're relatively fresh.
Yeah.
So there's still loads of grip. They can fully send it around the circuit. We're getting into the low 51s now. 3 seconds between Accelerate and Dab Motorsport with 32 minutes on the clock.
Tom Higgins saying they can't go back to Falcons and Commodores. Oh, I know. I know, Sunshine. I know how it works. It's just a massive shame. Absolutely massive shame that they can't, because that era of it is just... I mean, if you're talking like 2015 to 18, I reckon, that was probably the best era for supercars. In recent memory, anyway, I'd say.
And, supercars won't be around for much longer. I doubt that.
I agree with that. The way that the way that the rules are going and the way that the cars are going, it's just...
Oh, as in racing series?
It's just killing itself off, basically. It's a massive shame. Question for Chaz. How much are you getting paid by the BBC for nature documentaries? Nothing at the moment. Nothing at the moment.
They haven't realised the gold mine that you are for them.
Clearly not. Clearly not. Maybe I've missed my calling in life. I shouldn't be commentating on karts. I should be commentating on animals. I just like people watching in airports more than anything. I could commentate on that.
You like watching people at airports?
Yeah, I fly around Europe quite a bit for commentary, so I tend to just get to airports really early, and I love people watching. You see all sorts of people in airports. It's really entertaining.
Yeah.
It is very, very much fun. We're nearly into the last half hour of the race here, Yusuf. I cannot believe it. I'm not sure how long proceedings will go on after the race, but we'll obviously give you as much coverage as we can here on Alpha Live of any presentations and teams after the race getting their trophies. We'll do interviews and all sorts.
That's a bandit.
That is a bandit. Absolute bandit.
For those who don't know, in the realm of karting, anyone who's using a rental suit and helmet is automatically called a bandit. I don't even want to read
someone's
that.
put, come on lads, I'll ask until I get an answer. Ayami or Rotax?
I don't really know the difference, to be honest. I've not been at enough owner karting meets to know.
I haven't either, I'm afraid.
Back when I was doing it, I don't think Miami were that big or had really started in 2010.
I'll tell you what I have commentated on here at Buckmore Park, actually, was the F100 karting club 2 years ago. That was mighty fine. Don't get me wrong, the reliability was sensationally awful. I think we had like a 26 kart final and I think 4 finished.
It's like F1 back in the 60s.
But honestly, it's just the speed of them things is crazy. And like the minimal bodywork as well. It's literally just a frame with the number plate on the front. It was excellent stuff. That was amazing, amazing entertainment. That F100 karting was beautiful. Question for Chaz. Could I get 50% of your pay? No, sorry. Gorillas in the Mist, commentated by Chaz. Yeah, okay. David saying that the BBC can't afford me and the animals. The animals' contracts don't let Chaz work. So.
Too much of a buyout clause.
Not quite sure. A buyout clause. If ever I end up in a situation where I've got a buyout clause, somebody somewhere has made a terrible decision. That's all I know. Who's the F1 GOAT? We're not getting into that.
Nope.
Because I've seen the lead up to why you're asking that question. We're not getting into that.
Stay far, far away from that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean,
it doesn't take long
no,
for a
you know
motorsport
what?
broadcaster.
No, you know what? No, Mika Hakkinen.
You do love your Mika.
Mika's fantastic. To come back from that accident in '95 to then go on and beat Michael Schumacher to the title twice. What a boy.
Yeah.
What a boy.
And, you know what, I'm not going to say any of the obvious answers because we'll keep it cool. Jim Clark or Niki Lauda? Niki Lauda pretty much winning a championship after burning himself.
Yeah.
And he only pulled out of the last race because of how insanely wet it was.
Yeah. 100%. Amazing. Amazing bloke. The film is brilliant as well.
Oh, look at the bandit. He's getting absolutely swamped.
That was a scary, scary moment then, wasn't it? That was a very, very terrifying moment. Goodness. People agreeing with the Mika Hakkinen comment. That's always nice to see.
I think it's Mika's before my time. I've never seen a Mika Hakkinen race.
That really upsets me.
I know, it upsets me as well.
Oh, no. What are lap times now? 50 seconds for our race leader. 50.6. I say that and they do a 51. Thanks. 51s, 52s by pretty much the whole field as well. There's a couple of 54s in there, the odd 53.
There's a 1:10 in there.
Yeah, lovely. It's very close. Very, very close. But all about sort of, oh, hello. You saw a very discerned shake of the head there, unsurprisingly so. I'm not sure if that's just his head still wobbling from the contact or not, to be honest with you, because that was a big old hit, that.
Those are some big helmets. Like, look at that helmet. Look at that helmet.
Excuse me.
It's a chunky helmet.
It's got a right bit of downforce on it, to
Yeah.
be fair. He's got a splitter and a rear wing on it. That's very impressive, actually.
Oh, someone's reminded us. Wooden spoon for the belly boys, not the bell boys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with a team name like that, they might not need any more spoons, to be honest. But you never know.
Where's the gap between them? Oh, they've really fallen down the order.
They've belly flopped again.
Yeah. Does the wooden spoon go to last or second last?
Last, as far as
okay.
I know. I think so. Yeah. Someone's
this
put,
the
oh dear God,
commentary?
I remember Mika's first F1 race.
But what did he do?
No, just the fact that you weren't around to watch any of them.
Oh,
and
okay.
MG have just said that they remember when he did his first one. Didn't he? I think he was teammates with Ayrton Senna in his first appearance, and
Really?
he out-qualified him. And apparently Senna went
up in 93 or something.
93, I think it was. Yeah, I think he replaced. Would it have been Andretti?
Oh yes, because it was Hakkinen and Brundle in the McLaren in 94.
Yeah, because he replaced Andretti, I think, and then he out-qualified Senna, and Senna said to him, "How are you doing that?" And Mika Hakkinen said, "Big plums." Basically, to Ayrton Senna. Imagine that. That's another highlight of how cool Mika Hakkinen is, man. What a boy.
He's like Kimi Räikkönen, but entertaining.
He's a better Kimi Räikkönen. Did Senor Frogs make the wrong decision? And if so, how long ago should they have fixed? I don't even think they know that. I don't think we know that either, to be honest. It's a shame that they're not quite with the Spicy Boys, but there's not much of a gap between them. So keep your eye on it. You never know how it can change.
Accelerate Kent
Reeves
as well.
got food. What have you got, mate? Oh, he's got a chicken burger.
You know what? I do kind of want to run down and get something.
I need to just do this. I'm so sorry. I've got to take a picture of it and send it to my friend.
I am very tempted to get something. Ooh.
You can go and get something if you want, Yusuf. Because don't forget, when this race finishes, they won't do food anymore.
Will they not? Oh. Yeah, I should go now. Would you like something as well, Chaz?
If I could just have another cold fizzy drink, please, of any sort.
You don't want any food?
No, thank you.
Okay.
If I could have just...
A cold fizzy.
And if they've got Pepsi Max, that would be wonderful, as I've described earlier.
I'll get you Pepsi Max.
Thank you very much, darling.
In a bit.
Does anybody want anything while Yusuf's going? Let us know, chap. Anyone want anything? Alex Young is the only Malaysian to have made it, so he's a shout. Yeah, Alex Young was actually, to be fair, he did what he could in that Minardi. Show us the commentators again, they say. Please don't. Reeves actually putting his headset on while he's actually trying to enjoy food. Thank you very much for the commitment,
Hello,
Reeves.
I'm Yusuf.
We've actually not had a stint together in this whole thing, have we?
No,
we've
only
literally
had little kind of bits here and there.
Yeah. Oh, we'll have to ring Yusuf. Falcon F1 wants a Coke. Iron Brew from Casual Gearheads. Yes, I had Iron Brew 1902 the other day in the glass bottle. It's one of the best drinks ever. Now the food orders are coming in. People want a bacon bap, a Fanta, his car key. Can I get the best stock information?
The car theft has been
An
attempted.
oily gorilla steak, ordering mid-commentating. Damn. Bacon bat, burger, lightsaber, bourbons. Get us a frog. I'll take Coca-Cola, a chicken burger, the entire table of food, all of it for the entire chat. When is the Chaz and Yusuf podcast going to drop? We're going to record it in the car on the way home. I'll match that chicken burger, says Dan. Help me in my maths GCSE. Freddo's. Oh, Freddo's in chat, yeah. I'll have a little Elmo puppet. Someone's just put no. Someone's put, yeah, show the commentators. Can I get a please burger cheese? 2 whole chickens. I'm going to keep reading them. Wrap of the day.
Give us a food review.
Indoor count. Yeah, is it good?
I've had a chip so far.
Was it good?
Yes.
Fantastic. Indoor karting or outdoor karting? A black flag for Elite Disco. Ice cream, a Mars bar, a go-kart, track water, go chip. Flipping out. I'm going to have to stop reading them now because it's just going to be Chaz reading out random words to this point, and James is going to get fed up and he's going to think, will this guy do something serious for once in his life? Honestly. Do you have a YouTube or something? James, can I plug it? They're asking, yeah. Yes, I do have a YouTube channel. I broadcast and commentate on sim racing championships that I set up. Also do flight sim stuff as well.
Do you now?
Yeah, on VATSIM.
Yeah. Oh, I used to spend my entire life on VATSIM.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've just learned how to fly the 737 at the moment. It's fantastic fun. But I do that and air traffic control games as well on my YouTube channel. It's just my username as is, Chaz Draycott Media. I absolutely love it. So, yeah, a sub would be very, very helpful. Thank you, everyone. Just hit 3K started last month.
Oh,
get it.
We'll have to do some shared cockpit.
Yeah, man. All over your controls, yeah. Absolutely. Do you know the A320 Neo very well?
Yes.
Fantastic. We're sorted. Oh yeah, I recently played Tokka Race Driver actually as well. That was a throwback from 2002.
Oh, what a game!
Oh, it was really
I used to
good
smash
fun.
Tokka 3.
How
That
is
was
Donny
fun.
McCain getting on? He's still got a broken arm. I actually completed the game, and the videos are due to be going live in the next sort of couple of weeks. A chip so far. Who's threatening you, mate? Blink twice if you need help. You can continue to eat. Question to commentators box. Have you guys heard about the no driver race in Abu Dhabi? Yes, we did. I've not seen much about it. I've seen a few bits of footage, but yeah. Question for Chaz: long brake pedal or 10% chance of stalling every? When was that? Every 5 laps. Long brake pedal. Because you don't brake that hard around here.
Long brake pedal or chance of stall. That's just my regular road car every day. Both of them.
Rob Sutherland's even in the chat saying shilling the channel, Chaz. Hey, I got permission, Rob. I got permission. So
I'd like to
you
take this
leave that there.
opportunity to say subscribe to Alpha Live on YouTube.
Yes,
on
yeah, let's not forget
follow
that.
on Instagram and all that good stuff.
You wouldn't be able to hear us if it wasn't for Alpha Live right now, and you wouldn't be able to see these pictures if it wasn't for Alpha Live. So make sure that you do show the support for them, more so than me. Airbus or Boeing?
Airbus. Apart from the Boeing 757. Rocket ship of the plane.
Reeve, how have we not commentated together?
I know.
I'm going to fall in love with you, boy. Flipping heck.
That's
And it's
one
not-
of the dodgiest phrases of the entire stream.
It's not just Chaz Draycott, it's Chaz Draycott Media. But yeah, the Boeing 757 is my favourite aircraft. And I am very, very sad that they are getting phased out. I live near Manchester Airport, so I get to see a lot of them.
Yeah.
I'm very happy about it. But yeah. So at some point, Reeve will be on my YouTube channel when we do a flight together. As we've said. What is your favourite race you've commentated on? Praga Cup? Well, it can't be. I've never commentated on the Praga Cup, actually. My favourite race I've ever covered. Race 2 of Clio Cup Europe at the Hockenheimring in 2021. It was amazing. I worked with David Addison at Hayfisher, and it was just so much fun, that race. It was just bonkers. There was so much going on. Yeah, there is also, as Rob Sutherland has pointed out, Euro Truck Simulator Marathon. We did a 10-hour stream on Euro Truck Simulator one day and cut it up into episodes. That was a riot. Yeah. There's loads of stuff. If you want to go and watch it, have a good laugh. And yeah, as David has just pointed out, my main bread and butter is I commentate on the Goodyear FIA European Truck Racing Championship. You can go around Europe with those guys, having a fantastic European tour. It's a lot of fun. 20 minutes left to go in the race. This final hour, is absolutely flying by, as we expected. To be fair, once we got into the single digits of hours left, we said it would go fast, didn't we?
Yeah. Yeah, and it really has as well. I can't believe just 20 minutes left. And even with so much time elapsed, relatively close running at the top end of the field. Yes, Nameless have got a fair margin, and it has been fairly consistent. But as I was saying to Yusuf before, over 1,300 kilometres ran. To have only 4 kilometres gap between, that's really not bad at all.
No, absolutely. You've got to think about the relative scale of the race, haven't you? That's the thing in terms of how much they could have eked out over time. But that's one of the beauties of endurance racing. There is so much of a variable every single time a different driver gets in the car. You know, you've got so many people in different teams that will be racing at different times of a race, and obviously putting good pace in. They then depends on the conditions whether they can get the most out of every driver as well. There's so many variables. That's why endurance racing is so exciting. It says comment on the chat. Oh, okay, Henlo. There you go. Somebody said something about, I didn't think there'd be this much, we'd be chatting about aircraft while communicating over a kart race. Yeah,
I think
to be often, I mean, you'll probably find the same, Reeve, that aviation interest and motorsport interest often go hand in hand.
Oh, yeah.
It's more of an engineering interest, isn't it, of the machines?
Yeah. I think it's probably for the best then that we weren't paired together, actually, especially overnight.
Yeah, we would have just been just sat on flight radar watching what's going over.
Yeah, well, that's gone RTX 3070 or 3060. We would just be actually on flight sim.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean the laptop would sound like it was taking off rather than the plane.
Yeah,
that would certainly be the way. What's the difference? This isn't a joke, by the way. What's the difference between the Spicy Boys and the Senor Frogs at the moment? It's just less than a lap, actually. Yeah, it's based on the blue lines going across the screen on the timing. Is yeah, not quite a lap at the moment. It's probably about 35 seconds, I'd say. Question for Chaz: what's your favourite F1 livery of all time? Arrows A18, 1997. What's this? Did you include the 10-hour Euro Truck stream on your CV to land this gig? No, actually. I didn't have to send the guys my CV because they already love me, don't you? James is actually nodding. It looks like a bit of a sort of reserved nod, but they do. We've worked together a few times. We've had a good laugh, to be fair. He's now vigorously nodding. Meant now too vigorously. Imagine doing Cross the Pond while commentating on a race.
Don't tempt us.
I know, yeah, I would. I would, yeah. It's lovely to see that there are a few aviation enthusiasts in chat, actually. Why aren't you talking about the race? It's boring. I'm joking. It's been going on. It's going on for ages. Because Yusuf will come back in a minute, and he'll tell us that the EKS All Stars are battling because he's very biased towards his team. Question for the commentators: would you rather be in the car? Okay, I'm not reading that out. Come on, guys, keep it. You know, don't be horrible. It's all well and good having a bit of a laugh, but let's not. You know, don't overdo it. Zesty Drink have just got past Senior Frogs as well. That's going to slow them down on their charge to try and get forward and catch up with the Spicy Boys for their class lead. May not be for a class position, but it's going to hinder them in the long run. It's all bigger picture, isn't it, Reeve? You have to think about every time you lose a single second in a race like this, you know. And I mean, we've seen races this long separated by just a matter of seconds at the end, haven't we?
Yeah, I think what cost Senior Frogs a little bit was when we were in the phase, I want to say about an hour and a half ago, maybe a little bit longer, where the track was still greasy but slowly drying up. We saw it was while Harry was in the car, actually, there was plenty of traffic around and a little bit of time was being lost there. And we know Harry's actually picked up pace massively now and is running was running very nicely indeed at the end of his stint. But yeah, that's going to cost him. That type of thing costs you big time.
It does. Every little setback can really add up over the course of these races. And I can't believe that timer is going down as quickly as it is. Bit of a move there by the 10 machine itself, actually. That is the EKS All-Stars getting very, very elbowy through the hairpin there. They're trying to stay ahead of the Borough 11 NFS team. They've got a good gap on them, but the slide men are only 1.6, nearly 1.7 seconds up the road. They're the ones that are chasing down right now, and it's Kart 7 P7, as we just saw on our screens. And there are the EKS All-Stars trying to get them back. I pointed out earlier, Reeve, that you can definitely tell it's a dry circuit now and it's not as greasy because you hear the tyres screeching against the surface now rather than just skating silently along the way.
You can hear it in the revs from the kart engines as well. They're at full chat for just a little bit more on the lap as well. There's a tiny bit more noise.
Yeah, a bit of a growl on the engines.
Oh, are we going to have the same thing again?
No, because you're here, and James is going to cut away if we talk about it.
I saw the
We saw a blink of it, James. You were a few frames too late there, mate. But yeah, honestly, before we get into the last 15 minutes, so we are going to focus on the race a little bit more now rather than the chat, everybody. We do appreciate all the comments and all the interaction because you have been absolutely phenomenal throughout all this. It's been so much fun. Honestly, you guys have been really, really brilliant throughout all this. And like David said, please don't spam it. I'm not going to start scrolling up again just to try and see the questions back. We will communicate when we can. We obviously have to prioritise the race at this point. We're getting to the sharp end now, and there is not long left to go. But I do want to say a massive thank you to all of you that have been with us throughout this race and in the chat as well. So thank you so much. You are all stars, and we hope you enjoy the final 15 minutes. We have 3,000 viewers apparently, according. 2,300. James didn't overestimate there. That's me not being able to aim properly. So sorry, James. But still, 2,300 viewers at the moment, Reeve. We've got a hell of a number watching. So
yeah, good numbers.
Yeah,
Thank
very appreciative. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream as well, guys. Show the appreciation. Smash the like button on it, and make sure that you stick with us to the end of this one because we've only got less than 14 minutes left of the race now, and it'll be soon time to hand out some silverware. Phil has joined us in the room as well, ready to see the end of the race through. I don't know why, but I'm not taking my headset off and I still can't hear you. Say again. He's going to raise control for the end, so he won't be here, will Phil. Can we get a thanks Phil in chat, everybody?
Yes, thank you,
Everyone
Phil.
say thank you to Phil. Because Phil has been making this all run as smoothly as he can throughout. He's been keeping an eye on everything. He's been the key overseer for it all. Say thanks, Phil, in the chat. We would massively appreciate it, everybody. And so would Phil.
That's top. Being chief overseer is very topical given Amazon Prime's current #1 series streaming on Amazon Prime at the moment. Fallout.
Oh.
For all the Fallout nerds in the chat. Anyway, racing.
There is a motor race broken out. I think Yusuf has just spun us one here, and he's gone to disappear. He's gone. Yusuf's just he's gone. You know what? We're going to get food, and what he's done is driven home.
Yeah, I think that is actually what's happened. We killed Yusuf again.
Yeah. Again,
we're going to start running out of Yusufs.
The chat killed him earlier. Bless him. When I came back earlier on, he was absolutely destroyed. Bless him. James is apparently saying, everybody, that we are getting too many thanks Phils. So can we get a thanks Clinton for doing the race control, please? And then follow it up with a thanks James. And thanks Jack as well. If you could see the look I just got. But this is part of the fun here for this event. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It absolutely is. It's great. It's all part of it. See, the thanks Clintons are coming in, the thanks Phil's still coming in, and James.
Oh, we've had a thanks James.
Moving on. Someone's just put no. Just no. Simply no. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. The Peach is in there as well. Great coverage, they say. Oh, my goodness me. There it is. Well.
We don't care about you,
I tell
James,
you what.
Says someone.
Bless him. There's someone trying to ask a serious question in the middle, and I'm not even going to get a chance to read the whole thing. No, don't scroll up, Reeve. Let them go. It's fine.
Oh.
It's fine. They've missed their chance now. They've asked a question at a silly time. Someone's randomly just typed, I need a hero. Fantastic. What do you do now?
Only 11 minutes now.
I know. It's flying by, this. It's like a sprint race. I definitely don't feel like this has been a sprint. I've just got a lot of concerning looks from everyone else in the room. Oh, it is a mighty tiring time. I've gone past the point of tiredness now, where I'm on an uphill now.
Yeah.
I'm hyped again. You'll all see me in the interviews though in a bit, where I'll be absolutely falling apart. Yes, and thank you again to the marshals as well, who've been out there for the whole thing. Our camera ops too have been stood on post. It's just been a mighty effort by the people around. It's really, really good to see it. And again, it's a massive team effort. A massive team effort. So many people involved in keeping this running smoothly. And the racing is sharp until the end. So the Spicy Boys currently, well, they've got a lap at the moment to Zesty Drink. Well, just under a lap, actually. And then there's 4 seconds back to Senior Frogs. I think Senior Frogs are going to stay in second place at this moment. But we need to keep our eye out for black flags and contact warnings and all sorts. The last one was a contact warning for the slide men, which was 6 minutes ago. There hasn't been one since. Yusuf has actually returned. He's got chips. You absolute superstar. You are a hero. Thank you very much. Oh, that's fine. A Coke Zero will do me. Thank you, Yusuf. Yep. We'll go to the end, everybody. Reeve can now eat his chicken burger.
And I can have mine that I just look at longingly for when the race ends, and maybe have a chip or two.
I can go solo if you boys want to eat.
No,
Me and
fine.
Chat will have a little bit of a heart-to-heart.
But it's been a good 23 hours and 50 minutes. We had that.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah. We had our opening, 2 hours really in the dry, which was incredibly close between our top 6, where all of the top 6 got black flags, so they were still all together. Then we had the rain come down, it started to spread out. We then had our night stint, which was weird. If anyone has hours available and wants to listen to a podcast, just open up the YouTube stream from about 11 p.m. until
about
6 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, until now, really.
Yeah, that's true.
And now the track has dried up. We were told that there was rain coming, though.
I'd say that 11 p.m. till 10 p.m. When you had your 10 p.m. stint to about 5 a.m. was probably when it really, maybe about 4 a.m. was when it really went off.
Yeah.
That was a certainly interesting and very different time of day than it is now.
And I can confirm I have oiled the chips with vinegar, at least my ones. So I left the shared ones without it. So that is Quadrant that are cheering.
And
The race
dabbing.
hasn't ended yet.
And dabbing.
And dabbing.
He was just dabbing
Why
as
was
he
he
was driving
dabbing?
around. Why not?
Yeah, fair enough. He's not part of Dab Motorsport, though,
Every
are
time
you?
we've mentioned Dab Motorsport before, I've been dabbing. Is it Ben Daly behind the wheel? It is, isn't it? It is Ben.
Oh, okay.
He's putting his hand up in the air as if to say, what? It's probably like he's like, do they not recognise me? Do they not know the lid?
See, he's practiced it from all the esports. You know, he knows how to celebrate. I do like his helmet. It's very tidy.
It's a lovely design. Really is. I remember when he first unveiled it. It's fantastic. That's an interesting question from BM1. To be fair, BM1000 has asked some great questions. Who's the biggest surprise in the field and the biggest flop in the field?
Ooh.
I'm
do you
going to
want
say
to do one and I'll do the other? Or should we do
think
one for each?
Quadrant were a bit of a flop.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't have a great start, fair to them, but I thought they would recuperate from it better based on the lineup they've got. Sure. I love the guys. They've been fantastic entertainment, but yeah, I think they've not reached the expectations, I don't think. What about you, Yusuf?
To be honest, Senior Frogs have been very good. And I know Matt Plum did a lot of heavy lifting, but but in all seriousness, he did, right? I think it'd be a discredit to forget that.
Yeah.
But the rest of the team have done very, very well as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's not been a solo effort. They've all improved massively from when they started doing this event a few years ago.
Yeah.
And they've all got so much quicker. They're all able to, you know, hold themselves in a cart. And they've done a fantastic job. Their first ever podium, second place, only a lap down off the class leaders. I think they've done a really good job.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a solid effort. I think it'd be silly not to reference Nameless Motorsport because the lead they've had is just sensational. And even though it dropped down a lot as well in the middle of the race, it went at one point of our stint, it went from 6 laps to 1 lap. They lost 5 laps very, very quickly. And then all of a sudden they've opened it back up again and they've continued to just be a tenth and a half quicker than the people behind every single lap. They've just eked that gap out so slowly, haven't they? But it's been an epic performance once again by the Nameless Motorsport guys.
It's such a strong team. You've got Jack Goldsmith, you've got Fraser Brunton, you've got, was it Rory O'Regan in the team? And I can't believe I'm forgetting the final name. O'Sullivan. I think I've named them all. I think it's that team of 5. And they've just been so quick. And you take any of those drivers and you think, bloody hell, that's a quick driver right there. But all of them are pretty much at the same pace as one another. There's very little, and they're all so consistent. Every single lap, they're able to do it.
I think that's the key thing, is that the pace that they set, there isn't so much a variation from their fastest driver to their slowest driver. They're all so well matched that they're able to just get the same amount of performance out of the kart regardless of the conditions, and that's what's helped them get to where they are in this race.
A very good question, again from BM1000. Hero of the chat as well, I think. You mentioned it, very good questions that they've been asking. Are there any factors that affect the race outside of skill and strategy? Not really. You can't change anything with the setup.
Clinton's mood.
I want to say no, but I don't know.
I wasn't expecting that. I like that.
I guess some teams are recording the races with GoPros and they change the GoPro, so that can cost them a few seconds every pit stop. Not a huge amount of time, but over a race it could maybe even add up to a minute.
Can I just point out that rocket-powered Mohawk is not racing? The person that mentioned him was surprised at the fact that I mentioned him earlier on. I was just saying about how funny he was. We were talking about it earlier on in the broadcast when someone mentioned Logan Sargent. And I said, if you watch rocket-powered Mohawk, you'll know all about Logan Sargent. And he is one of the funniest men on YouTube, was rocket-powered Mohawk. But no, he is not racing.
Can I cut in for a second?
No.
Too bad. Now, this could be really dramatical. And part of me hopes it happens because then I'm like, oh, I was really big brain. How long did the fuel tanks last?
About 2 hours.
In the dry, but in the wet they've been lasting?
4.
Well, about 2 hours, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
I think all of the teams have got used to the fuel tanks lasting 2 hours, 40 minutes. They've forgotten that it's dried up. Senior Frogs have done 2 hours, 9 minutes. They're getting to the limit of what a dry tank can do.
It will be a dry tank as well if it runs out.
Would it be a safe bet for Senior Frogs to say, look, we're a lap ahead of Elite Discos Racing, bring Tiamat Marduk in, just to not risk it? Because it was wet early, so it could probably do about 2 hours 20. but is it worth the risk?
Not sure. Not sure, because I'm thinking it was still quite greasy about 2 hours ago.
Yes.
So maybe they still weren't using as much back then. So there's been a slight part of this stint where they could get away with it.
It's not going to be the full 2 hours 45 minutes.
No.
It's not going to be the minimum kind of 2 hours 10. So I reckon they're safe. But
you've still got to think about
what do you have to gain by staying out? Spicy Boys might get a penalty, I guess.
I think they're
but you're still not close enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose so. We'll find out one way or another, I guess, in the next, 2 minutes. 2 minutes of the race left. I cannot believe we're that close to the end. I said earlier about a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't wish this is over. Don't get me wrong. I don't wish this is over, because this has been such a fantastic event. But at this point, we're all so tired up here. I think there will be a part of us that's a little bit relieved.
Same again next week, lads?
No. No.
Fair enough. It means James doesn't have to, disassemble everything. He can just leave it here.
I mean, yeah. Saves
be
on transport for next year.
We can get our commentary team together as well for the race.
Absolutely. No.
One sit in the comms box.
Right, I'm gonna say that I'm not driving in this next year.
We can do it for the 12 hours.
I'm not driving it next year.
What about this year? 12 hours.
When is it?
I don't know.
You're going to say next week now, aren't you?
When is it?
No, it's up next on Alpha Live. It comes up after this one.
We've
got the 12-hour race after this one. Starts 10 minutes afterwards.
Also, shout out as well to Oliver Smith for Accelerate Kent Brewery. Yes, he picked up a few penalties. So did Dab Motorsport. It made it very exciting for 10 minutes. But once those penalties were served, he's held his own. He's maintained that gap to Dab Motorsport. It's kind of extended from 2 seconds up to 5. Now it's dropped down to 3.9, but he's held it, and he's showing just how quick he is at Buckmore Park.
We have 1 lap left.
Yes.
In the 2024 Buckmore Park 24 hours, and there are Nameless Motorsport crossing the line to start lap 1,347. And what a performance this has been by the guys. It has been amazing, and this final lap will not be any slower than any of their other laps either, I can tell you that for free. We will be showing the drivers and the interviews and podium presentation and everything that we can once the race is completed, so do not go anywhere. But Yusuf, I think it's only fitting that you do the honours, my friend, and bring this one home.
You are far, far too kind, Chaz.
I know.
Thank you very much. What a drive it has been for Nameless. They led portions of the race in the opening couple of hours, but it was really at the night time when everyone else was tripping up in the wet conditions that they just pulled clear of the rest of the field. After 24 hours, it is Nameless that will round Cafe Curve and take the race win for the Buckmore Park. 24 hours, 2024. Jack Goldsmith at the wheel, the team captain. What a fantastic drive it's been for them. Accelerate Kent Brewery will take a second. They're about half a lap behind, and then it is Dab Motorsport a few seconds further back. Spicy Boys have crossed the line, as have Senior Frogs. So Senior Frogs, the sidemen, will finally get that podium that they've been looking for so long.
Brilliant stuff by Elite Discos as well, actually, a podium in class. 3rd position there for them. 16 finishes in P16. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. So sorry, I got it wrong at the end, boys. Finishing 2nd place. Dab Motorsport 3rd from pole position on the race. And, well, they will be very happy with that. But like we said earlier, the fact that the teams just finish is a celebration in itself, isn't it? And Reeve, you'll know the feeling as well. You know, it's a massive effort to get just a team together for this event, to get through it all and succeed in just finishing. It's a relief above all else. But, you know, you just feel at one with your team and your friends, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, these next few hours, now is the time to celebrate and feel really... quite rightfully happy with yourself before the tiredness properly kicks in.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you say, it's going to be a brilliant atmosphere. I think I'm actually quite envious of you. I'll try that again.
Envious?
I'm actually quite envious of you going to do some of those interviews there. But
you can do it for me if you want. I'm knackered.
I'm all right. But yeah, it'll be a brilliant atmosphere down in the paddock here. What a feat from all the drivers, all the teams, all of the staff, all of the spectators, all of the fans. It has been a fantastic event all round.
Yeah, and the guys will do a lap of honour now, I believe.
Oh, brilliant.
The Senor
The
Frogs
Frogs have
entry.
Squeezed their way in as
Yeah,
well.
they've
We're getting our
squeezed
top
their way in.
3.
Yeah. Well, there actually is the Accelerate Kent Racing Brewery on the right. So, yeah, we've got the top 3 from the pro class on the right-hand side of the grid, and then the top 3 from the rookie class on the left. You can see the guys celebrating, very, very happy. And the relief is just colossal. And would you look at that? 1,347 laps, and it was lap 51 where we saw the fastest lap of the race. That is how long ago the conditions deteriorated and never fully recovered, in fairness. They were only about a second and a bit off the pace by the end, but still, the track never got quite to how it was. The green pixels on my laptop screen are now done with, as all the frog emojis cycle through. There is no G left in said RGB.
Nope. Absolutely not. So they'll have their little parade
Look at
of
this.
6 carts.
Fantastic. I love this part of it as well. The parade lap for the winning teams and the podium finishes in formation. It's great to see that. I say in formation, but, you know, Elite Discos have ruined it. But then again, to be fair...
Hey, it's a disco party. They go where they please.
They've been one of the liveliest teams through the whole event, Elite Discos, to be fair. Who else would it be that doesn't stay in formation? Bless them.
I love how these two are absolutely bombing it around the
And-
circuit.
yeah,
They don't get the idea
no.
of a parade lap.
Yeah, but they don't know anything otherwise. It's what
Yeah.
they've done for 24 hours. They've just absolutely slapped it round the circuit for that long. Why would he slow down now?
To be fair, I think they just want to get back and celebrate with,
Yeah.
with their team as well.
He's trying to get back. He's trying to get back to the pub before last orders. Fantastic, though.
It is a really special feeling finishing off a 24-hour race. You know, getting out of the car at the end, being congratulated by your drivers after a mega stint, even if it's not at the end of the race. You just, it's just a massive relief. And I can, you know, only imagine what it feels like to do that after having won the entire event. Then they'll have to stand in this really long queue to get weighed in as well.
Yeah, there's less glamorous parts of the race like this, isn't there, Reeve? You don't always see these bits behind the scenes, but obviously here on Alpha Live, we give you all the coverage we can.
Yeah.
We'll show you every angle of the event.
We won't be showing the camera coverage where they have to take off their wetsuits and they're really sticky and all of that. I mean, we can try.
I wish you could all see the face that Reeves pulled.
It was a very appropriate face.
It was a very appropriate face for my inappropriate comment. Can we get something other than a frog in chat? Why don't we just get some clap
chilies?
Let's get some clap emojis or trophies in chat.
We got chilies for the
I think
spicy boys.
David tried to put in some checkered flags earlier. Let's go for a mixture of like clap emojis, checkered flags, and trophies. Shall we? Please, for us, your commentators who you have shown so much love for over the
Senior
broadcast.
Frogs themselves are in the chat.
I don't care.
Okay.
They need to.
Let me help you.
Oh, Tonics puts love you, Chaz. Chaz, take off your suit. I've not got a suit on. Can we have the commentators cam, they say? Well, I love that. Out of all this going on, you just see in the middle of it, beans on toast or scrambled egg. That's what I mean. You lot in the chat are phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Now the emojis are going bonkers. There's trophies in there and frogs, and was that some crabs? Fantastic. Chaz, please take your suit off. No. The winner's got me hold up? No. Someone's put, I hate frogs now. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
There we go. A bit more of a mix for the emojis.
Yeah. W commentators, thank you. We honestly love you all. You know, the support for the event. What was that about me making it home safe? Anyone handing out odds of Chaz making it home safe? Wow.
I think we need to add me onto
Well,
those
if
odds
you
as
follow
well.
me on Instagram, I'll let you know on my story when I get home.
Should we go up the M6 in convoy?
No.
Because then if one of us falls asleep behind the wheel.
Have you got a dash cam?
I don't know.
Oh, that's a shame. At least if I was going to hit the central reservation, I want someone to be able to watch.
Might as well get some content, right?
Apparently, I've got to eat frogs' legs now. No, absolutely not.
Chat would have absolutely loved it if we had a bottle of extra virgin olive oil to give to the race winners.
Oh, they would. I'd pour it on their head instead of like shit. You know when they,
Oh,
when they pour the
that's
milk
gross.
on themselves
That
when they
is
win the Indy
gross.
500. We just pour oil on them.
But not motor oil.
No.
No, that's revolting. Imagine having oil. Oh, no, I'm getting the shivers.
Yep, so the 24-hour has finished, and we've descended into even more chaos than I thought was possible.
Go on,
Yeah, do
Chet.
we get a parade lap?
Should go and have a jog now.
jog? Are you joking? Have you seen me? A jog.
You've been sat down for ages.
I could barely walk down them stairs without running out of breath.
I'll give you a piggyback.
No, because I'd bang my head on the trees.
Combined
Combined would be 12'6". Look at how busy it is down there in the paddock, though. It is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So busy. So many smiles on everybody's faces as well. Such a really feel-good atmosphere at an event like this when it's over, you know. There's that mixture of it being a relief because it's such a strong effort, but also people just being chuffed at a result and going through this with their friends and families and colleagues even, you know. There's people here that are in teams that work together. It's just awesome. Yeah. Really, really awesome. Some of the questions coming through.
Oh.
Dave saying 1v1 me in a tickle fight, Chaz.
That is brilliant.
Oh, Christ alive. I've got to tidy up now, apparently.
But it has been
punishment.
Yeah. It's like coming home with my ex there.
I love how they have some bags over their radios as well.
Hold them, please. We're going to get a commentator's cam for you in a second, and we're not going to give you the Wi-Fi password while we do it. It's a bit late for that now, anyway, to be fair.
You never know, they might pop in a bit later.
Oh, hop it, he's there with the puns.
I said pop in, to be fair.
Oh. Well, I'm giving you credit for a pun you didn't make.
Thank you. Hey, there is our spicy boys. Very
and there's
spicy
three spicy boys.
Hey.
We really hope you've enjoyed this broadcast, everybody. It's not over yet, though. Don't forget, don't go anywhere. We're going to try and get you the trophy presentations. We're going to get you interviews from drivers as well that finished on the podium in their classes. And we're still going to have a lot of fun with it, aren't we, boys? We're still going to have a laugh right to the end. It's been the whole vibe throughout the whole stream, and we really do hope you've enjoyed it. I know from the chat that a lot of you have as well. I can't speak English at this point. It's been a long day on it. It's been a mighty long day. And, yeah, we've still got a long time left to go before this is over. But we'll give you every element of this that we can before the entire event is completely over. Obviously, there's a lot of trophies to hand out, as you've seen, but we'll try and get through that as best we can and give you the interviews along the way. So stick with us. We're not going anywhere. We're going to sit right here, and we're going to enjoy ourselves, and so are you. You will enjoy it, I'm telling you. James is over there enjoying himself as well. He's not on the camera because he's busy doing production stuff. I thought he was just taking his headset off to come over. I got really excited.
I think James looks quite sad that it's over.
And, you know, we will be. I am. There's a bit of, like I said just a moment ago, you know, like the drivers will feel, there's a bit of relief that it is over, but there's also a bit of, like, it's a sense of achievement for what we've done. I think we've done our bit.
Yeah, there's always...
Kieran went home early, so stuff him, but, you know.
Yeah, Kieran doesn't care. Kieran doesn't care about you guys.
No, he doesn't.
He also got to sleep in his own bed last night. I tell you what, I am looking forward...
I've been asleep in a bus. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a very comfortable
nice.
bus.
Yeah,
Thank you, Quadrant.
The bus is brilliant.
Really good. Thank you, Quadrant, for that. It was massively appreciated. Which one of us wants to present the trophies?
Ooh.
Me and Kieran did rock, paper, scissors earlier. You pointed at me. Are you mad?
I think it should be you, Chaz.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, chat?
You gave me the end
of the race. What do you reckon, chat? Let us know. Give us a sec. Actually, there's a big delay, so we're going to sit here in silence if we have to that. I'll just do it. Where do I go, James? They're just pointing in that direction. Okay. Right. Well, I'm off. Can you move it off commentator cam so people don't realise how fat I actually am? I'm joking. Who was it called me James Corden earlier? Watch this.
Oh, scathing.
I know, innit? Right.
Oh, that was terrible.
Breathe in. See you later.
It's good. It's a good thing that he's wearing black. It's a slimming colour, apparently, isn't it?
Well, I've gone for the same strategy.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. To be honest, if you wear a puff coat, even if you're fat, you can just put it down to the coat.
Yeah, definitely all the coat. Not that lovely, lovely chicken burger I've just had.
Oh, I do have that burger to eat, and lots of chips as well. To be fair, it has warmed up a bit outside.
Typical, really.
Yes.
Right as the race finishes.
Yep.
I'll scoot closer to it at some point, so I'm not just so awkwardly framed. But I won't do it while we're in frame at the moment.
We're on the edge of the screen. We're not the centerpiece.
No, we are. We're leaving the space in. Well, it looks like James. James. It looks like Chaz's laptop is completely covering Chaz. It's a big laptop. This.
No, Chaz is just very short. Head only comes up to about here. To be honest, that would be about my shoulder height. But yeah, it's a little bit weird that it's over. We've been talking for about 24 hours straight, I feel. And
yeah,
now
pretty
it's
much.
Just done.
And peace and calm has briefly descended upon Buckmore Park now as the carts have all been turned off. All the marshals are starting to leave their posts, but the chaos will ensue once again when we get back onto the podium, ready for celebrations.
Yeah, there's some big trophies to hand out. Got trophies for top 3 in each category, and I think as well there's a trophy to give to all of the drivers, but we are going to hand over to Chaz.
And I tell you what, from the feed and the footage that you would have seen, it seems like it's mighty quiet down here. It's very, very loud, and it's very, very cold. I don't know why I didn't bring my jacket with me. We've got Phil and Clinton who are actually just making their way up here now, actually. All good, Phil? Everyone enjoying themselves? Happy?
Absolutely fantastic, thank you. Another fantastic year. Team here at Buckmore have been amazing. They put so much prep in, and it's just gone really, really well. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys.
The presentation will be taking place up there in just a moment, I believe. We may have to make our way up there ourselves, actually, because everyone seems to be funneling that way right now. Not sure if we're going to get any interviews in down here, because everyone's just going to be going into the same location to see whether the presentation's up there. They're all going into one room, and I imagine it's going to be warmer in there, so let's have a wander, shall we? We'll see whether we can catch up with them. Everyone's just sort of culminating down this way, but I think maybe they're just going to get the drivers and more key members of the teams in there. It's obviously a limited size space, so they can't get everybody from down here up there at the moment. But this is the balcony that we were on about. I'm not sure how much of it we showed over the stream, but you get a fantastic view of the circuit up here, and you get a 360 view essentially with this part of the circuit, because it goes all the way around. Cafe Corner is just to our right-hand side here onto the start-finish straight, and it is so beautiful up here. It's just awesome. It's got to be one of the most scenic karting circuits in the country, and, well, that I've ever seen. I think, right, Phil, where is this taking place?
The presentation? Yeah. We will do one, yeah, that's a great idea. Everybody, as you can see, this immaculate balcony at the moment that luckily no one downstairs can see is going to be the place that all the top 3 teams are going to come up to collect their trophies. And then everybody else, if you look over the balcony, is going to muster down here and basically look up to their gods and clap. Yeah.
As if they needed the egos inflating more, eh? Flip it out. So there you have it from the man himself. From Phil. Thanks very much, Phil. You got a lot of thanks, Phil, in the chat earlier on. It's so cold up here. Why didn't I bring a jacket? So, yeah, we're going to be up here keeping an eye on proceedings with the presentation going on. It's not starting just yet, so I'm wondering if we could potentially throw back to the boys for a second. I'm going to go get my jacket. But everybody's going to be sort of spectating from down there. They've opened the gate as well, actually, so they're going to be on the circuit. So not everybody's sort of cramped on the infield here and sort of squashed in. And, yeah, I'm wondering, can we throw back to the boys potentially? Just for a second? Smashing. Let's go back to them guys for a sec.
Yep, so we're jumping back to us while Chaz finds a coat of some description. I'm probably about to lose my jacket, aren't I? That's probably what's going to happen.
Well, there's a coat over there. We could give it to him, but I think it's more entertaining to watch Chaz walk and get it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He made his bed. He shall lie in it.
He's over here. Hello, Chaz.
Yeah, they were only on the balcony.
There's a nice coat over there. Go on, you've got to play... he's got to
there we go.
under the camera.
We're playing camera limbo.
There we go, that's it, limbo. There we go.
There is a Chaz right underneath the camera.
Yes, can't see him. He's right there.
You can just feel his energy. He's close to the camera lens.
I've got no energy left.
Yes. Well, nothing a good night of sleep can't do.
Don't. Oh. Hours
I really want to sleep.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Everyone asking, now that quali's over, when is the race starting?
Yeah. Well, the race is going to be over on the other Alpha timing screens. Make sure you do stay tuned for the rest of this broadcast, our prize givings. But we have 3 other races going on the Alpha Live YouTube streams. We've got one at Brands Hatch, we've got one at Wilton Mill, and we've got my favourite one, which is the one at GYG for the Club 100 Seniors Sprint Championship.
Plenty going on, as always, with Alpha Live. You know, fingers in many pies, as they say, but in such a brilliant, brilliant way. You know,
I'm hungry, Chaz.
These chips are right in front of me, staring at me as well, to be fair. You can't see them because of the laptop. Brilliant. We hope you've all enjoyed this, honestly. Like, I know I've reiterated that so much, and we have had such a laugh. And there were points, yeah, sure, we weren't focusing on the race at points, but these races often have that sort of interim period, don't they, where they tick over, the teams and the drivers naturally just do what they do. It's a 24-hour race at the end of the day. We've said before, it's not like sprint racing where we have to just shout at whatever's going on in that specific moment. You know, there's not always a section of the race where the karts are meters from each other. You know, it's it is what it is. it's just fun to cover it. At the end of the day, the vibe here has been fantastic throughout the whole thing, and we're going to hopefully get the prize given in just a few minutes' time. But until that starts, we're just going to have to sit here and do a podcast, I think, boys.
Well, we've been quite good at doing podcasts, haven't we, over the course of this broadcast.
Yeah. We absolutely have been. But again, you know, you guys in the chat have kept us very busy, especially us, pair, during the night stint. For crying out loud, I've said it a few times already, but my eyes are absolutely stinging from crying.
It's quite entertaining that there are some new people joining in the chat who are seeing loads of the memes that have started from about 12 hours ago and are incredibly confused as to what is going on. And to that, we won't give you any context. No. You've got to go back and watch the whole stream, the podcast, as we could call it.
Podcast, the podcast sort of midnight hours were very, very interesting. Some of the amazing questions. I mean, there's little hints of the questions sort of coming back in right now, actually. I've been told to go outside again, so I'm being kicked out.
Off,
Flipping.
Get with yourself, Chaz. We've got him up and down, all around. Just a reminder of our top 3 from each class as well. In the Pro class, Nameless Motorsport, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in 2nd, Dab Motorsport in 3rd. However, in the Rookie class, it was Spicy Boys ahead of Senior Frogs and Elite Discos Racing. We got to see a nice little parade lap as onto the balcony goes Chaz, which I think means we're going to be handing over to him shortly, and we'll get a nice little video of our teams coming up to collect some very big pots.
Fantastic stuff.
If teams don't pour a bit of bubbly or some Coca-Cola or some water...
Oh, that's poor planning if you haven't brought any.
Yeah. You need to pour it into those pots. You need to drink from it. Pour it over your friends. Don't come in here and pour it over us. We've got electronics.
We're going to do top 3 in each class. We'll start with the Rookie class, where we call your team up. You're going to make the way up the stairs like the FA Cup final. You're going to come up here, get your trophies, pictures, videos, all that sort of stuff. And then you're going to go straight down that way with Phil to the media room for the winners. Yeah, I've lit red. So, make sure you give them a massive round of applause, please. So, in 16th place overall, completing...
They're bringing the trophies out now. I'm not sure if you lot can hear me on the stream, but bringing 16th place overall and 3rd place in the rookie class is Elite Discos Racing, who will come out and collect their trophies. As Clinton has pointed out, they're going to make their way up the stairs through to the side. It's quite handy having a massive gob in it, Clinton.
I know, I don't need a mic.
Phenomenal stuff. Phenomenal. So 3 to 5 working days later, the teams will make their way up. It's the irony of the teams being really fast throughout all of this and then taking ages to walk up the stairs is absolutely awesome.
I'll charge, I'll send you the invoice.
So this, as mentioned, is the Elite Discos Racing team. They finished 3rd in the rookie class. Flipping heck, how many are there? It's like a clown car. And again, this is another element of the race that we covered earlier on, is the fact that the team size varies from one team to the next. Okay, next up, as you can hear from Clinton, 2nd in class in the rookies.
319 laps. They were only about 45 seconds off the...
There's going to be a big cheer here. Are you ready? For Kart 29. Senior Frogs making their way up to collect their trophies. With all the matching jackets as well, the very sort of retro style jackets. Love to see it. We knew they'd get a big cheer, didn't we? Yeah. Like Clinton just said there, 3 years of trying. And they've done it. Such a fantastic reception for the guys. They're loving it. Absolutely loving it.
Finally made it! We did it!
Excellent stuff. Beaming smiles all around from the whole team, and that's what this is all about. It's such an enjoyable vibe, and there's so many of the teams down there, so happy to congratulate them as well. They've spent 24 hours on the circuit with them. And now Clinton is going to announce the class winners. 12th place overall, Spicy Boys take the win in the rookie class in the 2024 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. And they're making their way up onto the podium now. I think just the 4 or 5 of them in that team, actually. One of the smaller teams on the grid in terms of their amount of drivers. And Senor Frogs are having a fantastic lap up here. A laugh up here, I should say. What's happening?
I just need to move out of the way because I want to be on this side.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's the downside of it being on a balcony, I suppose. It's a bit of a narrower space to do all this in.
The most awkward thing I've ever seen.
Even including me. Wow.
Well, I did see some of the interviews.
They were a lot of fun.
And the late night chats.
Oh, yeah, the late night chat has been phenomenal on the stream. It's definitely one to watch back. The class winners make their way across. A handshake to the other teams as well. Great appreciation between the squads. Great sportsmanship as well. And that's what it's all been about here. And they spray the champagne down from the balcony.
Well done to your top 3 in the rookie class, please.
And there you go, as you hear Clinton Bell announcing the top 3 in the rookie class, including Senor Frog's second place. Brilliant stuff from them. Like Clinton said, 3 years of trying, they've done it, boys. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Am I? Thank you. Now posing for pictures on the balcony with the trophies. I'm going to take the opportunity to get a snap myself as well.
Where am I looking? What?
Sorry if that word came across on stream. That's not broadcastable. Oh. Nicely done, lads. Let's get the overall top 3 up here then, shall we? I may as well just stick this microphone in front of Clinton because he's the loudest bloke here by miles, isn't he?
343 laps. Was number 5, Dab Motorsports.
Yep, Dab Motorsport, the pole sitter for this race as well. Don't forget that sensational time in qualifying. To be fair, they were only 0.06 of a second ahead of the team in second place. And then the team in third on the grid were only 20 thousandths off them. It was remarkably, remarkably close. That's what it's all about. You know, so many of the teams, even before the race got underway, they were saying about how competitive it is and how close all the teams were together. That is just the epitome of it. You know, the whole field was separated by nothing, absolutely nothing. Dab Motorsport make their way around onto the podium. They'll head to the far end down there, handed their trophies by Rich.
Next up in second place, just ahead of
and Clinton bursts back into life. Second place, Accelerate Kent Brewery. I finally said it right. Racing. Yeah. They take second place overall in the 2024 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. That's the 3rd year in a row that they've been the bridesmaids, is it? Wow. You better hope that they can do one step better next year. I'm sure they will. But still, what a fantastic achievement. To do that 3 years on the trot, you know, what an amazing performance that is. It just shows you the consistency that they've got to be able to do it year after year. I'm going to move out of the way here because I feel like I'm standing in the wrong place. Nicely done. We'll obviously head down and try and get some interviews in a moment when all the trophies have been handed out. It sounds like they're on first name basis as well now because they've been up here that many times, to be fair. There's one more team to announce. The all-important overall winners will be announced any second now, and here he goes. He takes great pleasure in doing this, does Clinton. Your winners, everybody. As Clinton rightly says, 1,347 laps. Nameless Motorsport take the win in 2024 for the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. The squad of 5 making their way up to the podium now. A fist bump with some of the Senor Frogs boys as well, and a congratulations from them. And they'll join the other podium finishers up here on the balcony for more champagne to be sprayed down onto the people below. And they'll be a bit more suspecting of it this time round, I'm sure. The guys make their way up. They'll be greeted by the other podium finishing teams as well. There'll be handshakes all round from their fellow competitors. Spending 24 hours on the track together, it's certainly a time where you get to know your competitors quite well, to say the least. They fought through all sorts of conditions over the course of the day that have gone this way and that. Obviously, we mentioned earlier the fastest lap of the race was done on lap 51, so early on, with over 1,300 laps done in total. And you think about how short that was into the race. It's just amazing to think that the pace never recovered to that point again. But once the conditions deteriorated, they stayed very much the same for a long run. Then just at the end is when it started to dry up and get quicker. They're not spraying the champagne, apparently. Oh, yes, they are. Of course they are. Don't drop the bottle, son. Oh, that was rubbish. It's a good thing they're good at driving, isn't it, everybody?
See you next year!
I'll try and jump in and get an interview with the race-winning team. See whether we can catch the guys. Gents, congratulations. You must feel almost relieved after that, because that was a long 24 hours, but the pace was amazing.
Yeah, it was a really good team effort. Not many black flags. I think that was the key factor. A lot of teams got quite a few, not silly black flags, but a few too many track limits penalties. We just kept our nose clean, sacrificed a bit of face, but yeah, all in all, excellent team effort. So.
And that's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, there's a lot of variables in a race like this, isn't there, where you have to all sort of come together and consider what's going on at each part of the race. I think they're actually, what are we doing interview-wise here, James? Yeah, sorry, boys, hang on. I'm being ushered through here. Go on, Yusuf.
Well, we're here with our rookie class winners, the Spicy Boys. Where the Chili's lads?
Mate, honestly, the Chili's were on track. All the hotness happened out there. You can see it right there.
It looked absolutely fantastic. You dried up the circuit as well. We were saying, what's drying up the circuit? We were wondering whether we'd get a bit more rain, but we didn't get any more rain.
Yeah, it dried up at the end, and it was quite kind of tricky because in changeable conditions, you're always trying to like find the different line. And but listen, the entire team just did an amazing job. Literally everyone put in a proper shift. You know, there was ups and downs throughout the 24 hours, but yeah, it was a real team effort, and it's been a long time coming for sure. So it's actually unbelievable. Like I'm still stunned.
I'm guessing it must have been a little bit of a special feeling, you know, seeing you going around. Did you guys get the Union flag or the Union Jack?
Union, mate, unreal. I mean, this one gave us something to get a little bit of spice at the end with the old black flag for no reason.
What was going on there?
I mean, listen, I had to make it exciting. When you look at Formula One, it's so boring. I was doing it for the fans, you know, making it a bit exactly for the content.
I was hoping for another black flag, so you'd have to have taped them on circuit, but a bit too sketchy then, right?
I did think about it. But yeah, no,
I reckon he genuinely did think about it.
It was no. I thought, right, calm down. That one black flag is enough. So no, but honestly, it was you know, JB the stint before did an absolutely amazing job, especially up against Senior Frog. So yeah, it was just about bringing it home, and I almost bottled it, but not quite.
I'll go to the two quiet lads then standing behind you. How long have we been karting as a team?
Oh, as a team, this is the first time.
Oh, wow.
This is the first time. I mean, a few of us have been karting since we were younger, but this is the first proper entry we've done. We came in with an expectation to do well, but as soon as we realised that we were in with a shout to win, it was all just everyone knuckled down, everyone put in a proper shift overnight, and it was incredible. Just absolutely best teamwork ever.
So I've got to ask then, where have you all met? How did you get together for this?
Honestly, I mean, I sim race with these guys, obviously mutual connections here. We just thought it was the perfect fit. Just get a few mates together, honestly, just have a good laugh, and if we win, absolute bonus, which we managed to achieve. So honestly, super, super happy. Still cannot believe it that you get to walk home with this. No, really, really happy.
So next year then, you reckon you can beat those guys in pro?
No problem, come on.
Easy. I like the sound of it.
Now, look, we're super happy. Like we're excited to come back for the challenge, take on the pro class. We were fighting the pros the whole way through. They were obviously way quicker than us in many cases, but I think if we just pull a little bit together, it's the consistency. If we can get that consistency, there's some trouble.
I was saying it on broadcast. I had a really good battle with you in the evening, I think, yesterday at some point, yeah.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
There are so many helmets out there, you forget everyone.
Past, disappearing off into the distance, standard procedure.
Wow. I'm joking. No, I didn't pull away. You were on my backside the entire race long.
I'm joking. I hope I didn't kill you. I killed someone in the stint last
night. Oh, no, it wasn't me. I'm still here anyway.
Yeah, okay, lovely. Okay, perfect. Yeah, honestly, I just wanted to shout out all the people that came to support us as well today. Like my dad coming down for the weekend. and like the wives, the girlfriends, everyone who came along to support. Yeah, just incredible.
So I've also got to ask, how are we celebrating, and are we listening to Red Hot Chili Peppers in the car?
I mean, well, I'm going to celebrate with a hot shower after that. That is number one. But yeah, there's definitely going to be a big night tonight, I think, hopefully. Hot wings, that's the one. Exactly, spicy boys and hot wings. I think that's the game plan for tonight.
Spice Nando's, can't accept any less. That's the origin.
Absolutely fantastic, guys. Congratulations again. Fantastic result, and enjoy the rest of your evening and your Monday as well.
No, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone watching and all the Alpha Live team. I mean, what they do all 24 hours is absolutely incredible, all the behind the scenes. So, yeah, thank you to you guys as well.
Cheers. So, a fantastic effort and result from the Spicy Boys. Yes, don't forget your trophies. And I think with that, we are going to get in our pro class winners as well. The overall race winners. And Chaz is here as well with me.
Yeah, hello.
Good to see you again. Long time no see. Oh, never mind. We can't hear Chaz. Oh. See, you can really tell the difference between the pro class and the rookie class drivers. I think with our pro class drivers, if their combined age is probably less than my granddad. A combined age of what, about 120 years old? Something like that, isn't it, Fraser?
How old's your granddad?
I don't know. It was a joke, right? Guys, fantastic result. You pretty much had it from the start. I'll come all the way over here. I was going to talk to all of you anyway. You've got to get media trained. How's that first stint?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
Anything else other than good?
Yeah, I managed sticking first by the end of it, but it was quite challenging because top 6 pulled away from the rest of the field, so it's good. Yeah.
Oh dear. We'll let him work out some other stuff. Obviously, you brought it home for everyone, Jack. Must have been oh dear, phone as well. Come on, phone's on silent. How did it feel taking the checkered flag?
It feels nice, I have to admit that. It's been a long 24 hours, especially through the night with the monsoon weather. It wasn't comfortable, but you know, we pulled through as a team. Every single one of us did an amazing job, kept consistent, and we brought home the result that we needed.
How many hours of sleep have you had? Because you look more tired than Chaz.
Probably about 2.
Yeah, fair enough. Have you had more than 2 hours of sleep?
For about 3.5.
That's not bad. For 24 hours, that's pretty good.
Quite good. Yeah, it's better than normal for me.
How did your sins go?
On the whole, it was good. Kept consistent. Kept our noses in the lead. I think morning stint was better than the first one. Managed to pull a lap on second place, pretty much solidifying. Even if we do have a couple of black flags, we still are safe. And then the rest of that stint was just trying not to get any warnings to make it easier for Jack at the end.
Speaking of black flags, who was it that got the black flags for the team?
Jack right here. Last stint. To be fair, he did. But no.
No, Rory got one.
Did you just all, split one apiece?
Basically, yeah. I think some of it was probably some of us leaving the track with some warnings, leaving the others to kind of have to play it safe, but sometimes you can't really dodge contact or going off track.
Both speeding under yellows.
or speeding under yellows, Jack. But, nah, obviously.
He's tired.
Exactly. We'll give him that excuse.
I've got to ask, what do you have to say about the rumours that the only reason you won is because Max O'Shaughnessy isn't here?
Oh, very true. Very true. Max is off doing what he does, nothing. But I agree.
And Fraser, are you going to practice popping a champagne bottle?
I've actually popped quite a few, but yeah, that one it must have been like rigged or something.
Yeah, just, pour out of the factory.
Yeah, I'll blame it on Buckmore.
Fair enough. Congratulations, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Been good seeing you win.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Chaz, it feels weird giving you the microphone.
You're giving me that.
No, okay, I'll just shove it in your face.
This is because he's 9'6", you see.
There we go. Is that better? No one can see my knees. Yeah. I can't interview you. This is just weird. We've been having podcasts the entire day, and now I'm handing the microphones over.
Yeah, we've got to be serious now. I do like how the racing's stopped, but the bullying hasn't. That carries on.
I haven't been bullying the entire time. I've only just started now. That's because of them.
Yeah, it comes from a place of love. It definitely comes from a place of love. We've had a fantastic riot, haven't we, doing this? I mean, it's been the first time I've worked with either of you two. Kieran, like I say, isn't here because he doesn't care. But no, Kieran's been fantastic as well. You know, everyone here, regardless of whether it's us, whether it's the producers, the drivers, the marshals, even the staff here at Buckmore, everyone's put such a fantastic stint in. It's just been such a team effort, and it's been so enjoyable to be a part of it, hasn't it? And we've had some great results out of it as well. A great race.
Yeah, absolutely as well. And just feeding off that energy from around the paddock as well, even having the guys coming in then, you can just, they're all a lovely bunch of people racing today, and it's been great fun. Yeah.
We can smell all the champagne from here. Just as they walk in, you get that massive waft of champagne.
Yeah,
so they're absolutely drenched. But it's been incredible. And as you mentioned as well, Chaz, huge shout out to the entire Alpha Live crew, from our directors, our cameramen, the marshals, Phil. Keeping an eye on you.
Yeah. Well, I apologise for how much people had to keep me in check over the course of it. But I'm still here. I didn't get cancelled. It's all good.
Not yet.
Not yet. No. Just a few minutes left.
Wait for the behind the scenes edition to come out.
Yeah.
No behind the scenes.
I don't need that. I don't need that. Please don't release that.
But I think we've pretty much said everything that we've needed to. Senior Frogs finally get that podium. The Sidemen, second place as well. Who knows? Maybe next year up on the top spot. For myself, Chaz, Kieran, no, I'm joking, Reeve and Kieran. It's been an absolute pleasure. Any final words before we wrap things up?
I think the Gorilla would win.
Thank you for watching, everyone.
Yeah, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you all next year. Make sure you like and subscribe on Alpha Live, and we'll see you whenever you tune in next.